Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I'm writing this the way I should have written it the first time. Quietly, plainly, without trying to make it sound like anything. I'm not asking for help. I'm not asking for anyone to investigate. I'm not asking for sympathy or validation or one of those comments that say, "That's why I never work nights." I know how these stories go online. People argue about what's real. They pick apart the details. They decide if they'd have been braver or smarter. I don't care about any of that. I'm sending this because I can't carry it into another year, because it's the kind of thing you don't say out loud to the people who love you. Not because you're ashamed, because you can see the moment it changes their face. The moment they stop feeling safe in their own kitchen. The moment they look at their locks and their windows like they've never actually looked at them before. So I'm writing it here, to strangers, to a channel where people come for stories they can turn off. I just need to say it in one place, from start to finish, without cleaning it up. I didn't think anything followed me home. I just didn't think I ever left work. That sentence makes me sound dramatic, like I'm trying to be poetic. I'm not. It's the closest thing to the truth that fits in one breath. This happened a few years ago, back when my life was built around overnight hours and fluorescent lighting. I was working security, nothing glamorous. Not a mall cop in a movie, not a guy with a badge and a gun. I was the night guard for a small office complex outside the city. Think 2 low-rise buildings, a little fitness studio on the corner, a parking lot that always looked too big for the amount of cars it held, and those tall sodium lights that make everything look pale and sickly no matter what time it is. It was the kind of place where the day staff left behind a different world every evening. They shut down their computers, tossed half-empty cups in the trash, and headed home with their coats buttoned up against the cold. Their voices and footsteps faded out, and what they left behind wasn't silence exactly. It was mechanical. Like the building exhaled and became nothing but systems and sensors. The first thing you learn on night shift is that your brain hates quiet. It will fill in gaps. It will take the tiniest sound, the click of a thermostat, the groan of an elevator settling, and turn it into a question. And the second thing you learn is how easy it is to ignore your instincts when you're tired. That's why I'm not telling this like a horror movie, because it didn't feel like one while it was happening. It felt like a regular night, and then a slightly strange night, and then a night I still don't know how to file inside my memory. It wasn't screaming and running and blood on the walls. It was a series of small things, small enough that any one of them could have been dismissed if they hadn't lined up so neatly, one after another, like someone was testing a lock. I can still picture the security desk. It sat in the main lobby of Building B, right under a light fixture that buzzed faintly when the air got dry. The lobby smelled like carpet cleaner and stale coffee. There was a little break room behind the desk with a vending machine that never worked right, a microwave stained with old sauce, and a mini fridge that clicked every time it kicked on, as if it needed to announce it was still alive. On a normal shift, I checked cameras, walked the perimeter, documented anything weird, broken glass, an alarm tripped by wind, a door that didn't latch. I'd do my rounds, come back, fill out an incident log on a slow computer that ran like it was underwater. If something needed attention, I'd leave a note for the morning supervisor and go back to watching grainy screens. The night this started, it was New Year's Eve. I remember that clearly because everyone made a big deal about it like they always do. Like the calendar changing is some kind of promise. The day guards were joking on their way out, calling it the easiest shift of the year for me. One guy raised his coffee like a toast and said, "Don't let the ghosts party without you." I laughed because that's what you do. You laugh at the joke. You show the world you're not the kind of person who gets spooked by empty hallways. When the last employee left, the building changed the way it always did. The automatic doors at the front locked into night mode with a heavy final clunk. The lobby lights dimmed to half power. The HVAC cycled and settled into that steady, low hum that becomes background noise until it stops and you suddenly feel exposed. Outside, the highway carried a faint, constant shush, the kind of sound that feels like distance, like the world is out there moving forward without you. I'd packed a decent dinner. I'd brought a thermos of coffee. I had a little list in my head of things I'd do to stay awake. Check the loading dock twice. Check the basement stairwell once. Make sure the side entrance wasn't iced shut. Routine. Predictable. Comforting. I was even planning to call my wife at midnight. Just a quick, Happy New Year, because our schedules were a mess back then. She was working mornings. I was sleeping through afternoons. We'd learned to grab whatever small moments we could. I remember telling myself, at least I can do that. At least I'll be awake when the year turns. The first hour passed like any other. No alarms, no unexpected cars. The camera feeds were clean. A couple of screens flickered the way they always did. Old wiring, old system. I made a round at 10:30, and the building felt like a museum after closing. Still, orderly, slightly too cold. When I came back, I sat at the desk and listened to the sounds you only hear when you're the last person in a place built for hundreds. The vending machine motor clicked, then stopped. The mini fridge sighed and snapped on. Somewhere deep in the ceiling, a pipe settled with a dull knock. I wrote little notes in the log like I always did. I checked the time. 11:17. I checked again. 11:18. Normal. It's hard to explain how calm I was, because people expect a horror story to start with a feeling. They expect the narrator to say, "I knew something was wrong." I didn't. Not then. If anything, I felt safe. Because safety, on night shift, becomes a kind of illusion you build out of routine. You convince yourself that cameras equal control. You convince yourself that locked doors mean boundaries. You convince yourself that because you can see a hallway from 3 angles, nothing can be there without you knowing. That belief is the first thing that got taken from me, and I know what you're thinking. What happened at midnight? I'm not there yet. I need you to understand that before the weird part, there was a normal part that felt so ordinary I could still taste the burnt coffee on my tongue. There was a moment when the building was just a building, and I was just a tired guy getting paid to keep lights on and doors locked while other people celebrated. Because when it changed, it didn't change all at once. It changed the way a room changes when someone you didn't hear walks into it. The air is the same, the light is the same, the temperature is the same, but something in you tightens just a little, because your body picked up on something your mind hasn't caught up with yet. That night, I didn't feel fear first. I felt watched in the smallest, most unreasonable way, like when you're alone at home and you suddenly become aware of the dark window behind you, the one reflecting your own face back at you. And for a second, you can't tell if that's all it is. I looked up at the camera monitors and thought, without any real reason, don't blink. Then I laughed at myself, quietly, because who says that? Who thinks like that? I checked the time again. 11:54. I picked up my phone, ready to call my wife in a few minutes. And that's where this begins, for real. Not with a bang, not with a scream, but with the simplest truth I can offer you. At the start of 2026, or whatever year it was for me back then, I learned that there are systems in some buildings that don't shut off when people leave. They just wait for the right moment to confirm you're still there. And once they do, they don't always let you clock out. If you've never worked nights, it's hard to explain how quickly your sense of normal shifts. You don't notice it at first. It happens quietly, the way your eyes adjust to darkness without you realizing you can see more than you should. One week you're counting down the hours until sunrise, and the next you're orienting your entire life around fluorescent lights, vending machines, and clocks that feel like they move slower on purpose. That was my life back then. I was a night security guard for a small office complex just outside the city, close enough to the highway that you could hear traffic at all hours, but far enough away that it never felt busy. 2 buildings, 3 floors each. A fitness studio on the ground level of 1, a handful of insurance offices, a tech startup that never seemed to grow past 12 employees, and a law firm that left its lights on all night for reasons no one ever explained. During the day, the place looked normal, forgettable even. Beige walls, generic landscaping. A parking lot that filled up by 9 and emptied out by 6. People came and went with travel mugs and laptop bags, complaining about meetings and deadlines. At night, it belonged to me. I came in just before 10 p.m., when the last of the evening staff were packing up. The transition was always the same. Voices faded. The elevator doors stopped opening every few minutes. The automatic lights switched from welcoming to functional, dimming just enough to remind you that no one was meant to linger. The first thing I did every shift was clock in. The time card system sat on a wall just behind the security desk. It wasn't anything fancy, an old digital terminal with a small screen and rubberized buttons that had gone shiny from years of use. You entered your employee number, waited for the beep, and pressed in. A green light flashed. Simple, reliable, the kind of system you trust because it's boring. That beep became one of the sounds that defined my nights. Beep when I arrived, beep when I returned from rounds, beep when I clocked out in the morning. The sound that meant I was allowed to go home and sleep like a normal human being. I didn't think much about it then. It was just part of the rhythm. The security desk itself was wedged between the main lobby and a short hallway that led to the break room and restrooms. From where I sat, I could see the front doors, the elevator bank, and a wall of camera monitors mounted slightly too high, forcing me to tilt my head back if I wanted to really focus. There were 12 screens in total. Parking lot, side entrance, loading dock, hallways on each floor, the stairwells, grainy, slightly washed out footage that made everything look farther away than it really was. The cameras didn't record sound, which was both a comfort and a curse. You could see movement, but you had to imagine the noise. Most nights, there wasn't much to imagine. The building had its own soundscape, and after a while, you learned it like a language. The low, constant hum of the HVAC system ran through everything, a mechanical breathing that rose and fell as the temperature adjusted. Every 20 minutes or so, the mini fridge in the break room would kick on with a sharp click, followed by a soft whir. When it shut off, it made a dull thud, like a door being closed somewhere far away. Above the lobby, one of the neon light fixtures buzzed faintly, not enough to be annoying, just enough that, if you paid attention, you could hear it. A steady electrical insect trapped in glass. The smell was always the same too. Burnt coffee. I kept a pot going most nights, not because it tasted good, but because it made the space feel occupied, like someone cared enough to use it. By 1 a.m., it always smelled slightly scorched, the kind of smell that clings to your clothes and makes your stomach uneasy if you think about it too much. Mixed with that was the scent of carpet cleaner and stale air, the smell of a building that never truly aired out. This was the world I trusted. That's important to understand. People assume fear comes from the unknown, from shadows and noises you can't explain. But for me, safety came from familiarity, from knowing exactly which floorboard creaked in the second-floor hallway, from knowing that the loading dock door rattled when trucks passed on the highway, from knowing that if a camera flickered at 2:13 a.m., it would do the same thing tomorrow night at 2:13 a.m. Patterns make you careless. My job was mostly paperwork and walking. Every hour, I did a round. I checked the side doors to make sure they were locked. I peeked into stairwells, shining my flashlight more out of habit than necessity. I signed off on logs that no one ever read unless something went wrong, and nothing ever did. That was the lie I lived inside. The office complex felt safe because it was predictable, because it was quiet in a way that felt earned. The kind of quiet that settles after a long day of human activity. Even the highway noise helped. It reminded me that the world was still out there, still moving, still populated. I wasn't isolated. I was just on the night shift. On the desk, next to the keyboard and incident log, I kept a small notebook. Nothing official, just reminders. Times when the elevator stalled for a second, notes about a flickering bulb on the third floor. Mundane things. The kind of details that prove nothing interesting is happening. That night, New Year's Eve, I remember thinking how uneventful it was shaping up to be. I even wrote it down, half joking. Quiet shift so far. I'd written that dozens of times before. Outside, the parking lot lights cast long shadows across empty spaces. The cars that remained belonged to overnight cleaning crews in nearby buildings, or employees who'd left their vehicles while traveling. Nothing unusual, nothing out of place. I checked the camera feeds, one by one, scanning for movement. A leaf blew across the loading dock and set off the motion sensor. I acknowledged the alert and watched it clear. The system logged it automatically. Another boring entry in a long list of boring entries. That's how the illusion worked. The technology made you feel in control. The locked doors made you feel separated. The routine made you feel competent. You told yourself that if something were wrong, you'd know. You'd hear it. You'd see it. An alarm would sound. A light would flash. Someone would call. I never considered the possibility that the systems weren't there to protect me, only to track me. I settled into the chair behind the desk and leaned back. stretching my legs. The chair creaked softly. I checked my phone, scrolling through muted group chats and half-hearted holiday messages. People celebrating, fireworks, crowded living rooms, a different world. I glanced at the clock mounted above the monitors. The second hand swept smoothly. Everything was in sync. That detail matters more than it should. At around 11:30, I did another round. The hallways were empty, the carpet swallowing the sound of my footsteps. Motion sensor lights flicked on ahead of me, then shut off behind me, creating the illusion that the building was responding to my presence in a friendly, obedient way. I didn't think of it as watching me. The stairwell smelled faintly of dust and concrete. The emergency lights glowed a soft green. I paused on the second floor, listening. Nothing. Just the distant hum of air moving through vents. Back at the desk, I poured another cup of coffee and grimaced at the taste. Burnt, bitter, familiar. I checked the time again. 11:47. 13 minutes to midnight. That's when the feeling started. Not fear, not yet. Just a small, uncomfortable awareness, like realizing you've been sitting in an awkward position longer than you thought. The sense that the space around me was a little too still, like a held breath. The neon light buzzed, the fridge clicked, the HVAC sighed. All the normal sounds were there. That's what makes it so hard to explain why I remember this part so clearly. Why this section of the night feels heavier in my memory than the parts that came after. Because nothing was wrong. Everything was exactly as it should have been. And that's the most dangerous kind of safety there is. I sat there, counting down the minutes in my head, thinking about calling my wife, thinking about the relief of hearing another human voice. I didn't know I was already being measured, already logged, already marked as present. The time card system waited silently on the wall behind me, its small screen dark, its buttons worn smooth by hands just like mine. I trusted that system completely. I trusted that when the night was over, I'd press a button, hear a beep, and walk out into the cold morning air, leaving the building behind like I always did. I didn't understand yet that the building had learned my routine better than I had, that it knew exactly where I'd be at midnight, that it didn't need to lock the doors to keep me inside. All it had to do was let me believe I was safe. At 11:52 p.m., the first thing happened. And if you'd asked me later to point to the exact moment the night turned, I would have named that time without hesitation. Not because it was dramatic, not because it felt like the start of a horror story, but because it was the first time the building did something that didn't fit its own rules. I was sitting at the desk with my phone in my hand, thumb hovering over my wife's contact. I'd already typed out a message in case she didn't pick up. Something simple, something normal. Happy New Year. I'm thinking of you. The kind of words you send when your life is split into shifts and sleep schedules, and you're always trying to bridge the distance with small reminders. The lobby was empty. The front doors were locked in night mode. The elevator lights were dim. The only real movement in the whole place was the second hand on the clock, sweeping along like it always did, steady and indifferent. Then the camera system chimed. It wasn't loud, just a quick digital tone that cut through the quiet like a fingernail snapping. One of the screens on the monitor wall flashed a thin yellow border, and a small line of text appeared in the corner. Motion detected. Parking lot east. I looked up without any urgency, the way you look up when a familiar machine does a familiar thing. The east lot camera was one I never fully trusted because it faced the highway side edge of the property where wind funneled through and set off false alerts. Leaves, trash, even heavy rain could trigger it. The motion sensor was too sensitive and the camera itself was old, its image grainy and slightly distorted at night. I clicked the feed to full screen. A wide stretch of asphalt under pale orange lights, empty parking spaces, a row of scraggly shrubs along the fence line. Beyond that, the highway, a stream of headlights sliding by like slow-moving comets. Nothing moved. I leaned closer to the screen, eyes scanning the edges where something could have slipped out of frame. The sensor couldn't be wrong without a reason, and my job, my whole job, was to find reasons. Still nothing. The alert timer counted down in the corner, and when it hit 0, the yellow border faded away like it had never been there. I sat back, annoyed more than anything. False alert. The system had always been touchy, especially on windy nights, and there was enough gusting outside that I could hear the faint rattle of the flagpole near the entrance. I made a note in the log, like I always did, without emotion, without significance. 11:52. East lot motion alert. No visible cause. Cleared. If you're expecting me to say, I felt a chill, or noticed a shadow, or heard a whisper, you'll be disappointed. I didn't have a sixth sense. I wasn't the guy who believed in haunted buildings or supernatural warnings. I was practical. I was the kind of person who looked for the most boring explanation first, because the boring explanation was almost always the right one. Wind, sensor glitch, camera lag. That was all. I glanced back at my phone, ready to call my wife, but the moment had passed. It felt awkward to dial now, like I'd missed the exact second I'd been building toward. I told myself I'd call it midnight on the dot instead, just like I'd planned. I set the phone down on the desk next to my coffee and rolled my shoulders, trying to shake off the tension that always came with the last minutes of a year. Not fear, just that strange weight people put on numbers changing. The clock read 11:55. I checked the monitors again. The other feeds were still and quiet. Hallways empty. Stairwells clean. Loading dock closed. The lobby camera showed me in my chair, small and slightly warped by the fisheye lens. Even that image comforted me. Seeing myself there on screen made it feel like the system was doing its job, like everything was documented. Like I existed inside a neat little framework of timestamps and recorded footage. I sipped my coffee and grimaced, burnt, as always. At 11:57, the system chimed again. Same tone, same quick digital cut through the air. This time, the yellow border flashed around a different screen. Motion detected. Loading dock. That one made less sense. The loading dock was tucked behind Building A, partially sheltered from wind, facing a narrow service road that didn't see much traffic at night. There were no trees there, no shrubs, just concrete, a metal roll-up door, and a single overhead light that cast a harsh white pool on the ground. I clicked the feed to full screen. Nothing. The dock area was empty. No truck, no person, no animal. Just the roll-up door, shut tight, and the faint shimmer of light reflecting off damp concrete. If anything had moved, it should have been obvious. I watched for a full 30 seconds, waiting for the culprit to appear. A stray cat, a raccoon, a plastic bag tumbling across the ground. Something. Anything. The only movement was the flicker you get on old cameras when the sensor struggles with low light. Again, the alert faded. I felt a small prickle of irritation, the kind you feel when a tool fails you twice in a row. It wasn't fear. It was the sensation of being inconvenienced by technology. Like when your internet drops for no reason. Like when your car's check engine light flickers and then turns off as if it regrets bothering you. I typed another note in the log. 11:57. Loading dock motion alert. No visible cause. Cleared. My fingers hesitated above the keyboard afterward because I didn't like patterns that didn't have explanations. 2 alerts in 5 minutes, both showing nothing. The system had never been that jumpy before. Still, my mind reached for the obvious. Maybe the weather was shifting. Maybe the sensors were picking up something I couldn't see. Headlights from the highway, reflections, a shadow passing across the lens. Motion detection didn't mean person, it meant change. I reminded myself of that, like a mantra. Motion detection means change. Change happens for 100 reasons. I stood up and stretched, trying to reset my body. The chair creaked. The neon light above buzzed. The building continued to hum, as if it couldn't care less about my annoyance. I checked the time card terminal behind me without thinking, just a glance at the dark screen. 11:58, 2 minutes. I picked up my phone again, thumb hovering over my wife's name. This time, I didn't want to miss it. And that was when the third alert hit. Not a chime, a sharper tone, slightly louder, more insistent. The monitors flashed, not just one screen, but 3. Borders lighting up like warning signs. Motion detected. East lot. Motion detected. West lot. Motion detected. Main lobby. I froze with my phone half raised because the main lobby camera was the one pointed directly at me. I looked up. The lobby feed showed me standing behind the desk, phone in hand. So far, normal. But the yellow border pulsed around the screen as if the system couldn't decide whether to keep the alert active. Like it kept seeing something move and then not move, and then move again. I turned my head slowly, scanning the lobby with my own eyes. Empty. The front doors were shut and locked, their handles still. The elevator doors were closed. No one could have walked in without making noise. No one could have been in the lobby without showing up on camera in at least 2 angles. I looked back at the screen. The camera image wasn't matching my movement perfectly. It wasn't a huge delay, maybe a second, maybe less. But it was enough that my brain noticed the mismatch. When I turned my head in real life, my on-screen head turned a fraction later. When I shifted my weight, the screen followed slightly behind. It was like watching yourself on a live stream with a bad connection. I remember staring at the feed and feeling my stomach tighten, not with fear exactly, but with that unpleasant sense you get when reality doesn't line up. Like when you see your own reflection and it feels wrong for a split second. Like when you hear your voice on a recording and think, that doesn't sound like me. It's subtle, but it taps into something primal. I put the phone down on the desk very slowly, trying to ground myself in physical action. Then I leaned in close to the monitors, eyes flicking between the lobby feed and the parking lot feeds. East lot, empty. West lot, empty. The border stayed lit for a few seconds longer than usual, then faded. I exhaled, realizing I'd been holding my breath. Okay, I muttered to myself, a pointless word meant to fill the silence. Now, this is the part where I need you to understand who I was at the time. I wasn't brave, exactly, but I wasn't easily spooked. I grew up in a family that didn't indulge fear. You heard a noise, you checked it. You didn't call it a ghost. You called it a loose window latch. You didn't tell yourself stories, you fixed the problem. That mindset had carried me through nights full of weird little incidents that never became anything. Drunk teenagers trying door handles, a car idling too long near the fence line, a homeless guy cutting across the lot to get to the highway shoulder. You deal with it, you document it, you move on. And that's what I tried to do now. I stood, grabbed my flashlight, and did what any rational person would do. I decided to walk a perimeter check. If the sensors were triggering, maybe I was missing something obvious outside. Maybe someone was testing the property lines. Maybe an animal was moving through the shrubs. I didn't want to call the police over a camera glitch. I didn't want to be the guy who overreacted. I didn't want a supervisor rolling their eyes the next day when they saw my report. So I did the responsible thing, the calm thing. I went to confirm. I stepped out from behind the desk and crossed the lobby toward the side hallway that led to the staff exit. The lobby lights were dim enough that my shadow stretched long and thin across the carpet. The air felt slightly cooler away from the desk, like the vents favored the center of the room. As I walked, the neon light buzzed louder for a second, then settled back. That's another detail I remember too clearly. A tiny spike in sound, like the building clearing its throat. I reached the side door and put my hand on the push bar. Locked, as it should be. I had to badge out. I tapped my badge on the reader. A green light blinked. The lock clicked. The door opened with a soft hiss of pressure change, letting in a thin slice of cold air. Outside, the night smelled like damp asphalt and exhaust. The highway noise was louder from here, a steady ribbon of sound that made the silence inside the building feel artificial. I stepped out onto the walkway, flashlight in hand, and looked across the east lot. Empty. The orange parking lot lights cast the same sickly glow, and the cars sat like dark shapes that didn't quite belong. No movement, no footsteps, no voices, no distant firework pops either. Just the highway, indifferent to the fact that people were celebrating somewhere else. I walked slowly, scanning the edges. I shined the light along the fence line. Nothing. The shrubs rustled slightly in the wind, but that was it. I told myself the sensors must have caught that rustle. Still rational, still boring. Then I looked back at the building. The lobby lights were dim, but I could see the monitor glow through the tinted glass, blue-white squares hovering in the darkness like small windows into another world. And I noticed something that made me stop mid-step. The main lobby camera's motion alert light, an indicator visible through the window, was still blinking. I was outside. No one was inside. Yet the system still thought something was moving in the lobby. I stood there in the cold, staring, and for the first time that night, a thought formed that I didn't like. What if the motion isn't in the room? What if it's in the feed? That sounds ridiculous, I know. It sounded ridiculous to me too. I'm not a tech person. I don't believe in haunted video signals. But there was something about that blinking indicator that didn't fit. It felt like the building itself was insisting there was activity where there shouldn't be any. I walked back toward the door, faster now, not running, but not strolling either. The air felt heavier in my lungs as I went inside, and the lobby's warmth hit me like a blanket that didn't quite comfort. The first thing I did was look at the lobby with my own eyes. Empty. The second thing I did was look at the lobby feed. And this time, I saw exactly why the system had kept blinking. On the screen, behind the desk, behind the chair where I'd been sitting, there was movement. Not a person, not a shadow crossing the floor. The image itself was shifting, almost imperceptibly, as if someone had brushed their fingers across the lens. A soft blur that came and went along the edge of the frame near the break room hallway, like a smudge, moving where a smudge shouldn't move. My brain scrambled for explanations. Camera compression artifacts, low light, a bug crawling on the lens. I leaned closer until my face was inches from the monitor, my breath fogging faintly against the glass. The smudge moved again, slow, deliberate, sliding just enough to trigger the motion detection, but not enough to reveal what it was. Then it stopped. The alert border faded, and the lobby feed returned to perfect stillness. I remember standing there, my hand still holding the flashlight like a useless weapon, and feeling something settle inside me. Not full fear. Fear is loud. This was quieter. This was the realization that the building had just shown me something and then taken it back, like it wanted to see whether I'd notice. I took a breath and forced myself to stay logical. I wrote another entry in the log, hands steady, words precise. 11:59, multiple motion alerts. Investigated, no persons found. Possible camera artifact on lobby feed. I stared at the line after I typed it because the word artifacts looked strange, like it belonged to someone else's report. Then I glanced at the clock. 11:59, the last minute of the year. I picked up my phone again, suddenly desperate to hear my wife's voice, to remind myself that the world was still normal somewhere. And as I lifted it, the camera system did something it had never done before. All the screens flickered at once, just a quick shimmer, and the timestamp in the corner of the lobby feed jumped forward, not by hours, by seconds, as if it skipped over something. I blinked hard, convinced my eyes were tired. The second hand on the wall clock swept toward 12. Everything, for a moment, looked normal again. That's the worst part about a hairline crack. It's not a break. It's not a collapse. It's just enough damage that you can convince yourself you imagined it, right up until the moment the crack spreads, and you realize the whole structure has been failing quietly for longer than you've known. At 12 a.m., I dialed my wife, and before the first ring even finished, the camera system chimed again. Only this time, it wasn't a motion alert. It was something else. Something I didn't have a category for yet. And that was the exact moment the year changed. Not on the calendar, in the building, in the systems that were supposed to protect me. In the routine I trusted enough to fall asleep inside. The crack had appeared, and it was thin enough, at first, that I could still pretend everything was fine. For about 3 more seconds. If I had to explain what changed after that, after the alerts, after the skipped seconds, I wouldn't point to anything I saw. I would point to what I heard. Because sight can lie to you in obvious ways. A shadow can be explained. A reflection can be dismissed. A glitch on a screen can be blamed on hardware, wiring, compression. You can argue with what you see. Sound is harder. Sound gets inside you before you have time to analyze it. It slips past logic and settles somewhere deeper, somewhere older, where rhythm and pattern mean danger, long before you can articulate why. At first, everything sounded the same. The HVAC system continued its low, constant hum, pushing air through vents hidden behind grates that hadn't been cleaned in years. The neon light above the desk buzzed faintly, the pitch so consistent I barely noticed it anymore. The refrigerator clicked on and off in the break room, just as it always did. Normal sounds, familiar sounds, safe sounds. I stayed standing near the monitors, phone still in my hand, my wife's name glowing on the screen as it rang unanswered. I told myself she was probably in the middle of a countdown somewhere, laughing, distracted, phone buried in a purse or jacket pocket. That thought grounded me, anchored me to a world outside the building. I ended the call before it could go to voicemail. That was when I heard the first beep. It didn't come from the camera system. It didn't come from the time card terminal. It came from the PA system. The public address system was old, older than the cameras, older than most of the wiring. It was meant for daytime announcements, fire drills, maintenance notices, the occasional reminder about parking violations. At night, it was supposed to be silent, completely inactive unless there was an emergency. I knew that system well because it had rules. It only made sound when someone initiated it manually from the admin console upstairs. It never beeped on its own, and it especially didn't beep at night. The sound was short, clean, a single electronic tone, not loud enough to echo, but sharp enough to cut through everything else. Beep. I froze, my eyes flicking instinctively to the ceiling speakers spaced evenly across the lobby. They were small, circular, painted the same off-white as the ceiling tiles, easy to forget until they reminded you they were there. I waited for a voice to follow. Nothing did. The HVAC hummed, the neon buzzed, the refrigerator clicked. The silence afterward felt deliberate. I checked the clock. 12 a.m. Exactly. I laughed under my breath, a quick, nervous sound that died immediately. The timing felt theatrical in a way that annoyed me more than it scared me. Buildings don't care about symbolism. Systems don't wait for midnight. Machines don't celebrate New Year's. There was a rational explanation. There had to be. I crossed the lobby and stepped into the break room, following the sound's general direction. The smell of burnt coffee hit me again, stronger here, mixed with the faint plastic scent of the microwave. The fridge hummed steadily, innocent. No controls, no console, nothing that should have produced a PA tone. I stood there listening, counting my breaths, waiting to see if the sound repeated. It didn't. I went back to the desk, sat down slowly, and wrote a quick note in the log. 12 CUO. PA system tone heard. No announcement followed. Even as I typed it, the sentence felt wrong. Incomplete. Like describing a knock without mentioning a door. The HVAC system shifted. At first, I didn't think much of it. Buildings adjust temperature constantly, especially when outside air changes. The vents above the lobby sighed a little louder, pushing out a cooler draft that brushed the back of my neck. Then the sound stopped. Not gradually. Abruptly, the hum cut off mid-cycle, leaving a silence so clean it made my ears ring. I looked up. The vents were quiet. The air felt suddenly still, heavy, like the building had sealed itself. I waited for the system to kick back on. It didn't. I checked the thermostat display on the wall behind the desk. The screen was still lit. No error message, no warning, just a normal readout, as if everything were functioning exactly as intended. That was the second moment I felt that tightening in my chest. Not fear, not panic, but awareness sharpening into something uncomfortable. Because silence like that isn't neutral. It has weight. 10 seconds passed, then 20. The neon light buzzed a little louder, as if compensating for the absence of the HVAC's low drone. The refrigerator clicked on, its motor suddenly too prominent in the quiet. Then, without warning, the HVAC surged back to life. Not gently, with force. The vents rattled, coughing out air in a hard burst that made the ceiling tiles shiver slightly. The sound wasn't smooth. It stuttered, like a machine starting up after being forcibly stopped. I flinched despite myself. The air that came through was colder than before, sharp against my skin. I checked the thermostat again. Same reading. Normal. I leaned back in the chair, exhaled slowly, and tried to force my body to relax. This was nothing. Systems cycle. Power fluctuates. Buildings have quirks. Anyone who's worked nights knows that old infrastructure behaves differently when it's stressed by temperature changes. Still, I found myself listening more closely now, my attention tuned to every sound. The fridge clicked off, the neon buzz softened. The HVAC settled into a new rhythm, on for longer, off for shorter bursts. Not broken, just different. Then the PA system beeped again. Beep. Same tone, same length. This time, I didn't jump. I didn't gasp. I didn't even move right away. I just sat there, counting in my head. 1, 2, 3. No voice followed. I stood slowly and looked around the lobby, scanning the ceiling speakers as if one of them might give itself away. My footsteps sounded louder than they should have, each step echoing faintly off the hard surfaces. I was aware, suddenly, of how much the building amplified certain noises and swallowed others. How sound behaved differently at night, when it didn't have human activity to blend into. I checked the PA control panel upstairs via the camera feed. The room was empty, the console dark. No one had triggered it. That realization didn't scare me on its own. What scared me was how methodical the timing felt. The beep hadn't come randomly. It had come at midnight. Then again, after the HVAC shifted, as if the building were punctuating moments, marking transitions. I sat back down, trying to reclaim routine. That's when I noticed the pattern. It wasn't obvious at first. It emerged slowly, the way a song does when you realize the background noise has a beat. HVAC on. Pause. HVAC off. Fridge click. Silence. Neon buzz spikes. PA beep. Then the cycle reset. Not perfectly, not mechanically precise, but close enough that my brain started anticipating it without permission. I checked the clock. 12:03. The second hand moved smoothly, but now I couldn't stop watching it, waiting to see if it would jump again. The HVAC cut off. The room fell silent. 3 seconds later, beep. My pulse kicked harder this time, a sharp thud in my chest that made my hands feel slightly numb. I pressed my palms flat against the desk, grounding myself in the texture of the laminate surface. "This is stupid," I said out loud. My voice sounded too loud in the space, like I'd broken some unspoken rule. I stood and walked a slow loop around the lobby, deliberately making noise, clearing my throat, shifting my keys, letting my boots scuff against the carpet. I wanted to reassert myself, to remind my body that I was alone, but not powerless. The sounds I made felt absorbed. They didn't echo the way they had earlier. The building seemed to be listening instead. I returned to the desk, just as the HVAC roared back on, louder than before, the vents rattling again. Cold air poured down, raising goosebumps along my arms. And right on cue, beep. I didn't need to look at the clock to know the timing anymore. My rational mind fought hard at this point. I started listing explanations, clinging to them like handholds. Electrical interference, power cycling, a failing relay in the PA system tied to the HVAC circuit. Coincidence amplified by stress. I told myself the pattern only existed because I was looking for one. Humans are good at that, finding meaning where there is none. We see faces in clouds. We hear words in static. I told myself that. I didn't believe it because the pattern adjusted when I moved. I stood up abruptly, chair scraping back louder than I intended. The HVAC stopped mid-cycle, not gradually, instantly. I froze, breath caught in my throat. The silence stretched. 1 second, 2. I waited for the beep. It didn't come. My heart hammered, anticipation coiling tight in my chest. I took a cautious step forward. Beep. The sound came the moment my foot touched the carpet. I jerked back, pulse racing, and the HVAC roared back to life at the same time, air blasting through the vents like a held breath finally released. I stood there, shaking slightly now, the truth settling into me with a slow, awful clarity. The sounds weren't random. They weren't just cycling. They were responding. I backed toward the desk, eyes darting to the monitors, half expecting to see something, anything, that would explain this new rule the building seemed to be following. The screens showed nothing unusual. Empty hallways, empty parking lots. The lobby feed displayed me standing there, smaller than I felt, framed by too much empty space. But even on the screen, I could see it now. The way the image shimmered faintly every time the HVAC kicked on. The way the brightness shifted in time with the beeps. The building wasn't haunted in the way people like to imagine. It wasn't angry. It wasn't violent. It was active. It was running through a process, and I was inside it. The PA system beeped again, slightly closer together this time, as if the rhythm were tightening. Beep. The HVAC cycled. Beep. The fridge clicked on. The sounds stacked, overlapping just enough to form something almost musical, almost intentional. A cadence that made my skin crawl, not because it was loud, but because it was consistent. I stopped writing notes in the log. There was no point anymore. This wasn't an incident to document. It was a state. I stood there in the lobby at the very start of a new year, listening to a building breathe, beep, and hum in a pattern that had nothing to do with comfort or efficiency. And somewhere in that rhythm, somewhere between the artificial breath of the HVAC and the sharp punctuation of the PA system, I realized the worst part. The sounds weren't warning me. They were sinking. And whatever they were sinking to hadn't reached its final beat yet. Not even close. I wish I could tell you I handled what happened next in some smart, calculated way. Like I immediately called my supervisor, or shut down the system, or walked out and never looked back. I didn't. I did what tired people do when something feels wrong, but not yet dangerous. I tried to force it back into the category of technical issue. I tried to solve it the way you solve a printer jam or a frozen computer. Reset, confirm, move on. That instinct is what kept me in that building a few minutes longer than I should have been. The rhythm I'd noticed, the HVAC stutter, the fridge click, the PA beep, continued in the background as I sat back down at the desk. I told myself I was getting spooked by coincidence. I told myself it only felt meaningful because it was quiet, and because it was midnight, and because my brain wanted a story. I opened the incident log, not to document the beeps anymore, but to distract myself with something normal. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, and I forced myself to type a simple sentence: conducted perimeter check. No persons found. The words looked flat and reassuring on the screen. Paperwork always does. It makes chaos feel manageable. Then the camera monitors flickered, just once, like a blink. Not a power outage, not a reboot, just a fast shimmer across all screens at the same time. The kind of momentary distortion you'd miss if you weren't already staring too hard. When the image stabilized, I noticed something small that shouldn't have mattered. The lobby feed timestamp read 12:06:14. I glanced at the clock on the wall. 12:06. Close enough. A few seconds difference wasn't unusual. System clocks drift. Old equipment lags. Sometimes the timestamp is off by half a minute and no one cares. But then I watched the second hand sweep forward. And I watched the camera timestamp follow. It didn't follow smoothly. It followed a beat behind. I leaned forward until my shoulders were hunched and my face was closer to the screens than was comfortable. I stared at the lobby feed, watching myself in the wide-angle view, and I did something childish but effective. I moved my hand. In real life, my hand lifted off the desk. On the monitor, my hand stayed still. For a heartbeat, maybe two, the image didn't change. Then, like a delayed echo, the hand on screen lifted. The sensation that ran through me wasn't a jump scare in the normal sense. I didn't gasp or scream or fling myself backward. It was quieter than that, more intimate, like my brain had just been shown something it didn't have a file for. I moved my hand again, slower. Again, the monitor lagged, as if it was catching up. I stood up and took a step to the left. On the screen, my body remained centered for an impossible fraction of time, like a paused video before it slid after me. A delay, a few seconds, at most, but in a place where my entire sense of safety depended on cameras being real time. Even a small delay felt like someone had moved a floorboard under my foot while I wasn't looking. My thoughts jumped immediately to the most practical explanation: system latency, network issue, something upstream buffering the feed. If the network was choking, the cameras could delay, and the motion sensors might trigger weirdly. That would even explain the flickering and the skipped seconds I thought I saw earlier. A technical problem, annoying, fixable. It would also explain why the building suddenly felt like it had a rhythm, because the systems were out of sync and my brain was interpreting the timing as intentional. Yes, that was it. I felt relief at having a theory, and relief makes you do stupid things. I turned in my chair and looked at the time card terminal behind me, because checking it felt like something normal, something solid, something with a clear pass, fail response. The terminal screen was dark, but it woke when I pressed a button. The little display flickered and lit up green, prompting for an employee number. I typed mine in from muscle memory. Beep. The sound was familiar, and it calmed me. It was a different beep than the PA system, lower, friendlier, the sound of routine. The screen showed my name and the shift start time. In, 9:58 p.m. Under it, in smaller letters, the system displayed a status line I'd never seen before. Shift, active. That didn't bother me. Of course it was active. I was still working. What bothered me was the option beneath it. Normally, at any point in a shift, you could press out and the system would register it. There were rules about overtime, sure, but the button itself didn't disappear. Tonight, the OUT option wasn't there. The screen offered only two choices: confirm, cancel. I stared at it, convinced I was reading it wrong. I pressed the arrow keys. Nothing changed. I hit cancel. The screen went back. I entered my number again. Same thing. no out. Just those two options, like the system wanted me to acknowledge something rather than end it. A faint chill moved through my arms. I turned back to the monitors, half expecting them to show some obvious reason for this. An open door, a triggered alarm, something that would explain why the building thought I couldn't clock out yet. Everything on screen looked empty and calm, except the delay. I watched the lobby feed carefully now, timing it against my own movements. When I raised my hand, the screen followed 3 seconds later. When I sat, the screen sat 3 seconds later. It wasn't random. It was consistent enough to measure. 3 seconds. That number lodged in my mind with the wrong kind of weight. 3 seconds is nothing in normal life. A pause in conversation, a slow breath. But in security work, 3 seconds is enough for someone to step into a hallway and out again. Enough for a door to open and close. Enough for something to happen in the blind spot between frames. My throat felt dry. I swallowed, then forced myself to stay logical. Network issue, system lag, terminal glitch. And then the PA system beeped again, punctuating my thoughts. Beep. I flinched, annoyed at myself for reacting, and stood up from the chair. I decided I would do what any reasonable person would do. Reboot the camera system, reset the network. If the feeds were delayed, I'd fix it. If the terminal wasn't showing out, it would probably correct itself after a reset. A simple procedure. Routine. The control computer sat under the desk in a locked cabinet. I crouched, unlocked it, and pulled the cabinet door open. Warm air drifted out, carrying that dusty electronic smell that always makes you think of old classrooms and server rooms. I located the DVR unit, a black box with blinking lights, and the small router next to it. Both looked normal, lights steady, no obvious failures. I reached for the router first, fingers hovering over the power button, and froze. Because in the silence under the desk, with my head low and my ear closer to the floor, I could hear something I hadn't noticed from the chair. A soft clicking sound. Not the fridge, not the time card terminal, not the HVAC. A tiny rhythmic click that came in pairs. Click, click, pause, click, click. Like a relay switching, like a mechanical finger tapping. I held my breath to listen better, and the clicking stopped the moment I did, as if it had been waiting for me to notice. I stayed crouched for a long second, heart beating too loudly in my ears. Then the clicking resumed, slightly faster. Click, click. Pause. Click, click. It wasn't coming from the DVR. It wasn't coming from the router. It was coming from somewhere else. Somewhere behind the wall, or under the floor, or deeper in the building infrastructure. A place I couldn't access. I stood up quickly, letting the cabinet door swing shut with a soft thud. The clicking continued, faint but persistent, now almost blending into the HVAC's hum. I told myself it was nothing. I told myself old buildings click. Then I looked up at the monitors and saw myself, still crouched under the desk. My real body was standing, cabinet closed, keys in my hand. But on the lobby feed, the camera still showed me kneeling, one hand inside the cabinet, head lowered, as if I was still inspecting the equipment. For a split second, my brain didn't process it. It was like watching a delayed version of yourself, except the delay should have already caught up by now. I'd been standing for several seconds. It wasn't catching up. The image stayed wrong. The delayed me on the screen shifted slightly and tilted his head, as if he were listening to something under the desk. His movements were small, subtle, exactly the way I'd been moving moments earlier. But then he did something I hadn't done. He turned his head toward the lobby, toward the empty space in front of the desk, and he smiled. Not a wide grin, not a horror movie smile, just the slightest curve at the corner of his mouth, like he'd heard a private joke. My stomach dropped so hard it felt physical, like I'd missed a step on stairs. I stared, unable to move. The me on the monitor lifted his hand slowly, not to wave, not to gesture to the camera, but to press his index finger against his lips. A shushing motion, a quiet command. The camera feed didn't glitch. The image was clear. The timestamp continued to tick forward in the corner as if nothing was happening. I felt the room tighten around me. The air seemed colder, even though the HVAC was running. The neon buzz sharpened. My own breathing sounded intrusive. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I didn't even step back. I did the only thing my rational brain could manage in that moment. I blinked hard. Once. Then again. Trying to reset my vision. Convinced I was misreading the pixels. That my mind was filling in details that weren't there. When I opened my eyes, the monitor showed me standing at the desk, exactly as I was in real life. Normal. Delayed by 3 seconds again. No smile. No shushing. Just me. Moving slightly behind myself like a bad connection. I stood there shaking. Not violently, but with that subtle tremor that comes when adrenaline floods a body that doesn't know where to send it. I stared at my own face on the screen, searching for any trace of what I'd just seen. There was nothing. The PA system beeped once more, perfectly timed with the HVAC cycling. Beep. And behind me, the time card terminal lit up on its own, screen glowing green without being touched. I turned slowly. On the display, in blocky letters, it showed the same status line as before, shift, active, and beneath it, where the out option should have been, there was a new message. Clock out, unavailable. No explanation, no error code, just a denial. My hands felt numb on the desk edge. I tried to swallow, but my throat was too tight. The building's sounds continued their pattern. Hum, click, buzz, beep. As if nothing significant had happened. As if the system had simply tested something. As if it had wanted to see whether I'd react to the wrongness of my own image. And I realized, with a slow, sick certainty, that if the cameras were delayed, then what I'd seen might not have been a glitch at all. It might have been the feed showing something real, just not now. Just a few seconds out of step with me. That meant there could be moments inside that 3-second gap where I wasn't seeing what was happening in the building, where something could move, pause, retreat, and I'd never catch it, because I'd only ever be watching the past. My mind grabbed onto the last piece of rationality it could find. Leave. Step outside. Reset from the outside. Get air. Call someone. Anything. I walked toward the front doors, keys clutched in my hand. The lobby looked empty. The glass doors reflected my own pale face back at me. I reached for the handle, and the door didn't move. Not locked. Not chained. Not jammed. It simply resisted, like something on the other side was holding it shut with quiet, steady pressure. I pulled harder, then stopped, suddenly aware of how stupid it would look on camera, to watch yourself yanking on a door like a trapped animal. I turned back toward the desk. The camera feed showed me still standing by the doors, hand on the handle, 3 seconds behind. And in those 3 seconds, those few invisible moments where I couldn't see the present, I felt something shift in the lobby air behind me. Not a sound, not footsteps, just that sensation of space changing, like when someone steps close enough that your skin knows before your eyes do. The PA system beeped again, closer to my ear this time, even though the speaker was in the ceiling. Beep. And I understood the first real twist of that night, not as a supernatural revelation, but as a practical, horrifying problem. I was still clocked in. The building knew it. The system was enforcing it. And the cameras, my one source of certainty, were just slow enough to make sure I'd never fully know what was happening in real time. I let go of the door handle carefully, as if sudden movement might trigger something else, and walked back to the desk with measured steps. On the screen, I watched myself follow. 3 seconds later, and for the first time, the delay didn't feel like a glitch. It felt like a gap someone had intentionally carved into my reality, just wide enough for something else to exist inside it. The first thing I did after letting go of the door handle was nothing. I stood there in the lobby, hands resting flat against the desk, feeling the faint vibration of the building through the soles of my boots. The cameras hummed softly behind their glass. The HVAC pushed cold air through the vents, and the neon light above me buzzed in that steady, insect-like way it always had. Everything that had sounded wrong a few minutes earlier now sounded normal again. That should have reassured me. Instead, it made my skin crawl, because nothing had been resolved. Nothing had been explained. The system hadn't reset. The time card still said shift, active. The out option was still gone. And the delay on the cameras, those 3 seconds that now felt like a crack in the world, was still there, ticking quietly behind every movement I made. I forced myself to sit down, not because I felt calm, but because sitting felt deliberate, controlled, like I was choosing to stay rather than being kept. I rolled the chair back under the desk and adjusted the monitors, straightening them so they lined up perfectly. The act was pointless, but it grounded me, gave my hands something to do. I told myself I was overreacting. I said it out loud this time, quietly, so the words would exist somewhere other than my head. You're overreacting? The lobby didn't respond. The cameras did. One by one, the feeds shifted, not all at once, not in a dramatic flash. The change happened slowly, methodically, as if the system were waking up parts of itself in sequence. The first camera to change was the east parking lot. The image brightened slightly, the contrast sharpening just enough that the asphalt looked wet, even though it wasn't raining. The timestamp updated, ticking forward with that same subtle lag, and a small green icon appeared in the corner of the feed. Live review. I frowned. That mode wasn't supposed to activate automatically. It was used during investigations, when someone flagged an incident and wanted the system to prioritize certain feeds. It required manual input, a password, a confirmation screen. I hadn't done any of that. I leaned closer to the monitor, eyes scanning the lot for movement. Nothing. No cars pulling in, no headlights flaring, no shadows crossing the ground, just empty space under sodium lights. The green icon stayed lit. A second camera activated. West parking lot, same sharpening of the image, same green icon, same slight delay between the timestamp and the clock on the wall. Still nothing moving. I felt that tight, watchful sensation settle deeper into my chest, like my body had decided this was something to pay attention to whether I wanted it to or not. This isn't how it works, I murmured, more to myself than anything else. The system was old, but it wasn't autonomous. It didn't decide what to focus on. It responded. It didn't initiate. A third feed changed. The loading dock. The camera angle adjusted slightly. Not a pan, not a zoom, but a subtle recalibration, as if the lens were refocusing. The green live review icon appeared. The dock was empty. The roll-up door was shut. The concrete looked dull and flat beneath the harsh overhead light. No explanation. Then the fourth camera came online. Second floor hallway, building B. That one made my breath hitch before I could stop it. The hallway camera had always been temperamental. The angle was narrow, the lighting uneven. During the day, it showed a steady stream of employees heading to and from offices. At night, it showed nothing but beige walls, closed doors, and the occasional flicker as motion sensor lights activated and deactivated. Now the feed sharpened. The green icon appeared, and the hallway lights brightened slightly, as if the system had overridden the motion sensors and forced them on. The hallway was empty, but the emptiness felt different when the lights were fully lit. Too clean, too exposed, like a stage waiting for someone to step into it. I glanced away from the monitors for a second, checking the lobby with my own eyes. Still empty, still quiet. The doors were closed. The elevator indicator was dark. When I looked back, the next camera had already activated. First floor stairwell. Green icon. The stairwell lights came up, bathing the concrete steps in a sterile glow. The handrails gleamed faintly. The door at the bottom of the stairs was shut. Nothing moved. My pulse picked up, each beat loud enough that I could feel it in my neck. I hadn't moved. I hadn't touched anything. The system was cycling through the cameras like it was performing a check, like it was verifying something. I reached for the mouse and clicked on the East Lot feed, trying to override whatever process was running. The cursor lagged, just a fraction of a second, but enough to be noticeable now that I was looking for it. I clicked again. The feed didn't change. The cursor moved. The screen didn't respond. The green icon remained. Another camera activated. Third floor hallway, building A. The image sharpened. The lights brightened. Empty. At this point, my rational explanations were running thin, but I clung to them anyway. Software glitch, automated diagnostic, a scheduled system check that had somehow been misconfigured to run at midnight. That explanation almost made sense. Almost. Except diagnostics didn't prioritize specific areas. They ran quietly in the background. They didn't light up hallways like interrogation rooms. They didn't feel like this. I became acutely aware of my posture, of how still I was sitting. I felt like any sudden movement might draw attention, though I couldn't have said whose attention that would be. The sensation wasn't paranoia so much as etiquette, like being in a place where you instinctively lower your voice without knowing why. The cameras continued their sequence. Basement corridor, maintenance closet, rear stairwell. Each feed came online with the same quiet insistence. Each image sharpened, each light brightened. No figures appeared, no shadows crossed the frame, no doors opened. And yet, with every new camera that activated, the feeling of being watched intensified. Not watched by a person, but by a process. A system that wasn't looking for something specific, but was aware of everything, including me. I noticed then that the lobby camera, the one that showed me, had not activated yet. That detail gnawed at me. Every other feed was now marked live review, but the lobby remained unchanged. No green icon, no forced lighting. Just the same wide-angle view of the desk, the doors, and me sitting there, hands folded, trying very hard not to panic. It felt deliberate, like the system was checking the rest of the building before returning its focus to me. I shifted in my chair. 3 seconds later, on the lobby feed, I shifted. The delay was still there. I stared at my on-screen self, watching him breathe, watching his shoulders rise and fall slightly out of sync with my own. The familiarity of my own image was unsettling now. It felt less like a reflection and more like footage of someone who looked like me, someone recorded. I swallowed and reached for the radio clipped to my belt. It was a basic unit, connected to a repeater shared with a couple of other sites. I hadn't planned to use it, but hearing my own voice, even through static, felt like it might anchor me. I pressed the button. "Central," I said, keeping my tone even. "This is Site B. Are you seeing any system tests running tonight?" The radio crackled softly. No response. I waited a few seconds, then tried again. "Central, this is Site B. I'm seeing multiple cameras enter live review without input. Can you confirm?" Static. That wasn't unusual on its own. Overnight staffing was thin. Sometimes no one was listening. Sometimes it took a minute for someone to answer. Still, the silence felt heavier now, weighted by everything else. I clipped the radio back onto my belt and looked up just in time to see the lobby camera activate. The green live review icon appeared in the corner of the screen. The lobby lights brightened slightly, washing the space in a colder, harsher glow. The glass doors reflected the interior more clearly now, turning the dark outside into a mirror. On screen, I watched myself sit there under the intensified lights, my face pale, eyes fixed on the monitors. The image was delayed, but something else was different. The framing had changed. The camera hadn't moved physically, but the software had adjusted the crop. The desk took up less of the frame. The empty space around me took up more. It was subtle, but unmistakable. The system wasn't just watching the lobby, it was centering me. I felt a cold prickle along my spine as that realization settled in. I hadn't done anything to trigger this focus. I hadn't broken a rule. I hadn't reported an incident. I was simply present. And presence, apparently, was enough. I stood up slowly, deliberately, and took one step away from the desk. 3 seconds later, the image followed. The green icon remained. I took another step, moving toward the center of the lobby. The lights above me hummed softly, and for a moment I thought I heard the PA system click, but no beep followed. Just silence. I looked around the room, forcing myself to note the mundane details. The trash can near the doors, the scuff marks on the floor, the faint reflection of the monitors in the glass. Normal things. I raised my hand and waved once, a small, controlled motion. On screen, the delayed version of me waved back. There was no distortion now, no smudge, no smile, just the delay. That almost made it worse, because it meant whatever I'd seen earlier, the wrongness, the smile, the shushing gesture, hadn't been a permanent state. It had been a moment, a test. The cameras continued to cycle, but now the pattern had changed. Instead of activating new feeds, the system began refreshing the existing ones, one by one, in a slow loop. Each feed brightened, sharpened, then dimmed slightly before moving on to the next. East lot, west lot, loading dock, second floor hallway, stairwell, lobby, over and over, like a checklist being run repeatedly. I sat back down, heart pounding, and watched. Nothing appeared. No intruder. No shadow. No anomaly I could point to and say, there, that's the problem. And yet the sense of surveillance grew more intense with every pass. It wasn't the fear of being attacked. It was the fear of being evaluated. I had the strange, irrational thought that if I did the wrong thing, stood in the wrong place, moved at the wrong time, I might fail whatever this process was. The PA system clicked softly, not a beep, just a faint electrical tick. I flinched, eyes snapping to the ceiling speakers. Then the HVAC cycled again, the air pressure shifting with a sigh that felt almost anticipatory. I checked the time. 12:19 a.m., 19 minutes past midnight. The year had changed. The building had not. I thought again about the time card terminal behind the desk, about the missing out option, about the words "clock out unavailable" glowing patiently on the screen. The phrase took on a new meaning now. This wasn't a malfunction. It was enforcement. The system didn't think my shift was over because, according to whatever criteria it was using, it wasn't. And as the cameras continued their silent, methodical sweep, never revealing anything but empty space, I began to understand something that made my mouth go dry. The building wasn't looking for an intruder. It was confirming containment, confirming that everything was where it was supposed to be, including me. I stayed very still after that. Not because I was afraid to move, but because I had the distinct impression that movement was no longer the point, that whatever was happening would continue whether I reacted or not. The cameras finished another cycle. The lobby feed lingered on me a second longer than the others before refreshing. The green icon pulsed softly, and in the quiet that followed, with no shadows to explain and no figures to confront, the sense of being watched settled into something colder and more enduring. I wasn't being observed by eyes. I was being processed, and somewhere deep in the building systems, beneath the cameras, beneath the lights, beneath the sounds that had formed their own rhythm, a decision was still being made. I just didn't know yet what it was deciding to do with me. I didn't hear it right away. That's the detail that still unsettles me the most. That the sound didn't announce itself as something new. It didn't crash into the room or spike my adrenaline. It arrived the way routine does, slipping into the existing noise so naturally that my brain tried to place it before it questioned it. The cameras were still cycling. The green live review icon pulsed from feed to feed in its slow, methodical loop. The HVAC sighed and restarted. The neon buzzed. The refrigerator clicked. The building maintained its rhythm, that steady, mechanical breathing I had known for months. And somewhere inside that pattern, the PA system activated. There was no warning tone this time, no preparatory beep, no sharp sound to draw attention, just a voice. "You're still clocked in." It came from the ceiling speakers, evenly spaced across the lobby. The sound distributed so perfectly that it was impossible to tell where it originated. The volume was moderate, not loud, not quiet. The kind of level designed to be heard clearly, without startling anyone. The voice didn't echo. It didn't distort. It didn't carry static or feedback. It sounded exactly like a properly functioning system. I didn't jump. I didn't gasp. I didn't swear or shout. I sat there, hands resting on the desk, and felt my thoughts slow, as if my brain had been gently wrapped in cotton. The sentence replayed in my head, not because it frightened me, but because it fit too well with everything else that had been happening. "You're still clocked in." No accusation, no warning, no emotion at all. Just a statement of status. I looked up at the ceiling speakers, scanning them as if one might betray itself by vibrating or flickering. They didn't. They sat there, inert and unremarkable, like they always had. The cameras continued their cycle. The lobby feed showed me sitting very still, 3 seconds behind, eyes lifted toward the ceiling. Watching myself watch the speakers created a strange loop, like I was observing my own confusion from a safe distance. I waited for the voice to continue. It didn't. The silence that followed wasn't dramatic. It wasn't heavy with menace. It was simply the absence of further instruction. I swallowed and cleared my throat, the sound loud in my own ears. "That's not funny," I said quietly. My voice didn't echo the way I expected it to. The words felt absorbed by the space, like sound entering thick fabric. I knew the PA system didn't have pre-recorded messages like that. Not that one. There were emergency announcements, fire alerts, evacuation notices. All of them had specific tones and cadences. All of them sounded like they were meant for groups of people, not one person alone at night. This voice had been conversational, neutral, almost polite. I reached for the radio again, fingers fumbling slightly as adrenaline finally began to seep through the numbness. "Central," I said louder now. "Did you just broadcast something over the PA at Site B?" The radio hissed with static. I waited, counting breaths. Nothing. I tried again, this time cycling through channels, hoping to catch someone, anyone, who could tell me this was a test, a prank, a mistake. Still nothing. I set the radio down carefully, as if sudden movement might provoke another announcement. My heart was beating faster now, but it wasn't the wild, panicked rhythm I'd expected. It was controlled, focused, like my body had switched into a mode designed to endure rather than escape. I glanced back at the time card terminal. The screen was still lit. Shift. Active clock out unavailable. The words felt different now that I'd heard them spoken aloud. It wasn't a glitch displaying text anymore. It was a system enforcing a condition. I stood up slowly, every muscle tense, and took a step toward the center of the lobby. The voice didn't return. The cameras followed, delayed. The lights stayed bright. I walked a slow circle around the desk, deliberately making noise. Keys clinking, boots scuffing, breath audible, testing whether the system would respond. Nothing. The building didn't react to movement the way it had earlier. No immediate beep. No abrupt HVAC change. It simply watched. That calm response unsettled me more than any sudden noise could have. It suggested that whatever threshold I'd crossed, I was now on the correct side of it. I stopped near the front doors, staring at my reflection in the glass. The outside world looked distant and unreal, flattened by darkness and reflections. For a moment, I considered trying the door again, just to confirm what I already knew. Before I could move, the PA system activated a second time. "You're still clocked in." Same tone, same volume, same lack of emphasis. The words landed differently now, not because they were louder or harsher, but because they were repeated. Repetition is how systems confirm errors. Repetition is how processes loop when conditions haven't changed. I turned slowly, scanning the lobby, half expecting to see someone standing there, an operator, a prankster, anyone who could be responsible. There was no one. The cameras continued their methodical cycle. The voice didn't elaborate. It didn't explain why. It didn't instruct me to do anything. It simply reminded me of my status. And that, I realized, was the jump scare, not the sound itself. not the timing. The fact that the voice wasn't trying to scare me. It was informing me. I felt a tightness in my chest, a pressure that had nothing to do with breathing. My hands tingled slightly, fingers cold, despite the warm air blowing from the vents. I spoke again, forcing my voice to stay steady. "Okay," I said to the empty lobby. "Okay, I hear you." The words felt ridiculous the moment they left my mouth, but some instinct told me that acknowledging the statement mattered. The PA system remained silent. The HVAC cycled. The cameras kept watching. And for the first time since midnight, I felt something give way inside me. Not fear, exactly, but certainty. The building wasn't malfunctioning. It was communicating. Once you accept something that shouldn't be possible, the real damage doesn't happen all at once. It happens quietly, through adjustments you don't notice until they've already reshaped your behavior. I told myself I was fine. I told myself that over and over, the way you do when you need the words to become true through repetition. I sat back down at the desk and focused on the physical sensations. The solid surface under my palms, the faint vibration of machinery through the floor, the weight of my boots anchoring me in place. "This is just stress," I murmured. "You're tired. It's late." My voice sounded thin, but it helped. I decided not to check the cameras anymore. That choice didn't feel like avoidance at the time. It felt strategic, logical. If the feeds were delayed, if they were unreliable, staring at them would only amplify my anxiety. Better to rely on my own senses. Better to trust what I could see and hear directly. So I turned my chair slightly away from the monitors. Not fully. Just enough that they were no longer in my direct line of sight. That small change mattered more than I realized. Without the constant visual input, the lobby felt different, larger, less defined. The hum of the HVAC grew more noticeable, the sound of air moving through unseen spaces. The neon buzz seemed sharper, closer to my ears. Every click and shift stood out now, unfiltered by the reassurance of empty camera feeds. I focused on paperwork instead. I opened the incident log and began writing things that didn't need to be written. Observations without incidents, routine notes, anything to give my hands purpose. 12:21. Routine status check. All systems operational. The lie sat there on the screen, neat and convincing. I told myself the voice had been a pre-recorded error message triggered by the time card system. Maybe the PA was somehow linked to the terminal. Maybe an update had gone wrong. Maybe the system was stuck in a loop, repeating a condition without understanding context. Machines do that. They don't understand nuance. That explanation worked, for a while. I avoided looking at the time card terminal, avoided the monitors, avoided the doors. Instead, I listened. The sounds had shifted again, subtly. The HVAC no longer cycled at regular intervals. It would run for an uncomfortably long time, then stop abruptly, leaving the air heavy and still. The refrigerator clicked on sooner than it should have, then stayed running, its motor whining softly like it was under strain. The neon buzz fluctuated in pitch, rising and falling in a way that made my teeth ache if I paid too much attention. I stopped paying attention, or I tried to. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through old messages, photos, anything that reminded me of a world that existed beyond the building. I considered calling my wife again, but the idea of explaining what was happening, even to myself, felt impossible. What would I say? The building told me I'm still clocked in. I unlocked my phone, then locked it again without doing anything. Minutes passed, or maybe seconds. Time had begun to lose its edges, blurring in a way that made it hard to keep track of how long I'd been sitting there. At some point, I realized I was holding my breath whenever the HVAC shut off. I hadn't noticed when that started. I also realized I was timing my movements between sounds, standing when the vents were running, sitting when the fridge was clicking, as if the background noise provided cover. That realization disturbed me more than the voice had, because it meant my behavior was adapting. I wasn't reacting anymore. I was accommodating. I stood up and walked toward the break room, telling myself I needed water. My mouth felt dry, my tongue thick. The idea of drinking something cold felt grounding. As I walked, I kept my eyes forward. I didn't glance at the monitors in my peripheral vision. I didn't want to see myself moving a few seconds later. The break room lights came on automatically, bright and harsh. The fridge hummed loudly, almost aggressively. I opened it and grabbed a bottle of water, my hands shaking just enough that the plastic crinkled audibly. The sound made me flinch. I twisted the cap off and took a long drink, the cold sharp against my throat. For a moment, the physical sensation cut through everything else. I leaned against the counter, breathing slowly, counting sips. 5, 10. By the time I finished the bottle, my heart rate had slowed. I told myself that meant I was okay. On my way back to the desk, I paused in the hallway that led to the restrooms. The motion sensor lights flicked on ahead of me, illuminating empty space. The quiet there felt different than the lobby, more enclosed, more personal. I stood there for a few seconds longer than necessary, listening. Nothing happened. No voice, no beep. Relief washed through me, faint but real. Maybe the announcement had been a one-time error. Maybe acknowledging it, saying I hear you, had resolved whatever condition had triggered it. I returned to the desk and sat down, deliberately positioning myself so the monitors were fully behind me now. I didn't want to see them. That was the moment I knew something inside me had shifted. The cameras had been my security blanket, my proof that nothing was there. Turning away from them felt like turning my back on certainty itself. But it also felt safer. If I couldn't see the delay, it couldn't bother me. If I couldn't watch the feeds, I wouldn't notice if they did something wrong. That logic was flawed. I knew that. I accepted it anyway. The PA system remained silent for a long time after that, long enough that I began to hope it was over. Long enough that the building's sounds settled into a new baseline, less rhythmic, more erratic, but familiar enough that my body adjusted. I wrote more notes, checked my phone, drank another bottle of water. I stopped checking the time. At some point, I realized I hadn't stood up in a while. My legs felt stiff, my lower back aching. I shifted in the chair, trying to get comfortable. The chair creaked softly. 3 seconds later, I heard the same creak again. Not from the chair, from behind me. The sound was faint, almost identical, but wrong enough that my skin prickled. I stayed perfectly still, staring at the blank wall in front of me. I didn't turn around. I didn't check the cameras. I told myself it was the building settling. Old furniture, temperature changes. I told myself that because the alternative required acknowledging something I wasn't ready to face. The PA system remained silent. That silence became its own kind of threat. Because now, I knew it could speak. And the fact that it wasn't meant, it was either waiting, or it didn't need to remind me anymore. I sat there, breathing shallowly, aware of every sound, every shift in air pressure, every subtle vibration through the floor. I wasn't panicking. I wasn't screaming. I wasn't trying to escape. I was doing something far worse. I was adapting to the idea that I might not leave when I decided to, that the concept of end of shift might no longer apply to me. And in that acceptance, quiet, incremental, terrifying, I felt the first true collapse take hold. Not a breakdown, a reconfiguration. I had stopped watching the cameras. I had stopped challenging the system. I had stopped expecting an explanation. I was still clocked in. And some part of me was beginning to behave like that was normal. There are moments in your life where your body makes a decision before your mind does. You don't think, I'm going to freeze. You don't plan, I'm not going to look. It just happens. And later, when you replay it in your head, you realize that whatever instinct lives under your rational thoughts had already weighed the options and chosen the one that kept you alive, whether it made sense or not. That's what happened to me in the lobby. I had been sitting with the monitors behind me for what felt like a long time. I wasn't checking the time anymore. I wasn't scrolling my phone. I wasn't writing notes. I was just listening to the building breathe and click and buzz, feeling the air move when it wanted to and stop when it didn't. The silence between cycles had become a place my thoughts didn't want to go. At some point, I became aware of a new sound, not loud, not obvious, just a faint, intermittent distortion in the lobby, like a small speaker cutting in and out, a soft electrical hiss that didn't match the neon buzz or the HVAC hum. I knew, without turning, that it was coming from the monitors. That faint glow of screens behind me was changing. I could feel it the way you can feel someone enter a room without hearing their footsteps. A subtle shift in light on the back of your neck. A change in the way shadows fall at the edges of your vision. I told myself not to look. I don't know why. That's what scares me about this part. I still can't explain why my brain decided that seeing the monitors would make things worse. Maybe because the cameras had already lied to me once. Maybe because I didn't trust what I would see. Maybe because I was afraid I'd see something and then have to act. I sat very still, hands resting flat on the desk, and tried to focus on something else. The grain of the laminate, the faint ring stain from my coffee cup, the cool draft brushing my knuckles from a vent under the desk. Behind me, the static from the monitors grew slightly louder. Then the chair creaked again. Not my chair. A creak that sounded like it came from the same direction as the camera wall, like someone shifting their weight somewhere behind me, carefully, slowly, trying not to make noise, but not quite managing to avoid it. My throat tightened. I swallowed and felt nothing move. I reminded myself of the delay. 3 seconds. If I turned around quickly, I'd see the monitor showing the past. I'd see myself still sitting, still facing forward, still unaware. That thought alone should have pushed me to look anyway, to confirm what was real, to stop letting the system control my perception. Instead, it made me hold still. Because if I turned around, I'd be looking into a gap I didn't understand. I heard the PA system click softly. Just a mechanical switch. No beep, no voice. The HVAC cycled, pushing air harder for a few seconds, then easing back. And then I heard my own name, not spoken aloud, not whispered, not coming through the speakers. I heard it the way you hear something in a dream right before you wake up. Clear, immediate, as if it had been said right beside you. I froze so completely that the muscles in my neck started to ache. My mind tried to rationalize again, desperately. Sleep deprivation, stress, auditory hallucination. The human brain is capable of anything when it's alone and tired and scared. But then the light behind me changed. The glow of the monitors brightened, strong enough that I could see my hands more clearly on the desk. The room's shadows shifted slightly forward. Someone, or something, had brought the lobby feed into full screen. I knew it without looking, because the light from the monitors was different when one feed dominated. Brighter, whiter, more focused. The electrical hiss stopped. In its place, there was quiet. The kind of quiet that feels like an audience waiting. I stared at the blank wall in front of me, forcing myself not to move. My breath came shallow and fast, but I tried to control it, tried to keep it from becoming obvious. Then I heard a sound I couldn't dismiss. The soft tap of a key being pressed. A single button, rubberized, familiar. The time card terminal behind me. I hadn't gone near it. I hadn't typed my number. Yet I heard that beep. The lower, friendlier tone. The one that used to mean routine. Beep. I squeezed my fingers into the desk edge until the pressure hurt. And then, from behind me, came the faintest sound of fabric shifting, like someone leaning closer. I didn't turn around. I didn't check the monitors. I didn't even blink. I told myself that if I kept my eyes forward, this would pass. Like a wave. Like a thought. Like a glitch. The thought was pathetic, and I knew it, but it was all I had. A few seconds later, the building made a new sound. The tiny mechanical whir of a camera refocusing. It wasn't the loud, obvious movement of a rotating lens. It was subtle, internal. Like the camera was adjusting its attention. Then the desk phone, an old landline no one used anymore, lit up. Not ringing, just the light. A small red indicator blinking slowly. I stared at it, my vision tunneling. The light blinked again, and again, as if it wanted me to notice. And then, without thinking, my hand reached toward it. The moment my fingers touched the receiver, the PA system spoke again. "You're still clocked in?" Same calm tone, same flat delivery. No anger, no urgency. But this time, the voice sounded closer. Not because it was louder, because it felt directed, as if it wasn't announcing to the building. It was reminding me personally. My hand froze on the phone. Behind me, the monitors made a soft, distinct sound, the click of a feed switching. I felt the urge to look flare hot and immediate. I fought it, because something in me had decided that looking would be a mistake. I don't know if that instinct was right. I only know it was absolute. I sat there, hand on the phone, eyes forward, heart pounding. Then the desk phone light stopped blinking. The lobby went still. For several seconds, nothing happened. In that silence, I could hear my own breathing again, shallow and uneven. I could hear the faint buzz of neon. I could hear the HVAC's low hum. I thought it might be over. Then, in my peripheral vision, just at the edge of sight, I saw a faint reflection in the glass of the front doors. It wasn't a clear reflection, because the outside was dark and the lobby lights were dim. But the monitors behind me cast enough glow that I could see a suggestion of shapes. My own silhouette, seated, and behind it, a second shape, tall, still, close enough that it should have cast a shadow on me if it were real. The shape didn't move. I held my breath, eyes locked forward, refusing to turn my head even a fraction. The muscles in my neck burned. The urge to look became nearly unbearable. But I didn't. because the reflection was too vague to trust, and because if I turned, I'd be committing to whatever was behind me being real. I sat in that position until my eyes watered, until my hands went numb, until I couldn't tell if the second shape was still there or if my mind was filling it in. Finally, the monitors behind me dimmed slightly, like the system had ended the full screen feed. The glow softened. The pressure in the room eased just a fraction, and I heard a quiet sound that made my stomach drop. A soft, almost gentle exhale, not mine, from behind me. I didn't turn around. I waited until the sound faded, until the HVAC cycled, until the neon buzz returned to its usual pitch. Only then did I let myself move again, slowly, like a person waking from paralysis. I reached forward, grabbed my phone, and texted my wife 2 words I'd never meant to send. Call me. My hands shook as I hit send. I still didn't turn around. I don't remember exactly when the night ended. That's another truth that bothers me. I can give you times for the alerts, for the first PA message, for the way the cameras shifted into live review. But after that moment, after the reflection in the glass and the breath behind me, time stopped behaving like something I could measure. The building's sounds continued. The HVAC cycled in sharp bursts. The refrigerator clicked too often. The neon buzz rose and fell like it was breathing. The PA system stayed silent for a long stretch, as if it had said what it needed to say. And I stayed in the lobby, moving only when I had to, walking short, careful loops, drinking water, forcing myself to stay awake because I was terrified of what would happen if I fell asleep. At some point, the camera delay stopped bothering me because I stopped relying on the cameras altogether. I avoided looking at them directly. I used them only in quick glances, just enough to confirm there were no obvious intruders. But I never saw anything obvious. That's what makes this story hard to tell. There was no moment where I could point and say, that's the monster. There was only the building, and the sense that the building had decided something about me. Around 5:30 a.m., the world outside began to shift. The darkness thinned near the horizon. The highway sounds changed as early commuters started moving, tires hissing on damp pavement. A few distant fireworks popped. Late stragglers from celebrations, faint and tired. The lobby windows went from mirrors to glass. I could see outside again instead of just my own reflection. That change should have felt like relief. Instead, it felt like exposure. Because if the building had been watching me all night, now the outside world could too. At 6:05 a.m., the automatic lights brightened as part of the morning schedule. The lobby warmed slightly. The building's hum shifted into its daytime rhythm, as if nothing unusual had happened. The camera system ended live review mode on its own. The green icons disappeared. The feeds returned to their normal, slightly washed out quality. The PA system stayed quiet. The office complex looked like itself again. I sat at the desk, exhausted, staring at the front doors. At 6:30 a.m., the first cleaning crew arrived. I heard the muffled voices outside before I saw them. The sound of a van door sliding open, footsteps on the walkway. A woman in a reflective vest swiped her badge and stepped into the lobby, talking to someone behind her about coffee and traffic. She glanced at me and gave a polite nod, like I was just another tired worker. "Happy New Year," she said. My mouth opened, but no words came out at first. When I finally spoke, my voice sounded wrong, scraped thin. "Happy New Year," I managed. The moment she said it, something inside me loosened, just slightly, because it meant the world had continued. Normal people were here. The building was no longer mine alone. I stood up on stiff legs and walked to the time card terminal. My hands shook as I typed my number. Beep. The screen displayed my name and the shift start time. In. 9:58 p.m. For a second, I thought the nightmare was over. Then I saw the status line beneath it. Shift. Active. The out option was back. My breath caught. I pressed it immediately, almost angrily, like slamming a door. The terminal beeped again. The screen processed for a moment, the little loading icon spinning. Then it displayed a message I will never forget. Clock out failed. Try again. I stared at it, my vision narrowing. The words didn't look real. They looked like something you see in a dream, where you can't make your hands work properly. I pressed out again. Beep. The screen processed. Clock out failed. Try again. My heart pounded. The cleaning crew moved through the lobby behind me, chatting, laughing softly, their presence surreal against my private panic. I tried again. Same result. I looked down at my hands, flexing my fingers as if they might be the problem. I tried once more. The terminal beeped, then froze for a moment longer than before. When it finally updated, it didn't show an error message. It showed the same flat status line. Shift. Active, and underneath it, in smaller letters, as if this was the simplest fact in the world. You're still clocked in. I stood there staring at the screen until my eyes burned. Behind me, someone laughed about a party they'd attended, about how late they'd stayed up, about how tired they were. I wanted to grab them and shake them and say, "Do you understand what this place just told me?" But I didn't, because how do you explain that a building has decided you don't get to leave? Because how do you tell someone that the worst part of the night wasn't what you saw, but what you didn't? I walked back to the desk, gathered my things slowly, and waited until my replacement arrived, a day guard with sleepy eyes and a thermos of fresh coffee. He asked if it had been quiet. I told him yes. I didn't mention the PA voice. I didn't mention the camera delay. I didn't mention the reflection in the glass. I signed the log with steady handwriting. I stepped outside into the cold morning air. The sun was barely up. The parking lot looked harmless in daylight. Cars moved on the highway. The world felt normal again, like the night had been a fever dream. I drove home without turning on the radio. I kept both hands on the wheel. I didn't look in my rearview mirror more than I had to. When I got home, my wife hugged me and said, "You look awful." I told her I hadn't slept. That was true. I never went back to that job. Not because I quit officially. Not because I filed a complaint. Not because I made a scene. I simply stopped showing up. Because I couldn't shake the certainty that if I walked back into that lobby, the time card terminal would still say the same thing it said that morning. Shift. Active. And the building would remind me in that calm, emotionless voice that I'd never really clocked out. I didn't quit. I just stopped going back. I didn't tell anyone why I left my old job. Not my supervisor, not HR, not even my wife, at least not the real reason. On paper, the explanation was clean and ordinary. A better offer, fewer night hours, more travel, but better pay. The kind of career move people make all the time once they hit their 30s and start telling themselves it's time to be practical. And for a while, I let myself believe that version too. The truth was messier, quieter, harder to explain without sounding unhinged. After that last night at the office complex, I couldn't stand the idea of being in one place for too long. I didn't want routines anymore. I didn't want systems that learned my habits. I wanted motion, hotels, temporary keys, places where no one knew my name and nothing expected me to stay. So when the new job came with frequent travel, I took it without hesitation. The work itself wasn't remarkable. Regional inspections, short-term consulting, a few days here, a few days there. I spent more time on highways than in offices. My life reduced to exits, gas stations, and GPS voices telling me where to turn next. I told myself that was freedom. It felt like escape. Roadside motels became part of my routine almost immediately. Not the glossy chain hotels near airports, but the ones just far enough off the highway that you only stayed there if you were tired or trying to save money. Places with flickering vacancy signs, thin walls, and parking lots that never quite filled up. I preferred those. They didn't pretend to be permanent. Each stay felt like a pause button, somewhere to sleep, shower, and disappear again in the morning. I never unpacked more than I needed. My suitcase stayed half-zipped. My clothes folded just enough to keep from wrinkling too badly. I told myself that was efficiency. Really, it was precaution. The first motel where things started to feel wrong sat just outside a small town I couldn't name now, even if I tried. One of those places you pass through without meaning to, where the highway bends slightly and spits you out near a cluster of fast food signs and gas stations. It was late when I pulled in, close to midnight, though I hadn't been paying attention to the exact time. I'd been driving for hours, the road unspooling ahead of me in long, hypnotic stretches. Talk radio faded in and out with static, voices blurring into background noise. When I saw the vacancy sign glowing red against the dark, I didn't hesitate. The motel was a single-story strip, doors facing the parking lot. The building looked tired but intact. Fresh enough paint to suggest recent maintenance. Old enough carpet to suggest nothing ever really changed. Sodium lights cast that familiar orange glow across cracked asphalt, turning oil stains into dark, abstract shapes. I parked near the office and sat in the car for a moment, engine idling, listening to it tick softly as it cooled. That habit had started after the night shift job, sitting still before entering a place, letting my body catch up with where I was. The air smelled like warm dust and exhaust. Inside the office, the lighting was dim but clean. A bell sat on the counter, its brass dulled by years of use. A laminated sign advertised weekly rates. Behind the counter, a woman in her 40s scrolled through her phone, glasses perched low on her nose. She looked up when I rang the bell. "Checking in?" she asked, already reaching for a clipboard. "Yes," I said, "just for the night." She nodded like she heard that sentence 100 times a week. I filled out the form. Name, license plate, room type. She slid a key card across the counter without much ceremony. "Room 12, she said. "Ice machines down the hall. Checkouts at 11. I thanked her, took the key, and turned to leave. "Quiet night," she added casually, eyes back on her phone. It felt like a statement, more than a reassurance. Outside, the parking lot was nearly empty. A pickup truck sat near the far end, backed into a space. Another car, dark sedan, windows tinted, parked closer to the building. No one inside either vehicle. I found room 12 easily. The door opened with a soft click, and the familiar motel smell hit me immediately. Cleaning solution layered over something older, something that never quite left. The room was exactly what I expected. Queen bed with a patterned bedspread, Small desk bolted to the wall. A TV mounted too high, angled slightly downward. The air conditioner unit beneath the window rattled softly as it ran, pushing out cool air that smelled faintly metallic. I dropped my bag by the desk and locked the door behind me, sliding the deadbolt into place with a solid thunk that made me feel better than it probably should have. I didn't turn on the TV. Instead, I sat on the edge of the bed and listened. Motels have a particular kind of quiet, not true silence, more like layered absence. You hear other people without seeing them. A door closing somewhere down the row. Footsteps passing briefly outside. A muffled voice through the wall that fades before you can make out words. That night, there was very little of even that. The pickup truck never started. The sedan stayed dark. No doors opened or closed. Just the hum of the air conditioner and the distant rush of cars on the highway, softened by distance. I told myself this was good, peaceful, temporary. I showered quickly, the water pressure inconsistent, the pipes clanking faintly behind the wall. I changed into a clean shirt and jeans, not bothering with pajamas. Another habit I'd picked up, staying dressed enough to leave at a moment's notice. When I lay down, the mattress creaked softly, springs protesting before settling. The sheets were stiff with detergent, smelling sharp and artificial. I stared at the ceiling, tracing faint water stains with my eyes, my mind drifting in that unfocused way it did when I was too tired to think, but too alert to sleep. I checked my phone. No new messages. The time read 12:14 a.m. That number meant nothing to me anymore. Midnight had lost whatever symbolism it once held. I set the phone face down on the nightstand and closed my eyes. That's when I realized something was missing. Sound. The air conditioner was still running, but the highway noise, the distant constant shush I'd heard when I pulled in, had faded. Not gradually, just stopped. I opened my eyes. The room felt smaller, without that background noise, like the walls had edged closer together. I sat up slightly, listening. No cars, no trucks, no tires on asphalt, just the AC unit and my own breathing. I told myself traffic ebbs at night. Maybe there was an accident. Maybe the road dipped out of earshot from this angle. Perfectly reasonable explanations. Still, I got up and walked to the window. The curtains parted easily, fabric whispering softly as I pulled them aside. Outside, the parking lot lay under orange light. Shadows pooled around the bases of the light poles. The pickup truck was still there. The sedan too. The highway beyond the lot looked empty. Not deserted. Empty. No headlights, no taillights, no movement at all. I watched for a full minute, waiting for a car to appear, to prove my unease was unfounded. Nothing did. A chill crept up my arms, and I let the curtain fall back into place. Just tired, I muttered. I went back to the bed and lay down again, forcing my body to relax. I counted breaths. I focused on the AC's rattle, the predictable start and stop of the compressor. Eventually, my eyelids grew heavy. Right as I started to drift, my phone vibrated on the nightstand. I opened my eyes and reached for it immediately, heart kicking harder than it should have. The screen lit up. No missed call, no message preview, no app notification, just a banner with no text. Blank. It vanished as soon as I touched the screen. I sat up, pulse quickening. Okay, I said softly, more to hear my own voice than anything else. Phones glitch, signals drop, software hiccups, especially in places like this, where cell service wavered between one bar and none. I set the phone back down. It vibrated again, Same thing. Blank. Gone. I stared at the phone, a familiar sensation settling into my chest. Not full fear yet, but recognition. The feeling of something small being off. The kind of thing you'd normally ignore. The kind of thing that tells you this place really is temporary, whether you want it to be or not. I didn't know it then, but that motel wasn't just a stop on my route. It was the first place since I'd left my old job that seemed to remember I was there. And it hadn't decided yet whether that was a good thing. If you've stayed in enough roadside motels, you start to recognize them the way you recognize a type of weather. Not by any single detail, but by the way all the details sit together. The way the place tells you, without words, that it was built to be passed through, not lived in. This motel was no different, at least not at first. From the window of room 12, the parking lot stretched out under a row of sodium lights that cast everything in that unmistakable orange haze. Sodium vapor lighting doesn't just illuminate, it flattens. It drains color from the world and replaces it with something sickly and uniform, like the whole place has been dipped in rust. White cars turned peach. Black cars turned brown. Shadows pooled thick and dark at the edges of the lot, clinging to the undersides of vehicles and the bases of the light poles. The light flickered occasionally, not enough to fail, just enough to remind you it could. That flicker was comforting, in a way. It meant the light was old, predictable, human-made. It meant the place had limits. I stood at the window longer than I needed to, watching the light hum softly, listening to the faint electrical buzz that you can feel more than hear when you're close enough. The pickup truck at the far end of the lot looked abandoned, its paint dulled by years of sun and road dust. The sedan closer to my room sat perfectly still, its windows dark, its shape too clean, too deliberate. I told myself it belonged to another guest. Someone tired like me, already asleep, unaware of how carefully I was cataloging their car. Eventually, I stepped away from the window and locked the door again, even though it was already locked. Another habit I didn't remember forming. The interior hallway ran parallel to the parking lot, accessible through a side door near the office. I hadn't planned on going out again, but something about the room felt unfinished, like I hadn't fully mapped it yet. And when you spend enough time alone, mapping becomes a way of convincing yourself you're in control. I grabbed my key card and stepped into the hallway. The door closed behind me with a hollow thud, and the smell hit me immediately. Hallway carpet has a particular scent that never changes, no matter the state or decade. A mix of industrial cleaner, damp fibers, and something vaguely organic, like dust that's been walked on for years without ever being truly removed. It clung to the back of my throat, not unpleasant enough to complain about, but strong enough to notice. The carpet itself was patterned in muted reds and browns, the design busy enough to hide stains, but worn thin in the center from countless rolling suitcases. The walls were painted a dull beige, scuffed at knee height, bearing the quiet evidence of years of travelers passing through without stopping long enough to care. The hallway lights were fluorescent, recessed into the ceiling, humming softly, not buzzing like the neon back at the office complex. This was a lower, steadier sound, like a tired breath being held too long. Every few yards, the hum shifted slightly, the pitch changing as the fixtures aged at different rates. I walked slowly, my footsteps muffled by the carpet, the sound oddly intimate in the enclosed space. Doors lined both sides of the hallway, each identical. Peephole, deadbolt, faded room numbers screwed into the wood. Some doors had do not disturb signs hanging slightly crooked. Others were bare. I noticed something then that I hadn't from outside. Most of the rooms looked occupied. Not visibly. No lights under doors. No sounds. But subtly. Towels folded on railings just inside windows. Curtains drawn with intention rather than neglect. A pair of shoes placed neatly outside one door, toes pointing toward the hallway, as if their owner had stepped out briefly and planned to return. I paused near that door, staring at the shoes longer than was polite. They were clean, practical, the kind of shoes someone would wear while driving long distances, someone like me. A shiver moved through me, and I forced myself to keep walking. Halfway down the hallway, I heard it. The ice machine. It was tucked into a shallow alcove near the vending machines. A beige metal box with a plastic chute and a faded sign warning guests to use the provided bucket. I hadn't planned on needing ice, but the sound drew me in anyway. Clunk. The noise was loud in the quiet hallway, a sudden mechanical thud followed by a low grinding sound as the machine strained and reset. It was the kind of sound that always makes you think of something heavy shifting inside, something you're not meant to see. I stood there, listening. The grinding stopped. Silence returned. I waited, oddly expectant. A few seconds passed. Then, clunk. Another load of ice dropped, even though no one had pressed the lever. I frowned, stepping closer. The machine's indicator light was on, glowing faintly behind scratched plastic. Old machines do that, I told myself. They cycle automatically. They make noise on their own schedule. Still, I glanced around the hallway. Empty. No doors opening. No footsteps. Just me and the machine. I leaned closer and peered into the chute. Ice sat there, piled neatly, untouched. Cold air spilled out, carrying that sharp, mineral smell that always reminds you ice isn't just frozen water. It's stored, processed, handled. I backed away slowly, unsettled by the sense that I'd interrupted something. As I turned to leave, the machine clunked again. This time, the sound felt closer, heavier, like the echo had shifted direction. I didn't look back. I returned to my room and shut the door behind me, sliding the deadbolt into place with deliberate care. The lock sounded louder than before, the metallic snap echoing briefly before the room settled. I leaned my back against the door and exhaled. "This is stupid," I whispered. But the words didn't land. The room smelled faintly of disinfectant and old fabric. The bedspread's pattern, some abstract geometric design meant to look modern, seemed busier now, the shapes overlapping in a way that made my eyes slide off them if I stared too long. The TV screen reflected the room faintly, dark and blank. I sat on the edge of the bed and listened. From somewhere down the hallway, a door opened and closed. The sound was muted by distance and carpet, but distinct enough to register. Footsteps followed, slow, measured, passing my door without stopping. I held my breath until they faded. The hallway felt quiet again. Minutes passed. I checked my phone. Still no messages. The time read 12:41 a.m. I set it down and lay back, staring at the ceiling. That's when the Americana of the place really set in. The way the motel felt like a relic of a particular version of the country, not the glossy one you see in commercials, but the practical, worn-through one built around highways and long drives, and people who are always on their way somewhere else. The curtains were patterned with faded stripes, the colors sun-bleached and uneven. The nightstand bore a small Bible tucked into a drawer, its edges soft from use. A laminated card on the desk advertised local attractions that looked decades out of date. It all felt intentional, like the motel existed outside time, preserved just enough to remain functional. That timelessness should have been comforting. Instead, it made me feel like I'd stepped into a place that remembered things longer than it should. The air conditioner rattled and kicked into a higher gear, the sound abrupt enough to make me flinch. Cold air rushed out, raising goosebumps along my arms. I adjusted the thermostat down slightly, but the unit continued to run at the same intensity, ignoring the change. I sat up and tried again. Nothing. The AC didn't respond. I sighed and lay back, deciding to let it run. Another small inconvenience, another thing to ignore. From the hallway, the ice machine clunked again. Once, twice. The second clunk was softer, as if whatever had fallen inside was smaller. I rolled onto my side, facing the door, my eyes fixed on the thin strip of carpet visible beneath it. No light shone through. The hallway remained dark. I told myself there were other guests, that these sounds belonged to people moving around, machines cycling, systems doing what systems do. I told myself this was just another motel. But even as I said it, my mind kept circling back to the same thought. This place felt too aware, not alive, not hostile, just attentive, like it noticed when things happened, when machines ran, when doors opened, when someone new arrived. I checked the window again, parting the curtains just enough to look out. The parking lot was unchanged. The sodium lights hummed softly, casting their sickly glow. The pickup truck and the sedan sat where they had before. But now, a third car had appeared. A dark SUV, parked 2 spaces away from mine. I was certain it hadn't been there earlier. I stood there, heart pounding, replaying my arrival in my head. I'd scanned the lot when I pulled in. I'd watched from the window. I would have noticed another car, unless it had arrived while I was in the hallway, unless it had arrived quietly. The SUV's engine was off. No interior lights, no visible movement. I let the curtain fall back into place. For a long moment, I considered grabbing my bag and leaving, getting back in the car and driving until I hit a town with more lights, more noise, more people. But exhaustion pressed down on me, heavy and insistent. The kind of exhaustion that makes fear feel theoretical, something you can deal with in the morning. I sat on the bed, head in my hands, and laughed softly at myself. "Get some sleep," I said. I lay down fully this time, pulling the thin blanket up to my chest. The mattress sagged slightly, creaking in protest before settling. The sounds of the motel continued around me. The AC rattled. The ice machine clunked. A door opened somewhere down the hall. A TV murmured briefly before cutting off. Each sound felt distinct, isolated, like pieces of a larger pattern I couldn't quite see. My eyes grew heavy despite everything. Just before sleep took me, one last thought drifted through my mind, unwelcome and insistent. This place wasn't just temporary, it was transitional. A space between destinations, a place that saw hundreds of people pass through, each leaving behind a trace. Footsteps, warmth, breath, a name on a clipboard at the front desk. And as I slipped into an uneasy half-sleep, I wondered, not for the first time, what exactly the motel did with all those traces once the guests were gone. Because it felt, in that moment, like the building wasn't empty at all. It felt full. Not of people, but of records. I don't remember the exact moment I fell asleep, only that it wasn't the kind of sleep you choose. It was the kind exhaustion claims from you when your brain runs out of fuel to stay alert. 1 minute, I was listening to the air conditioner rattle and the distant clunk of the ice machine, and the next I was drifting in that shallow, uneasy space where you're not fully awake, but you're not fully gone either. My dreams, if you can call them that, weren't images. They were sounds. A repeating thud. A soft mechanical click. The same beep I'd heard in the office complex, stripped of context and floating in darkness. Then my phone vibrated again. Not the gentle vibration of a normal notification, the kind that fades quickly. This was longer, persistent, like the phone was insisting. I opened my eyes, heart already racing before my mind caught up. The room was dark, except for the faint orange glow filtering through the curtains. The sodium lights outside, painting the edges of the fabric. The air conditioner had shut off. The sudden lack of its rattling hum made the silence feel heavier, more physical. My phone vibrated again on the nightstand. I reached for it immediately, fingers stiff, and the screen lit up bright against the darkness. For a split second, the light felt like safety. Something modern, something connected to the outside world. There was a missed call. No name, no number, just unknown. That alone didn't scare me. Motels have bad reception. Calls drop. Spam happens. I'd been on the road long enough to know that late-night unknown calls were normal. What made my stomach tighten was the voicemail icon next to it. One new voicemail. I stared at the screen, waiting for the details to load. Sometimes the voicemail system lagged. Sometimes it took a few seconds for the caller ID to resolve or for the transcript to populate. But the icon stayed. Solid. One voicemail. The timestamp beneath it read 12:41 a.m. I blinked hard because I had checked the time earlier. I remembered seeing 12:41 on the screen before I'd tried to sleep. It was a time that had already existed for me tonight. Except when I looked at the phone's clock now, in the top corner of the display, it read 12:41 a.m., the same minute as the voicemail timestamp. I told myself it was a coincidence, that I'd only been asleep for seconds, and the voicemail had arrived while I was drifting. That explanation was simple and reasonable, and I clung to it. I tapped the voicemail. The interface loaded slowly, the screen flickering as if it couldn't decide whether it had reception. The voicemail entry showed no number, no caller ID, only the time. I pressed play. For a moment, there was nothing but the faint hiss of the line, the static you always hear before a voicemail starts. I held the phone closer to my ear. Then the voicemail began. Silence. Not dead air with background noise, not the muffled hum of a pocket dial. Clean, absolute silence, as if the voicemail had recorded nothing at all. I waited, expecting at least a click, a breath, a sound that would confirm the message was real. Nothing. The playback timer counted upward. 0, so 2, 0, so 3, 0, so 4. The silence continued, unnaturally perfect. My throat went dry. I swallowed and realized I was holding my breath, listening as if the message might suddenly reveal itself. At sheer 0:10, the voicemail ended with a soft digital click, and the phone returned to the voicemail list. I stared at it, unsettled, not by what I'd heard, but by what I hadn't. It felt like someone had called me only to confirm the line was open, only to confirm I would listen. I backed out of the voicemail screen and checked my call log. No incoming call at 12:41. No missed call. Just the voicemail notification, sitting there like a fact that didn't belong. That's when my phone vibrated again, in my hand, I felt it against my palm, long and insistent. The screen flashed a banner notification, blank again, like the earlier glitches, but this time it didn't disappear immediately. It stayed long enough for me to register that it was coming from the voicemail app itself. New voicemail. I stared at the banner, waiting for a number, a name, anything. Nothing. The banner vanished. The voicemail icon updated. 2 new voicemails. The newest one was timestamped, 12:41 a.m. Still the same minute. Still the present moment. My heart pounded, the sound loud in my ears in the absence of the air conditioner. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips, the phone trembling slightly, not from vibration, but from the blood rushing through my hands. I forced myself to stay rational. Voicemail systems glitch. Sometimes the timestamps don't update correctly. Sometimes messages appear delayed. Sometimes the network in remote areas causes weird behavior. I'd traveled enough to know that technology behaves unpredictably when you're far from city infrastructure. Still, a cold awareness crept through me. The message didn't feel delayed. It felt immediate, like it was happening now, while I was staring at the screen. I pressed play on the second voicemail. Again, the line hissed softly for a moment. Then, silence. But not the same silence as before. This silence had weight, texture. It was as if the voicemail was capturing the room I was in, not through sound, but through absence. I listened harder, pressing the phone so tightly to my ear it hurt. At E006, I heard something so faint I almost missed it. A soft clunk. Not inside the voicemail system. Inside the motel. The ice machine down the hall. The sound was distant, but clear enough that my body reacted before my mind did. The hairs on my arms lifted, goosebumps rising in a wave. I froze, phone pressed to my ear, listening to the voicemail's silence. Then, at 0009, I heard another sound. A knock. Not in the hallway. Not on my door. In the voicemail. A soft, hollow knock, like someone tapping gently on wood. My throat tightened so hard it felt like I couldn't breathe. I jerked the phone away from my ear and stared at it as if the screen could explain what I just heard. The voicemail continued playing, the timer still ticking upward, the interface showing nothing but the progress bar sliding forward. I held the phone away from my face and listened. At 0012, the voicemail captured the faintest sound of air moving, a whisper of event cycling. My room's HVAC unit was still off. Yet in the voicemail, I heard what sounded like the air conditioner starting up. Softly, not the loud rattle it made in reality, but a controlled, distant hum. Then the voicemail ended. I stared at the screen, hands shaking now, adrenaline flooding through my body so suddenly that my vision sharpened and narrowed at the same time. The phone's clock still read 12:41 a.m. The voicemail timestamps still read 12:41 a.m. It was as if time had become trapped in that minute, looping. I turned my head slowly toward the door. The room was quiet. No footsteps outside. No voices. No knock. The deadbolt was still set. The chain lock still latched. I forced myself to breathe. "This is just the system," I whispered. "This is just reception. This is just..." I trailed off because I didn't know what word to use. Glitch, error, coincidence. I checked the voicemail list again. 2 new messages. I deleted the first one, the completely silent one, without thinking, as if removing it could undo whatever had happened. The deletion went through. 1 message left. Then the phone vibrated again, in my hand. The voicemail icon updated. 2 messages. The one I deleted was back. Still time-stamped, 12:41. felt my stomach drop so hard it made me nauseous. I sat up fully in bed, back pressed against the headboard, clutching the phone like it was both a lifeline and a threat. I stared at the screen, waiting for it to change, waiting for the minute to pass. It didn't. 12:41. I watched it for what felt like forever, the digits unchanging, the colon blinking steadily between hour and minute like a heartbeat. Then finally, the clock shifted. 12:42 a.m. Relief hit me so sharply I almost laughed. It was just a minute. It had just been stuck. Now it was moving. Then my phone rang. Not vibrate. Ring. A sharp, loud ringtone that shattered the quiet like glass breaking. Unknown. I froze, staring at the screen, every muscle locked. The sound echoed in the room, bouncing off walls, off the ceiling, off my ribs. I didn't answer. The phone rang 4 times. Then it stopped. A new voicemail icon appeared immediately. Timestamp, 12:42 a.m. Present. My hands went numb as I pressed play without thinking, as if my body had decided it needed to know. The voicemail opened with the same faint hiss. Then, silence. At Uero 03, clunk. Ice machine. At Uero 06, a knock. At Uero 09, the soft hum of HVAC. At Uero .12, my own breathing. I heard it unmistakably. My shallow, uneven breaths, recorded as if someone had been holding a microphone in the room with me while I listened. My chest tightened. I paused the voicemail, eyes wide, and stared at the phone. How could it record my breathing? It wasn't on speaker. It wasn't using the microphone. It was a voicemail. I unpaused. At 0:14, the voicemail captured a sound that made my blood run cold. A faint, soft scrape, like fabric shifting against carpet. Very close, not in the hallway, in the room. I stopped the voicemail again, heart hammering. The room was silent. I turned my head slowly toward the carpeted floor near the door, straining to see in the dim orange light. Nothing. I forced myself to stay still, to not make sudden movements, to not give whatever was happening the satisfaction of seeing me panic. My phone vibrated once more. Another voicemail. Timestamp, 12:42. The motel, it seemed, had found a way to leave messages that weren't messages. It had found a way to record my room without being in it. Or worse, to record what was about to happen before it happened. And that was the first disturbance that truly mattered. Not because it was loud, not because it was violent, because it was intimate, because it knew I was listening. After that voicemail, I stopped trusting silence. Silence isn't empty, not in places like that. Silence is a surface, and if you listen long enough, you start hearing what's underneath it. The motel's sounds became sharper to me, more defined, like my fear had tuned my hearing to a new frequency. The air conditioner's rattling wasn't just background noise anymore. It was a signal, a pulse that rose and fell. The ice machine wasn't just a machine, it was a metronome. Clunk. Pause. Clunk. Each clunk landed in my chest like a slow heartbeat, steady enough that I could anticipate it before it happened. I sat in bed, phone in hand, not daring to play the new voicemails, not daring to delete them, not daring to ignore them either. I watched the clock tick forward now, minute by minute, but the sense of being trapped in a pattern didn't fade with time moving again, because the pattern had moved into sound. The ice machine clunked again. Once. Then the HVAC in my room kicked on, not with its usual abrupt rattle, but with a softer, almost controlled start, as if it had been waiting for the clunk as a cue. Cold air flowed out in a steady stream, quieter than before. I sat up straighter, listening. From the hallway, a sound followed that made my stomach drop. A knock, soft, hollow. 3 taps. Not on my door. On something nearby. Maybe another guest's door. Maybe the wall itself. The knock was distant enough that I couldn't pinpoint it, but close enough that it felt like a message. Clunk. HVAC. Knock. My skin prickled. I told myself I was connecting unrelated sounds. My brain was looking for patterns again. It was tired. It was afraid. It wanted a structure to hold on to. But then it happened again. The ice machine clunked. 2 seconds later, the HVAC's tone shifted, a faint change in pitch as it cycled. Then, right on cue, the knock echoed down the hallway. 3 taps, identical in rhythm, identical in spacing. Not random, not human, too consistent. I grabbed my phone and opened the voice recorder app without thinking, starting a recording. I wanted proof. I wanted something concrete. Something I could play back later and tell myself it had been real. The recorder ran, capturing the low hum of the HVAC and my own breathing. Clunk. The ice machine. Loud, clear, picked up even through walls. 2 seconds later, the knock. The recorder's waveform spiked with each tap. My heart hammered. I pressed stop and listened back immediately. The clunk was there. The knock was there. But something else was there too. Between clunk and knock, there was a faint sound I hadn't noticed in real time. A soft, short inhale, like someone breathing in near the phone. My blood ran cold. I looked around the room, eyes scanning corners, the space near the bathroom door, the dark line beneath the window curtains. Nothing. No figure. No shadow. No movement. Just the motel room. Ordinary and tired and too small. I told myself it was interference, a glitch in the recording, my own breathing amplified. But the inhale sounded wrong. Too close. Too deliberate. Clunk. The ice machine again. This time, I didn't wait. I stood up, moved quietly to the door, and pressed my ear against it. The door was cool against my skin. I could smell the faint mustiness of old wood and paint. Silence in the hallway. Then, knock. Not distant. Closer. Still not on my door, but close enough that it sounded like it came from the wall just beside it, as if someone had tapped the frame lightly with their knuckles. 3 taps. Tap. 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 I stepped back, heart racing. The HVAC cycled, the air pressure in the room shifting subtly, making the curtains flutter slightly, even though the window was closed. Clunk. Ice machine. Knock. My mind started timing it automatically now, counting seconds between sounds like a person tracking a heartbeat. Clunk. 1, 2, knock. Each cycle tightened the feeling in my chest. The fear becoming less about what might happen and more about the certainty that something was orchestrating these sounds. Not to communicate in words, but to create a rhythm my body couldn't ignore. I thought about the voicemails again. The way they had captured clunk, knock, HVAC, my own breathing. The way they had felt like recordings of the present moment. The horrifying possibility formed slowly, like a bruise spreading. What if the motel wasn't leaving me voicemails? What if it was recording patterns? What if it was documenting my room the way the office complex documented my shift? I stared at the ceiling, imagining wires behind walls, speakers, sensors, small hidden devices. Motels have cameras sometimes. They have smoke detectors. They have phones and routers and cheap electronics. There are 100 ways to listen without being obvious. But this didn't feel like surveillance for security. This felt like habit. Like the motel had a routine, the way a building does. Like it had its own schedule of sounds and signals. and I had stepped into it at the wrong moment. Clunk. HVAC. Knock. I sat back on the bed, phone clutched tightly, and realized my breathing had started matching the rhythm. Inhale during the pause. Exhale on the knock. My body sinking unconsciously. That terrified me more than anything else, because it meant the pattern wasn't just in the walls. It was in me now. I tried to break it. I stood up abruptly, making noise on purpose, dragging the chair slightly, letting my keys jingle, stomping once on the floor. The sounds I made felt loud and messy compared to the motel's clean cadence. For a moment, the cycle paused. No clunk, no knock. The HVAC continued to run, steady and quiet. I waited, breath held, hoping my disruption had broken whatever loop had been running. Then the ice machine clunked again, harder than before, as if something heavier had dropped. The knock followed immediately this time, not after 2 seconds, but after 1. Tap, 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 closer, sharper. My disruption hadn't broken the rhythm, it had tightened it. I sat down again, breathing shallowly, and the pattern resumed at its earlier pace, as if it had corrected itself. Clunk, pause, knock. Clunk, pause, knock. A heartbeat I couldn't stop hearing. Somewhere in the hallway, a door opened briefly and closed again, a soft click that didn't match the rhythm. I flinched, listening. No footsteps followed, no voices. Just the motel's pulse continuing, indifferent to my fear. And in that moment, sitting alone in room 12, with blank voicemails stacking on my phone like silent evidence, I understood the first rule of that place. The motel kept records, not just names on a clipboard, not just credit card swipes. It kept records of sound, of presence, of patterns. And once it started recording you, it didn't stop just because you wished it would, because the rhythm wasn't meant to comfort. It was meant to synchronize. And whatever came after synchronization, whatever the motel had been preparing for, was still ahead of me in the night. Morning didn't arrive the way I expected it to. There was no clear moment where night ended and day began. No clean break, no sense of relief. Instead, the darkness thinned gradually, reluctantly, like something being diluted rather than removed. The orange glow from the sodium lights outside faded just enough that it stopped dominating the room, replaced by a dull gray seeped in through the curtains. I hadn't slept. Not really. I'd spent the rest of the night drifting in and out of shallow half-consciousness, my body exhausted, but my mind locked in a state of alertness that never fully powered down. Every time the ice machine clunked, my eyes snapped open. Every shift in the HVAC tone pulled me back to awareness. Even when the sound stopped altogether, I didn't relax. Silence had become its own signal. At some point, close to morning, the pattern slowed. The clunk, knock, hum rhythm stretched out, the pauses growing longer, less precise, as if the motel itself were getting tired. The last sound I remembered clearly was the ice machine releasing one final heavy load, followed by nothing at all. When I opened my eyes again, the room felt different. Not safe. Just reset. The air conditioner was off. The room was quiet in a way it hadn't been all night. I lay still for several seconds, listening, afraid to move too quickly in case I triggered the sounds again. Nothing happened. I sat up slowly, joints stiff, head pounding lightly, with that dull ache that comes from too little sleep and too much adrenaline. The phone lay on the nightstand, where I'd left it, screen dark, no new vibrations. I checked it anyway. No new voicemails. The ones from the night before were still there, time-stamped neatly, lined up like entries in a log. I didn't open them again. I didn't delete them either. I got out of bed and went to the window, pulling the curtain aside fully this time. Daylight revealed the parking lot in all its unremarkable detail. Cracks in the asphalt, oil stains, faded white lines marking spaces that didn't quite fit modern cars. The pickup truck was gone. The sedan was gone. Only my car and the dark SUV remained. The SUV sat exactly where it had been the night before, 2 spaces away, angled slightly toward the building. In daylight, it looked ordinary enough. Mid-size, tinted windows, nothing distinctive. No plates I could see from this angle. I stood there longer than necessary, watching for any sign of movement. None came. The hallway outside my door was quiet now. No ice machine, no footsteps, no knocks. I showered quickly, the water lukewarm at best, the pipes groaning faintly behind the wall. In the mirror above the sink, my face looked older than it should have. Eyes ringed with shadow, skin pale, expression tense, even when I tried to relax it. I dressed and packed my bag with efficient practiced movements. Fold, zip, check the door, check it again. Before leaving the room, I hesitated, glancing around one last time. In the daylight, it looked like any other motel room. The bedspread pattern was tacky, but harmless. The desk bore a few shallow scratches. The carpet showed flattened paths where people walked. No evidence of the night. That almost bothered me more than if something obvious had been wrong. I unlocked the door and stepped into the hallway. The carpet smelled the same as before, cleaner and damp fibers. But in daylight, it felt less oppressive, less intimate. The fluorescent lights were fully on now, humming evenly. No flicker, no change in pitch. Doors were opening and closing as other guests checked out, rolling suitcases toward the exit, murmuring polite goodbyes to no one in particular. Normal sounds, normal people. I walked down the hallway slowly, passing the ice machine without looking directly at it. It was quiet now, its indicator light steady, its chute empty. A handwritten sign taped to the front read, "Out of order," in block letters. I didn't stop. The front desk office looked different in daylight too. Brighter, more defined. The laminated signs on the counter advertised breakfast hours and local attractions. The bell sat where it had the night before, dull but polished. The woman behind the counter was the same one who checked me in. She was sipping coffee now, scrolling through something on a tablet. She looked up when I approached and smiled automatically. "Checking out?" she asked. "Yes," I said. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. She reached for the keyboard, fingers moving quickly. "Room 12, right?" I nodded. She typed for a moment, eyes scanning the screen. Her expression didn't change at first. She nodded slightly to herself, as if confirming expected information. Then she paused. Not dramatically, not with alarm. Just a small hesitation, like she'd read something twice to make sure she'd seen it correctly. I watched her carefully, my pulse picking up. "Everything okay?" I asked, forcing casualness into my tone. She looked up at me, still smiling, and said something that immediately set my nerves on edge. Not because of what she said, but because of how she said it. "Yeah," she replied easily. "Your room just has a lot of activity." The words were delivered the way someone might comment on the weather. No emphasis, no suspicion, no warning. A lot of activity. I stared at her, waiting for clarification. She didn't offer any. "What kind of activity?" I asked, choosing my words carefully. She shrugged lightly, eyes dropping back to the screen. Oh, nothing bad. Just activity. She tapped a few keys and nodded again, as if satisfied. It happens sometimes. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Activity, I repeated. Like noise complaints? She shook her head. No, not like that. Her fingers paused on the keyboard, then resumed typing. It's just what the system flags. I swallowed. What system? She glanced up again, brow creasing slightly now, like she was surprised by the question. Our records, cameras, sensors, that sort of thing. The word cameras landed hard. I didn't see any cameras in the room, I said. She smiled again, quick and reassuring. Not in the rooms, just common areas, hallways, outside. That made sense. Plenty of motels had cameras in public spaces. Still, my mouth felt dry. What kind of activity did it flag? I asked. She hesitated this time, just for a fraction of a second. Well, she said, choosing her words with care, your room registered multiple sound events overnight. Sound events. The phrase was clinical, oddly specific. Like the ice machine? I asked. She laughed softly. That thing's always acting up. But no, not just that. She turned the screen slightly toward me. Not enough for me to read anything clearly, but enough to show that there was information there. Rows of text, timestamps, small icons. The system just notes when there's a lot going on, she continued. Doors opening, movement in the hallway, mechanical systems cycling near the room, that sort of thing. I stared at the blurred screen, my mind racing. And that's unusual? I asked. Not really, she said quickly. Some rooms are just busier than others. Busier. I thought of the voicemails, the recorded sounds, the rhythm. Did it say anything else? I asked. She shook her head. Nope, just activity. Then she added, still casual, though it's interesting. My stomach tightened. What is? She glanced at the screen one more time. The system shows activity logged in that room before you checked in. The words hit me harder than anything she'd said so far. Before I checked in? I repeated. She nodded, unbothered. Yeah, happens sometimes. The system doesn't always reset right away between guests. That doesn't bother you? I asked. She smiled again, patient now, like she was talking to someone unfamiliar with how things worked. It's just data. It doesn't mean anything on its own. I wanted to ask her what kind of activity had been recorded before my arrival. I wanted to ask her how far back the logs went. I wanted to ask her if anyone else had complained about room 12. But something about her demeanor stopped me. She wasn't hiding anything. She just didn't think it mattered. She finished checking me out and slid a receipt across the counter. You're all set. I took it with numb fingers. As I turned to leave, she added, travel safe. The words felt heavier than they should have. Outside, the daylight was brighter than I expected, the sky overcast but luminous. Cars moved on the highway now, a steady stream of motion and noise that should have been comforting. I stood in the parking lot for a moment, scanning the building's exterior. From this angle, the motel looked completely ordinary. No visible cameras near my door, no signs of anything unusual. The dark SUV was still there. I walked toward my car, keys clutched tightly, and glanced at the SUV as I passed. Its windows were still tinted too dark to see inside. No condensation, no sign anyone had slept in it. I unlocked my car and slid into the driver's seat, locking the doors immediately out of habit. I sat there for a few seconds, engine off, breathing slowly. trying to process what I'd just heard. Your room has a lot of activity, recorded before you arrived. The words echoed in my head. I started the engine and pulled out of the lot without looking back. As I merged onto the highway, I checked my phone again, half expecting another voicemail. There were none. No new notifications, no missed calls. The voicemails from the night before remained, time-stamped neatly, untouched. I drove for miles before I realized my hands were shaking on the steering wheel. The rational part of my mind tried to reassert itself as the motel shrank in my rearview mirror. Systems log things, sensors trigger, old equipment glitches. None of this proved anything supernatural. And yet, the idea that the room had been active before I arrived, active in the same ways it had been during the night, settled into me like a stone. Because it suggested that the motel didn't react to me. It didn't start recording because I was there. It was already recording, already listening, already running its patterns. I was just the next thing to pass through. And as the miles rolled by and the motel disappeared from sight entirely, I couldn't shake one final thought, cold and insistent. If the room had activity before I arrived, what exactly had been there to cause it? And more importantly, what happened to the people who stayed long enough to become part of the records? I told myself I was done with that place. That once I drove away, once the motel disappeared behind miles of asphalt and exits that all looked the same, whatever had happened there would loosen its grip. I told myself the sounds would fade. The voicemails would become anecdotes I'd eventually laugh off. The phrase, "a lot of activity," would lose its weight. It didn't work like that. I drove for nearly an hour before I realized I'd missed my turn. The GPS recalculated, its calm, synthetic voice suggesting a reroute that would add 12 minutes to my trip. I took it without argument, my mind still half inside room 12, replaying the front desk woman's tone, the way she'd said the word records like it was nothing more than a spreadsheet. I pulled into a gas station to steady myself, bought a coffee I didn't want, and stood by my car drinking it too fast, letting the heat burn my tongue. I checked my phone again. No new messages. No new voicemails, just the old ones. Still there, still time-stamped, still impossible. That should have been enough to convince me to leave it alone. Instead, I did the thing I always regret admitting. I turned the car around. I told myself I just wanted clarity, that I wasn't afraid, just curious, that if I could see something concrete, something physical, the night would finally collapse into a solvable problem. The motel looked the same when I pulled back in, only now it was mid-morning. The sodium lights were off. The lot was brighter, flatter, stripped of the shadows that had made everything feel deeper than it was. A couple of cars had come and gone. The dark SUV was no longer there. I parked and sat in the car for a moment, heart pounding harder than it had when I'd first arrived the night before. Inside the office, the same woman was behind the counter. She looked up, surprised, then smiled. "Forgot something?" she asked. I hesitated, then shook my head. "No, I stopped, searching for words that wouldn't immediately mark me as unstable. "You mentioned records, about my room." She nodded slowly. "Yeah? Could I see them?" I asked. The question hung there longer than I wanted it to. Her smile softened into something more professional. "We don't usually show guests that kind of thing." "I understand," I said quickly. I had a rough night, And when you said there was activity before I checked in, it stuck with me. She studied me for a few seconds, eyes moving over my face, the tension in my posture, the way my hands kept flexing like they didn't know what to do. I wondered how many people had stood where I was standing, asking for something they didn't really want to see. Finally, she sighed. "Hold on," she said. "Let me check something." She disappeared into a back room, leaving me alone with the quiet hum of the office refrigerator and the faint clack of keys on the wall behind the counter. I stared at the bell, resisting the urge to ring it again just to feel something normal happen. When she came back, she was holding a thin plastic case. "Look," she said, lowering her voice even though no one else was around. "We've got older cameras. The digital system's new, but we still keep analog backups for some of the hallways. It's not really meant for guests, but..." She trailed off, then shrugged. "I can show you a clip. Just a minute." She led me into the back room. It smelled like dust and warm electronics, the kind of place where time felt stalled. A small CRT monitor sat on a metal shelf, its curved glass reflecting our faces faintly. Beneath it, a VCR hummed softly, the tape already loaded. "This is from the hallway outside your room," she said, gesturing to the screen. "Camera's old. No sound. Timestamps burned in." The monitor flickered to life. At first, all I saw was static. Then the image stabilized into the familiar hallway. The same carpet pattern, the same beige walls, the same door numbers. Room 12 sat at the center of the frame. The timestamp in the corner read 11:32 p.m. I frowned. I checked in after midnight. "I know," she said. The hallway was empty. The fluorescent lights hummed silently in the footage. Nothing moved. I felt a strange wave of disappointment wash over me, followed immediately by relief. Maybe this would end here. Maybe there would be nothing to see. Then the woman pressed a button, fast-forwarding slightly. The timestamp jumped. 11:36 p.m. The hallway remained empty. She slowed it down again. "That's the thing," she said. "It doesn't look like much at first." She advanced the tape another minute. 11:37 p.m. The door to room 12 opened. My breath caught. Someone stepped out. Not a blur. Not a shadow. A person. The image wasn't sharp. The camera was old, the lighting uneven, but the figure was clear enough to make out basic details. Average height. Dark clothing. Head slightly bowed, as if they were looking at the floor. The person stood in the hallway for a moment, unmoving. "That's not possible," I said quietly. "I know," the woman replied, her tone still calm, still professional. According to the system, the room was empty. On the screen, the figure turned slightly, facing the camera. The image fuzzed briefly as the tape adjusted, but I could see enough to recognize the shape of a face. My face. Not perfectly. The resolution was too low for that, but the posture, the way the shoulders sloped, the way the head tilted, like the person was listening to something only they could hear. My stomach twisted. The timestamp continued to tick forward. 11:38 p.m. The figure reached up and knocked on the door to room 12. 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. I felt my knees weaken. "That's the ice machine rhythm," I whispered without meaning to. The woman glanced at me. "What?" "Nothing," I said quickly. On the screen, the door to room 12 opened again, this time from the inside. The figure stepped back, then disappeared into the room. The door closed. The hallway was empty once more. I stared at the frozen image, my reflection faint in the curved glass of the monitor. That was before I got there, I said. You're sure? She nodded. You checked in at 12:08. Your keycard wasn't activated until then. My mouth felt dry. Can you rewind it? She did. We watched it again and again. Each time, the same thing happened. The door opened. The figure stepped out. The knock. The return. What happens next? I asked. She fast-forwarded. 11:45 p.m. The hallway stayed empty. 11:52 p.m. Still empty. 11:59 p.m. Nothing. She stopped the tape. That's all there is, she said. No more movement until after you checked in. I rubbed my face with trembling hands. Can you show me inside the room? I asked, already knowing the answer. She shook her head. No cameras in the rooms. I let out a shaky laugh that sounded wrong even to my own ears. Then how do you know there was activity inside? I asked. She hesitated. We don't see inside. We infer. Motion sensors, sound sensors, patterns. I thought of the voicemails, the recordings that had captured my breathing. The woman reached forward and ejected the tape. The VCR whirred, then went quiet. That's probably enough, she said gently. Old tapes can glitch. Images can bleed. It doesn't mean... I know, I interrupted. But I didn't. Because the timestamp burned into the corner of that footage wasn't glitching. It was precise. And it placed someone who looked exactly like me in that room before I arrived. I should have left then. I should have thanked her, apologized for wasting her time, and walked out into the daylight with whatever fragments of sanity I still had intact. Instead, I asked one more question. Can we play it again? I said. From the beginning? She studied me for a moment, then nodded. The tape rewound, the VCR's mechanical whine filling the small room. The screen flickered, then stabilized. 11:30 p.m. The hallway was empty. We watched in silence as the minutes ticked by. At 11:37 p.m., the door opened again. The figure stepped out. This time, I noticed something I hadn't before. The figure's mouth was moving. There was no sound on the tape, but the lips were forming words. I leaned closer to the screen, heart pounding. The woman leaned in too. Is he talking? She asked. Yes, I said, my voice barely audible. The figure turned toward the camera, lips still moving, eyes unfocused, like someone speaking to themselves. I felt a sudden, dizzying sense of déjà vu, because I recognized the cadence, the rhythm of thought rather than speech. What is he saying? The woman asked. I didn't answer, because I knew. The words formed on the figure's lips were the same words that had been looping through my head the night before, when I'd been lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the ice machine and the HVAC sink into that awful heartbeat. Just get through the night. It's temporary. Don't make it worse. I stepped back from the screen, so abruptly, I bumped into the metal shelf behind me. That's not possible, I said, louder now. That's what I was thinking. The woman frowned. Thinking when? Last night, I said, in the room. She looked back at the screen, then at me. This is from before you checked in. I shook my head, my thoughts spiraling. The tape continued to play. On screen, the figure stopped moving its mouth and stood very still. For a moment, it looked almost as if it were listening. Then it turned its head slightly, eyes shifting towards something out of frame, toward the interior of the room. The figure nodded, once, and spoke again. This time, I knew the words with absolute certainty, because I'd thought them not 10 minutes before my phone had rung with that unknown call. Don't answer it. My blood ran cold. The figure on the tape stepped back into room 12 and closed the door. The timestamp read 11:38 p.m. The screen went empty. I stared at the blank hallway, my mind refusing to accept what it had just seen. "That's enough," the woman said quietly, reaching for the controls. "No," I said, panic edging into my voice. "Wait." She paused. "What happens when I check in?" I asked. "Is there footage of that?" She hesitated, then nodded. "From the lobby, different camera." She switched tapes. The new footage was clearer, digital, time-stamped cleanly. 12:08 a.m. There I was, standing at the front desk, signing the clipboard, key card in hand. I watched myself thank her, watched myself turn and walk toward the hallway. Behind the counter, the woman on the tape smiled politely. In the background, the hallway camera feed was visible on a smaller monitor. Room 12's door was closed. The timestamp ticked forward. 12:09 a.m. The hallway camera flickered. For 3 frames, less than a second, the door to room 12 was open, and someone was standing inside, not stepping out, standing inside the room, waiting. The door closed again. I felt something inside me snap into place with horrible clarity. The tape hadn't been predicting me. It hadn't been replaying the past. It had been recording something out of sync with time, something that existed slightly ahead of me, just far enough that I could never quite catch up to it. The figure wasn't a memory. It was a version. One that reached the motel before I did. One that thought my thoughts before I thought them. One that had learned the rhythm, synced with the sounds, and become part of the records. I backed away from the monitor, shaking my head. "That's not me," I said. "That can't be me." The woman looked genuinely unsettled now, her professional calm cracking for the first time. "I think," she said slowly, "you should go." I didn't argue. I left the office, walked across the parking lot, and got into my car without looking back. As I drove away, I felt a sickening sense of displacement, like I was a step behind myself, like my own life had developed a delay I couldn't close. On the highway, my phone vibrated. A new voicemail, time-stamped 5 minutes in the future. I didn't play it. I didn't delete it either, because I understood the final twist of that place, the truth it had been building toward all along. The motel didn't just keep records of guests, it kept versions. And somewhere, slightly ahead of me, perfectly synchronized to a rhythm I could still hear if I listened too closely, another me was still checking in, still listening, still learning how to stay long enough to be recorded before I arrived. I didn't sleep after that, not even the shallow kind. I drove until my eyes burned and my head throbbed, stopping only when exhaustion became dangerous rather than manageable. I pulled into another motel. Different name, different exit, same architecture, and checked in without really seeing the clerk's face. The room number didn't register. The carpet pattern didn't stick. I could have been anywhere. I locked the door, set the deadbolt, then slid the chair from the desk in front of it anyway. That was the first sign I wasn't thinking clearly. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the opposite wall, phone face down on the nightstand, like it might start speaking if I looked at it too long. My body wanted rest. My brain refused. Every time I closed my eyes, the hallway footage replayed behind my eyelids. The door opening, the figure stepping out, the mouth forming words I hadn't said yet. I started pacing. 3 steps from the bed to the bathroom door. 5 steps back. Turn. Repeat. The room had its own sounds, but I didn't let them settle into me. I couldn't afford another rhythm. I left the television on low volume, a late-night rerun murmuring in the background just to blur the edges of silence. Around 1 a.m., my phone vibrated. I didn't touch it. I didn't even look at the screen. I sat very still, counting breaths, listening to the blood rush in my ears until the vibration stopped on its own. I told myself I would deal with it in the morning. I told myself that because morning still felt like a boundary I could rely on. Sometime later, how much later I don't know, I became aware of a sound outside the room. At first, it blended with the TV audio, something rhythmic and low. I muted the television slowly, careful not to make noise. The sound sharpened, a dragging noise, soft but deliberate, like wheels catching on carpet. I stood frozen, listening. The sound came again, closer this time. A suitcase, someone pulling a rolling suitcase down the hallway. That should have been reassuring. People travel. People arrive late and leave early. Motels are full of luggage sounds. Except this hallway didn't sound like the ones I knew. The wheels weren't clicking evenly. They scraped, hesitated, then scraped again, like whoever was pulling the suitcase wasn't used to it, or like the suitcase was heavier than it should have been. I pressed my ear against the door. The sound passed slowly, directly in front of my room. I held my breath. The wheels stopped. Silence followed, thick and immediate. I waited for a door to open, for keys to jingle, for a voice, any sign of a normal check-in or late-night arrival. Nothing happened. The suitcase didn't move again. I backed away from the door, heart pounding, and sat on the bed, staring at the narrow gap beneath the door. No light appeared. No shadow crossed. Minutes passed. The sound resumed abruptly, the wheels scraping forward again, continuing down the hallway until it faded out of earshot. I didn't move for a long time after that. I stayed awake until the gray light of early morning crept through the curtains, my thoughts spiraling tighter with each hour. I replayed the woman's voice at the front desk, the footage, the timestamps, the way the figure's mouth had moved. By dawn, my hands were shaking uncontrollably. I realized then that whatever had followed me from that motel hadn't done so physically. It had followed me conceptually. The idea that something could arrive before me, that a place could record my presence in advance, that time could slip just enough to let a version of me go first. Once that idea lodged itself in my head, it rewired everything. Every sound became suspect. Every reflection felt delayed. Every moment felt like it might already have happened somewhere else. I didn't sleep at all, and by the time checkout came, I wasn't sure sleep was something I still knew how to do. Checkout was uneventful. That was the worst part. The clerk smiled. The receipt printed cleanly. My card cleared without issue. There were no comments about activity, no casual remarks about noise or records. Nothing to confirm that the night had been anything other than ordinary. I walked out into the morning, feeling hollow, like I'd already used up whatever adrenaline my body had stored. The parking lot was full of normal life. Families loading cars, a couple arguing quietly near a vending machine, a man in a business suit pacing while talking into his phone. Suitcases rolled across concrete, their wheels clicking in a way that now made my stomach tighten reflexively. I loaded my bag into the trunk and sat in the driver's seat for a moment, hands on the wheel, breathing slowly. I told myself this was the reset point. New day, new location, new data. I drove for nearly 2 hours before my phone buzzed. This time, I looked. One new voicemail, no missed call, no notification preview. Just the voicemail icon and a timestamp. The timestamp was current. I pulled over onto the shoulder without thinking, hazard lights blinking. Cars rushed past, wind buffeting the side of my car, grounding me in motion and noise. I stared at the screen. I hadn't received any calls. I hadn't given my number to anyone since leaving the motel. I pressed play. There was no static this time, no hiss, just a voice. "You forgot something." The tone was calm, familiar, flat in the same way the PA voice had been at the office complex. The message ended immediately after that. No click, no breath, no background noise. I sat there, phone pressed to my ear, waiting for more. Nothing came. I checked my bag. Laptop, charger, wallet, keys, clothes. Everything was there. I checked the trunk, suitcase, shoes, toiletries. Nothing missing. I checked my pockets again, my hands moving faster now, panic creeping in, despite the lack of evidence. I hadn't forgotten anything. That certainty settled uneasily in my chest. Because the voicemail hadn't sounded like a question. It had sounded like a statement of fact. I deleted the message. The icon disappeared. For 3 seconds, I felt relief. Then the voicemail icon reappeared. One new message. Same timestamp, same length. I didn't play it again. I merged back onto the highway and drove, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles went white. The road stretched ahead of me, familiar and linear, offering the comforting illusion that I was moving forward. But even as the miles passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was slightly behind myself. That somewhere, just ahead of my current position, just out of sync by a few minutes, another version of me was arriving, checking in, listening to the sounds, leaving records behind. I stopped staying in motels after that. I planned my trip so I could return home the same day, no matter how late it got. I slept in my car when I had to. I avoided places with hallways, with ice machines, with anonymous doors lined up in rows. And still, every now and then, my phone will vibrate with a voicemail notification. Always blank, always current, always waiting. I never listen to them anymore, because I'm afraid that one day, the voice won't tell me I forgot something. It will tell me where I left it, and that it's been there the whole time, recorded, documented, and waiting long before I ever arrive. New Year's Eve is supposed to sound like other people. That's how I always measured it, by noise, by the distant pop of fireworks that start too early and end too late, by laughter leaking out of bars when you walk past their doors, by the muffled bass of someone's playlist in an apartment building, a rhythm you can feel through the hallway floor. Even if you're alone, you can usually tell the world is celebrating somewhere nearby. That night, there was nothing. No bass, no fireworks, no voices carried on cold air. Just my tires on the road and the steady, obedient voice of my GPS telling me I had 37 miles left, then 36, then 35, as the highway narrowed and the exits grew farther apart. I wasn't supposed to be there, not really. The trip had been a last-minute reroute, one of those changes that looks harmless on an itinerary, but feels different when you're the one driving it. My company had needed someone to check a rural site before the year ended, and I'd volunteered because staying busy felt safer than staying still. I told myself it was practical. If I'm honest, I think I volunteered because I didn't want to be home at midnight. Home had too many quiet corners, too many reflective surfaces, too many reminders that I'd been living like someone afraid of the dark without ever admitting it out loud. So I drove. The town I ended up in wasn't on my original route. It wasn't the kind of place you plan to visit. It was the kind of place you pass through without noticing unless you're low on gas or your eyes start to blur and you need a bed. The sign at the edge of town was faded, the paint chipped, the town name barely legible under years of sun and weather. A smaller sign beneath it listed the population, something under 3,000. And then, as if it were an afterthought, welcome. The streetlights were spaced too far apart, pools of yellow light separated by long stretches of darkness. The storefronts along the main road were closed, their windows either boarded or filled with dusty displays meant for tourists who no longer came. A diner sat dark with chairs flipped upside down on tables. A liquor store had bars over its windows. A church stood on a corner like it had been built to outlast everything else. I drove slowly, scanning for life. Nothing. No cars moving. No people walking. No glow of TVs behind curtains. Not even the small signs of late-night activity you expect on December 31st. No kids with sparklers. No groups drifting between parties. No drunk laughter spilling into the street. The town felt like a photograph. Still. Flat. The only movement came from a blinking red traffic light at an empty intersection. The kind of light that usually switches to flashing mode late at night. But this one cycled normally. Green, yellow, red. Patiently obeying a schedule even though there was no one to direct. I stopped at the red light and waited, feeling ridiculous for doing it, but unable to bring myself to run it. The emptiness made every rule feel sharper, more visible, like the town was watching to see what I would do when no one else was around. The light turned green. I drove on. My hotel, or what passed for one, sat at the edge of town near a stretch of road that looked like it had once been busy and then simply stopped being. A motel sign flickered weakly. One letter burnt out, so the name looked unfinished. The parking lot had more cracks than asphalt, weeds pushing through like the ground was reclaiming itself. There were cars parked there, but not many. A dusty minivan, a pickup with a camper shell, a compact car with a thin layer of salt on its bumper, like it had been sitting for days. Their presence didn't make the place feel alive. It made it feel abandoned in a different way, like the vehicles were artifacts rather than evidence of people. I parked near the office and sat in the car with the engine running, hands resting on the steering wheel. The heater blew warm air that smelled faintly of old fabric. My phone sat in the cup holder, screen dark, silent. I watched the motel sign flicker. 1, 2, 3, then steady. The pattern was meaningless, but my brain still tried to count it anyway, tried to find rhythm, tried to predict. I shut off the engine and stepped out into cold air that felt too clean, too empty. The kind of cold that doesn't carry smells because there's nothing around to produce them. When I walked toward the office, my footsteps sounded too loud. The crunch of gravel under my boots echoed across the lot, like I was the only person left in the world. Inside, the office lighting was bright, but cheap. Fluorescent tubes humming overhead. A small, artificial Christmas tree sat on the counter, its plastic needles bent, its lights blinking in a slow, tired pattern. A radio played quietly from somewhere behind the desk, an old station playing holiday music that sounded out of place now, like the town hadn't updated its playlist to match the calendar. The clerk was a man in his late 60s, thin, with a face that looked permanently tired. He wore a flannel shirt and a motel name tag that had seen better days. When he looked up at me, his eyes didn't widen with surprise. the way most clerks do when someone checks in late on New Year's Eve. He just nodded, like he'd expected me. "Evening," he said. "Evening," I replied. He slid a clipboard toward me. The pen was attached by a chain, the ink barely working. I filled out the form, the act of writing my name and license plate feeling strangely intimate in a place this quiet. "What time is checkout?" I asked, mostly to hear him speak again. 11, he said. Then after a pause, he added, "You'll be gone before then." It wasn't phrased like a warning. It wasn't aggressive. It was said with the same calm certainty as someone telling you the weather forecast. I looked up. "What makes you say that?" He shrugged slightly, expression unchanged. "Most folks are." I didn't press. I took the key card he handed me and walked back out into the lot, the cold biting at my cheeks. My room was at the far end, number 19. The door opened with a stiff click, like it hadn't been opened often. Inside, the room was warmer than I expected, the heater already running low, as if someone had turned it on ahead of time. That shouldn't have comforted me. It did. The room itself was small and simple. Bed, desk, TV, bathroom. A window that faced the empty town road rather than the parking lot. The curtains were drawn halfway, letting in a faint wash of streetlight that made the carpet look gray. I set my bag down and locked the door, deadbolt and chain. I didn't bother pretending those locks meant anything anymore. They were ritual, habit, a way of telling myself I still had control over small things. I sat on the bed and listened. No footsteps in the hallway, no doors opening, no ice machine clunk. Just the heater's soft sigh as it pushed warm air into the room. I checked the time on my phone. 11:47 p.m., 13 minutes to midnight. Usually, that countdown would mean something. Usually, it would come with anticipation, excitement, dread, whatever you want to call it. It would come with other people around, phones lighting up, plans, movement. Here, it was just a number. I stood and walked to the window. I pulled the curtain aside and looked out at the road. The town was still. No headlights, no cars passing, no pedestrians. The blinking traffic light at the intersection down the street was visible from here, cycling obediently through its colors for no one. I watched it for a long time, my eyes following the sequence. Green, yellow, red. Green, yellow, red. Each color lasted the same length, perfectly timed. A pattern, a rhythm. I felt my pulse quicken, not because of fear yet, but because my mind recognized the trap it always fell into, matching itself to a rhythm it didn't understand. I stepped away from the window, forcing myself to look at something else. The motel room's clock sat on the nightstand, a cheap digital display with glowing red numbers. It read 11:47, same as my phone. At least time agreed here. I opened my bag and pulled out a small bottle of water, unscrewing the cap with shaking hands. I drank, trying to ground myself in physical sensation. Cold water, dry throat, the ache in my shoulders from driving. I sat back down on the bed and scrolled my phone, pretending I had something to do. News headlines, weather, anything. But the screen felt too bright in the quiet room, and I set it down again. 11:53, 7 minutes. Outside, the traffic light continued its lonely cycle. In the distance, I thought I heard something. A faint pop that could have been a firework, a gunshot, a car backfiring. I held my breath, listening harder. Nothing followed. The silence returned. 11:56, 4 minutes. I realized then that I hadn't received a single New Year's message. No text from coworkers, no family group chat, No Happy New Year from my wife yet, because she knew I was driving and didn't want to distract me. I wasn't upset by that. I was relieved, because the less connected I was, the safer I felt. That realization made my stomach drop. What kind of person feels safer when the world forgets they exist? 11:58. 2 minutes. The heater cycled off. The room fell into sudden stillness. I sat up straighter, the absence of sound making the air feel heavier, like the room had become sealed. My phone's screen lit up suddenly, even though it hadn't vibrated. A notification banner appeared at the top. Blank. No app name. No text. Just a white rectangle that hovered for a heartbeat, then vanished. I stared at the phone, my heart pounding. I didn't touch it. I didn't want to acknowledge it. Outside, the traffic light turned red again. The room's clock ticked forward. 11:59. 1 minute. My throat tightened. My hands felt numb. I sat on the bed, staring at the cheap digital clock like it was the only real thing left. The heater remained off. The motel remained silent. The town remained empty. And in that unbearable quiet, I felt the weight of the holiday loneliness settle fully into my chest. Not sadness, not nostalgia, but something colder. The realization that if something happened here at midnight, no one would hear it. No one would see it. No one would interrupt. Midnight was coming, and there were no people in this town to witness the year turning over. Just me. Just the traffic light. Just the clock. And the sense, growing stronger with each second, that the countdown I was about to live through wasn't meant to be shared. It was meant to continue. I didn't plan to open a live stream. The idea came to me the way most bad ideas do, quietly, dressed up as something practical. I wanted proof that the world still existed the way I remembered it. I wanted to hear other people counting down, shouting, singing, doing all the ordinary things that anchor a moment in time and make it feel shared. I told myself I was just killing time. I picked the first live stream that appeared when I searched New Year's Eve live. The thumbnail showed a crowded city square somewhere on the East Coast. I didn't bother checking which one. It didn't matter. All cities look the same when they're packed shoulder to shoulder, lit up with LED screens and confetti cannons and 100 competing sounds layered on top of each other. I tapped the screen. The room filled with noise, cheering, music bleeding in from multiple speakers, a host's voice cutting through, excited and strained, counting minutes, reminding people to stay safe, to keep celebrating. The contrast hit me so hard, I flinched. My motel room remained absolutely still. The heater was still off. The air was motionless. The faint electrical hum of the wall outlet was the loudest thing in the space. On my phone, thousands of people screamed and laughed as if they were inches away from me. In reality, there wasn't another human sound within miles. I turned the volume up slightly. On the screen, the camera swept across the crowd. People wore ridiculous hats, novelty glasses shaped like the new year, glitter clinging to their hair and coats. Strangers hugged each other without hesitation. Someone spilled a drink and laughed about it. Someone else climbed onto a friend's shoulders to get a better view. Life, compressed and amplified. I glanced away from the phone and looked out the motel window. The street was empty. No cars passed. No figures crossed the sidewalks. The traffic light down the road continued its patient cycle, red to green to yellow, illuminating no one. The glass reflected my face faintly, lit by the phone's glow. I looked pale, sharpened. like someone who'd been awake too long and was starting to exist slightly out of phase with themselves. I looked back at the phone. The host was talking about the countdown now, his voice rising, the crowd reacting to every word like a single organism. The camera cut to a wide shot of the square, a mass of movement and color and noise. I felt an unexpected surge of anger, not at the people, at the distance, at how easily the world on that screen seemed to operate without me, how complete it was, how unnecessary my presence felt. I set the phone down on the bed, screen still facing up, the cheers continuing to spill into the room like a foreign substance. I stood and walked back to the window, pulling the curtain fully aside this time. The town didn't react. It didn't brighten. It didn't stir. It didn't acknowledge the sound coming from my phone. The motel parking lot lay half lit and motionless. The same cars in the same places they'd been since I arrived. The office light was still on, casting a dull rectangle onto the pavement. The road beyond it was empty, stretching into darkness like it had no intention of connecting to anywhere else. I pressed my forehead lightly against the cold glass. The live stream's noise reached a peak as the host announced there were 30 seconds left. On screen, people raised their phones, screens glowing like fireflies. Hands went up. Confetti cannons were readied. In the motel room, nothing changed. The cheap digital clock on the nightstand ticked forward, its red numbers steady and indifferent. 11:59:32, 11:59:33. I felt a strange pull then, like my attention was being stretched between two incompatible realities. The more I focused on the live stream, the more unreal the room felt. The more I focused on the room, the more artificial the live stream sounded. Too loud, too compressed, too perfect. I picked up the phone again and brought it closer to the window, angling it so I could see both at once. The riot of movement on the screen and the empty street beyond the glass. The effect was nauseating. On screen, the crowd began counting aloud. 10! I mouthed the word silently, watching my reflection do the same. 9! The heater clicked softly behind me, then went quiet again. 8! I glanced at the traffic light. It turned green. 7! The room's clock advanced. 11:59:53. 6! On screen, strangers clutched each other's shoulders. Outside, no one moved. 5! I realized then that my breathing had slowed, deepened, as if my body were unconsciously choosing which rhythm to follow. 4! The phone vibrated slightly in my hand. Not a notification, just the physical feedback of the live stream refreshing its feed. 3! I felt an irrational fear spike in my chest, not of midnight itself, but of what would happen if these two realities didn't line up. 2! The host's voice cracked with excitement. 1! On screen, the crowd exploded. Confetti burst into the air. Fireworks lit up the sky above the square. People screamed and kissed and cried and shouted, "Happy New Year!" Over and over again, the words overlapping until they lost meaning. I looked at the motel room clock. 12. Row. Nothing happened. No sound from outside. No fireworks. No distant pops or booms. No cheer rising from anywhere in the town. The heater remained silent. The traffic light turned red. The motel room stayed exactly as it had been 1 second earlier. On my phone, the celebration surged on. Louder now, messier, triumphant. The host laughed and shouted over the noise, confetti sticking to his jacket, his voice hoarse with excitement. In my room, the only sound was the faint hiss of the phone speaker and my own heartbeat. The dissonance was unbearable. I turned away from the window abruptly. and sat down on the bed, phone still in my hand. I watched the live stream more closely now, searching for flaws, for evidence that it was as wrong as everything else had been tonight. But it wasn't wrong. It was normal. Painfully, aggressively normal. People hugged. Someone dropped their phone and scrambled to pick it up. Another person shouted something unintelligible at the camera and was pulled back by friends, laughing. Life continued. I looked up again, half expecting the room to have changed while I wasn't watching it. It hadn't. The digital clock glowed steadily. 12 Haas. Then a second later, 12:01. Time was moving, but it felt like it was moving somewhere else. A sudden thought took hold of me, sharp and intrusive. What if the live stream was the real place now? What if whatever had been happening to me, whatever patterns I'd been slipping into, had pushed me out of sync, leaving me in a version of the world that no longer aligned with the majority? The idea was absurd, and yet it explained too much. It explained the silence, the emptiness, the way systems kept working even when no people were present. I turned the live stream volume down until it was barely audible, then muted it entirely. The sudden quiet was overwhelming. I stared at the frozen image of the crowd mid-celebration, faces blurred in motion, mouths open in soundless joy. I felt like I was watching a memory rather than a live feed. My phone vibrated again. Not a call, not a voicemail, a system notification. The live stream app refreshed on its own, the screen briefly going black before returning to the same scene. The timestamp in the corner updated. Live. I watched as the host glanced at something off camera, frowned briefly, then laughed it off, continuing his commentary without missing a beat. Nothing seemed wrong on their end. I looked at the window again. The traffic lights switched to green. The town stayed empty. A realization crept over me, slow and sickening. The contrast wasn't just visual, it was participatory. On the live stream, people were doing the new year together. Their actions mattered because they were witnessed, echoed, reinforced by everyone around them. Here, my actions dissolved as soon as I made them. I stood up and waved my hand in front of the window, half expecting, irrationally, to see my movement reflected somewhere else, delayed, like the camera feeds at the office complex. Nothing happened. I wasn't being mirrored. I was being ignored. The live stream continued, the host now interviewing random people in the crowd, asking them about resolutions, about hopes for the year ahead. I listened to one woman laugh and say she just wanted things to feel normal again. The word hit me harder than it should have. Normal. I shut off the live stream completely. The phone screen went dark, reflecting my face faintly. Without the noise, the room felt even more hollow, like I'd removed the last piece of borrowed life, keeping it from collapsing into pure emptiness. I set the phone down carefully. Outside, the traffic light continued its cycle, obedient and pointless. Inside, the motel room held its breath. I realized then that the most unsettling part of the contrast wasn't that the town was empty while the square was full. It was that both felt equally real, equally solid, equally indifferent to me. The world hadn't ended. It had simply continued somewhere else, and I was left watching it happen through glass and screens, participating only as an observer. My presence no longer required for the countdown to keep going. I sat there in the quiet, the echo of a celebration I didn't belong to, still ringing in my ears, and understood something that made my chest ache. Loneliness wasn't about being alone. It was about being out of sync. And whatever had started following me, whatever patterns I'd been slipping into, it didn't need to isolate me completely. It only needed to make sure I was just far enough behind the rest of the world that I could see it celebrating without me. While the countdown, somewhere deeper and quieter, continued on its own. I realized the room had begun to sound different before I understood why. At first, it was subtle. So subtle that my brain tried to fold it back into the category of normal. A faint pressure change in the air. The heater's vent giving off a low, almost apologetic sigh without actually turning on. The walls seeming to hold sound instead of reflecting it, as if the room had been padded while I wasn't looking. I sat on the bed, phone dark on the nightstand, live stream shut off, and listened. Silence isn't the absence of sound. It's the absence of permission to make it. I became aware of a faint hum. Not the electrical buzz of a light fixture, not the hiss of a vent, but something flatter, more even. A tone that didn't originate from any single point. It felt distributed, the way background music does in grocery stores or airports. Except there was no melody. Just a low, steady presence, like the room itself had found a baseline frequency and settled into it. I stood slowly, heart thudding harder than it should have, and walked toward the bathroom. The hum followed me, not louder, not closer, just present. I pressed my ear to the bathroom door, half expecting to hear pipes or fans or some obvious mechanical explanation. The door was silent, cool under my skin. I opened it. The bathroom was dark and empty, mirror reflecting my own tense face, eyes too alert. No fan running, no light on, no sound source. I closed the door again. The hum continued. I turned toward the main room, scanning for anything I might have missed. The TV was off. The phone wasn't playing anything. The heater was still dormant. The cheap digital clock glowed red on the nightstand, its numbers steady. 12:03. 3 minutes past midnight. The hum deepened slightly, and then, layered on top of it, I heard something that made my stomach drop. A voice, not loud, not sudden, a calm, even voice, emerging so gently from the hum that it took me a second to register it as separate. 10. The word didn't echo. It didn't come from a speaker I could point to. It sounded like it was already inside the room, like it had always been there and I was only just noticing it. I froze. My eyes snapped to the nightstand. The phone screen was still dark, no notifications, no audio, no vibration. I hadn't turned on the TV. I hadn't turned on any device. The voice continued. 9. My pulse hammered in my ears, threatening to drown it out. But the voice cut cleanly through my own internal noise, perfectly enunciated, emotionless, not male or female in any way that mattered, just neutral, informational. I took a slow step backward until my calves hit the edge of the bed. 8, I whispered. No, without realizing I'd spoken aloud. The voice didn't respond. 7, I turned in a slow circle, scanning the walls, the ceiling, the floor, as if the source might reveal itself if I caught it off guard. Nothing changed. The room looked exactly the same as it had minutes earlier. The hum beneath the voice grew slightly more pronounced, like a platform the words were resting on. 6. I thought about the live stream, about the countdown I'd just watched. Thousands of voices shouting numbers together, joyfully, chaotically. That countdown had been messy, human, full of overlap and laughter. This one was surgical. 5. My skin prickled. I felt cold despite the room's steady temperature. My hands curled into fists at my sides, nails biting into my palms. I didn't want to reach for my phone. I didn't want to acknowledge this by reacting to it. 4. The voice wasn't rushing. It wasn't dragging. Each number landed at exactly the same interval, perfectly spaced, like a metronome marking time. 3. I realized then that this wasn't synced to the clock on the nightstand. The clock still read 12:03. This countdown wasn't counting down to midnight. It was counting down from something else. 2. I backed up until I was sitting on the bed again, breath shallow, eyes fixed on nothing. My mind raced through explanations. Radio interference, someone outside with a loudspeaker, a prank. But each possibility collapsed under the weight of one undeniable fact. I hadn't turned anything on. 1. The hum cut out. The silence that followed was absolute. Not peaceful, not empty, loaded. I waited for something to happen. An alarm, a noise, a sensation, anything that would justify the countdown's existence. Nothing did. The room stayed exactly as it was. My heart continued to pound, adrenaline flooding a system that had nowhere to send it. I sat there, muscles tense, listening for the return of the hum, the voice, any indication that I hadn't imagined the last 10 seconds. The clock on the nightstand ticked forward, 12:04. I let out a shaky breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. That's it, I muttered. That's all it was. Even as I said it, I knew how thin the reassurance sounded. I stood again, forcing my legs to move, and walked toward the window. The town outside remained unchanged. Empty road, obedient traffic light, no movement. As I stared out at the darkness, the hum returned, softer this time, almost polite. Then the voice came back, exactly the same as before. 10. My blood ran cold. I spun around, heart slamming against my ribs. 9. This time, the voice sounded closer, not louder, but more defined, as if the room had learned how to shape it better. 8. I shouted, "Stop!" My voice cracking with panic. The countdown continued without hesitation. 7. I grabbed the TV remote from the desk and hit the power button, desperate to introduce any competing sound, any proof that I still controlled something in this space. The TV turned on with a soft click, flooding the room with static and then a local channel. Infomercial voices chattering uselessly about kitchen gadgets. The countdown didn't stop. 6. The voice threaded itself through the TV audio effortlessly, unaffected, as if the soundscape of the room simply expanded to accommodate it. 5. I slammed the mute button. Silence swallowed the infomercial instantly. The countdown remained. 4. I lunged for my phone, unlocking it with shaking fingers, opening a music app at random and hitting play. A song burst into the room, loud and sudden. For a heartbeat, I felt relief. Then the voice spoke over it. 3. Perfectly clear, perfectly centered, as if the music were the intrusion, not the other way around. 2. I dropped the phone onto the bed, hands trembling uncontrollably now, my chest tight with the effort of breathing. 1. The music cut out. The hum vanished. The room fell silent again. I stood there, frozen, tears stinging my eyes from stress rather than emotion, waiting for the impact that never came. The clock ticked. 12:05. I laughed. A short, hysterical sound that escaped before I could stop it. "This is insane," I said aloud. "I'm losing it." But deep down, I understood the shift that had just occurred. The countdown wasn't an event. It was a test, a probe, a way of seeing whether I would respond. And now that it knew I could hear it, that I would try to drown it out, that I would react. It didn't need to rush. It could repeat itself, over and over. I sank back onto the bed, wrapping my arms around myself, eyes darting around the room, every nerve screaming for me to leave, to run, to get back in the car and drive until the sun came up. But another thought followed immediately, colder and heavier. What if the sound wasn't coming from the room? What if it was coming from the house systems? The same way the PA voice had come from the office complex, the same way the motel had recorded sound without microphones? What if it didn't matter where I went next? The hum returned faintly, like a distant engine idling, not counting yet, just waiting. I stared at the door, at the thin line beneath it, where light from the hallway would normally leak in. No light appeared. The hallway was silent. But somewhere, inside the walls, inside the infrastructure, inside whatever invisible layer connected clocks and speakers and systems that no one ever really thought about anymore, the countdown was ready to start again. And I understood, with a clarity that made my stomach twist, that the sound wasn't threatening me with what would happen when it reached zero. It was threatening me with the fact that it could always begin again. That time, for me, had stopped being a line. It had become a loop. One that didn't need my permission to keep going. The countdown didn't stop. That was the first thing I understood, even before it started again. There was a pause, long enough to trick my nervous system into believing I'd reached the end of something. But it wasn't silence in the way relief is silent. It was the kind of pause you hear in a call when the other person hasn't hung up yet. The line stays open. The connection remains. I sat on the bed, back hunched, hands clasped together so tightly my fingers ached, listening to that pause stretch. The hum never fully left. It lowered itself, retreated into the background, but it didn't disappear. It stayed like pressure behind my ears, like the faint vibration you feel in your chest when you're standing near a generator or a large HVAC unit. Something running, unseen, necessary. I stared at the clock. 12:05. The red numbers glowed steadily, indifferent. I waited for the next loud voice, the same neutral, synthetic tone, another clear 10. Instead, I heard breathing. At first, I thought it was mine. I held my breath to test it. The breathing continued. It was slow, controlled, not panicked, not labored. Each inhale shallow, each exhale measured, as if whoever was breathing knew exactly how much air they needed and no more. My skin crawled. The sound didn't come from a direction. It didn't seem closer to the door or the vent or the ceiling. It felt internal, like it had been injected directly into the space, bypassing the rules that normally govern where sound belongs. Then the whisper came. 10. It was barely audible, a fraction of the volume of the earlier voice. Soft enough that if I hadn't been listening so carefully, I might have dismissed it as a trick of my imagination. But it was clear, intimate. The whisper sat right at the edge of my hearing, close enough that I felt it rather than heard it, like someone leaning in toward my ear without touching me. I didn't move. 9. My throat tightened. The whisper wasn't neutral anymore. It wasn't synthetic. It carried texture now, subtle inflections, a cadence that felt practiced. It sounded human. Not exactly like any human voice I could place, but close enough that my brain tried to assign it ownership. Male or female, young or old, someone. 8. I felt a sharp urge to cover my ears, but something stopped me. A A deeper instinct, colder and more rational, warned me that blocking my ears wouldn't change anything. This sound wasn't traveling through air the way normal sounds do. It was already inside the room, inside me. 7. The whisper shifted slightly, the timing still precise, but the tone warmer, more deliberate. Not rushed, not threatening, patient. I realized then that the countdown was no longer about marking time. It was about proximity. 6. I stood up slowly, legs shaking, and back toward the wall opposite the bed, my shoulders brushing the wallpaper. The whisper didn't get louder as I moved. It didn't need to. 5. My eyes darted around the room, searching for something, anything that looked out of place. A vent I hadn't noticed, a speaker hidden behind a panel, a phone I'd forgotten was on. There was nothing. The room was unchanged. 4. The whisper softened further, dropping into a register that felt almost private. The kind of voice you use when you don't want anyone else to hear, even if no one else is around. I shook my head hard, trying to clear it, trying to force my thoughts into some logical pattern. This wasn't happening. I was overtired, overstimulated. My brain was filling in gaps with nonsense because it needed rest. 3. I felt tears sting my eyes, not from sadness, but from the sheer strain of maintaining control. My jaw ached from clenching it. 2. The whisper slowed, not in tempo, still perfectly timed, but in intention, like whoever was counting no longer needed to rush toward the end. 1. There was no sudden silence this time. The hum remained. The breathing remained. And then the whisper spoke again. Not a number, a sentence. You're still here. The words were delivered gently, almost kindly, like a reassurance rather than a threat. My knees buckled slightly, and I had to brace myself against the wall to stay upright. You don't have to answer, the whisper continued. You never did. My heart slammed so hard it hurt. This was different. This wasn't a system running a routine. This wasn't a test of response times or reactions. This was communication. I whispered back without thinking, my voice hoarse. Who are you? The breathing paused, then resumed. The whisper didn't answer my question. Instead, it began counting again. 10. But this time, the word didn't sound like a number. It sounded like a memory. The cadence shifted subtly, each syllable stretched just enough to feel intentional. 9. Images flickered behind my eyes. Unrelated moments, half-remembered fragments. The motel hallway, the office complex at night, the time card screen that wouldn't let me clock out. 8. I realized with growing horror that the whisper wasn't just counting, it was sinking. 7. My breathing started to match it again, no matter how hard I tried to fight it. Inhale during the pause. Exhale on the word. 6. My thoughts slowed, sliding into the gaps between numbers. Each count felt like a step downward, not toward sleep, but toward a quieter, narrower state of awareness. 5. I pressed my hands against my temples, trying to ground myself in physical sensation, but the whisper didn't fade. If anything, it felt closer now, more precise. 4. I felt the urge to sit down, to rest, to stop resisting. The idea slipped into my mind fully formed and terrifyingly reasonable. Maybe this was what it wanted, not fear, not panic, compliance. 3. The whisper softened again, almost affectionate. You're doing fine, it said between counts. My stomach twisted. 2. I realized then that I hadn't heard the clock tick in several minutes. The room felt suspended, like the systems that normally kept time had handed control over to something else. 1. The whisper lingered after the word this time, drawing it out, letting the sound fade gradually rather than cutting it off. The hum deepened, vibrating through the walls, through the floor, through my bones. Then the whisper spoke again. We'll start over. The realization hit me with brutal clarity. The countdown was no longer tied to midnight. It wasn't tied to the clock. It was tied to me. As long as I stayed, as long as I listened, as long as I remained present in the space where the sound could reach me, the whisper resumed. 10. I slid down the wall and sat on the floor, arms wrapped around my knees, eyes squeezed shut. My body felt heavy, like gravity had increased slightly, pinning me in place. 9. I tried to think of my wife, of her voice, of the sound of her breathing when she slept beside me. I tried to anchor myself in something human and familiar. 8. Her face felt distant now, like an image on a screen rather than a person I could reach. 7. I understood then why the voice had changed. The loud countdown had been a broadcast. The whisper was personal. It wasn't meant for everyone. It was meant for the ones who stayed long enough to hear it. 6. I thought of the motel clerk saying I'd be gone before checkout. 5. I thought of the front desk woman telling me my room had a lot of activity. 4. I thought of the figure on the tape, my face moving before I arrived. 3. The whisper slid closer to my ear. So close, I felt a phantom warmth there. You already know how this goes, it said. 2. My vision blurred, not from tears, but from something deeper. My focus collapsing inward, the edges of the room losing definition. 1. The whisper exhaled softly. The hum remained. The breathing remained. The countdown didn't reset immediately this time. Instead, the whisper lingered, hovering in the space between sounds. We don't need numbers anymore, it murmured. You can feel it now. And that was the true twist, the one that made my blood run cold. The countdown hadn't failed. It had succeeded. It had trained me. I could feel the rhythm without hearing it. I could anticipate the next moment without being told. The structure had moved inside me, the way habits do, the way routines take root and become invisible. The whisper didn't need to speak anymore. It had already taught me how to listen. I sat there on the floor of that motel room, alone in a town that hadn't celebrated the new year, aware with terrifying certainty that even if I left, even if I drove until sunrise, even if I never stopped again, the countdown would follow. Not as sound, not as voice, but as expectation, as rhythm, as the quiet understanding that somewhere, just beneath my thoughts, something was always counting, and it would never stop. I noticed the clocks first, not because they stopped all at once, or because they did something dramatic, but because they failed quietly, the way systems do when no one is actively watching them. The cheap digital clock on the nightstand was the most obvious. Its red numbers glowed steadily, unwavering, locked at 12:07, as if time had decided that was a reasonable place to pause. At first, I assumed it was broken. I reached out and tapped the plastic casing lightly with my finger. Nothing changed. No flicker, no reset. The numbers remained fixed, their glow constant and calm. I picked it up and turned it over, looking for a reset button or a loose cable. The cord was firmly plugged into the wall. The outlet still worked. I tested it with the lamp, which turned on immediately, flooding the room with harsh yellow light. The lamp worked. The clock did not. That should have been enough to explain it. Cheap electronics fail all the time, especially in places like this. Motels don't replace things unless they absolutely have to. I'd seen clocks blink nonsense numbers or freeze entirely more times than I could count. But something about the way it had stopped bothered me. It hadn't flickered. It hadn't glitched. It hadn't reset to midnight or some random time. It had stopped precisely where it was. I set the clock back down and checked my phone. The phone's display lit up instantly. 12:09 a.m. The seconds ticked forward smoothly, the numbers changing with reassuring regularity. I watched it for a full minute. 12:10. 12:11. Time was moving there. I glanced back at the clock, still 12:07. A small knot formed in my stomach. I told myself to stay calm. One device failing didn't mean anything. I needed another point of reference. I turned on the TV. It powered up with a soft click and immediately switched to a local channel, the volume low. An infomercial played, the host smiling too brightly, gesturing at a blender like it was the most important thing in the world. In the corner of the screen, a digital timestamp displayed the broadcast time, 12:11 a.m. It matched my phone. I exhaled slowly, trying to release some of the tension coiling in my chest. The clock was broken. That was all. Then the image on the TV stuttered. Not a full freeze, just a brief hesitation, like the feed had tripped over itself. The host's smile held for a fraction of a second longer than it should have. Then the image resumed. I frowned and leaned closer. The infomercial continued normally for several seconds, the host now demonstrating how easily the blender crushed ice. The sound was clear, the motion smooth. Then it happened again. A tiny delay, a barely perceptible hitch. The image lagged, then caught up. I watched carefully now, my pulse quickening. Every 15 to 20 seconds, the feed hesitated. Not long enough to be obvious to someone casually watching, but long enough for me to notice now that I was looking for it. I checked the timestamp in the corner. It advanced normally, but the motion felt off. I grabbed my phone and opened the camera app, switching it to video mode. The front-facing camera showed my face, pale and drawn, eyes darting. I moved my hand in front of the lens, waving slowly. On the phone screen, my hand followed the movement immediately. No delay. I switched to the rear camera and aimed it at the TV. On the phone screen, I saw the infomercial host gesturing enthusiastically, ice flying inside the blender. On the TV itself, the same thing played, but now I could see it clearly. The TV image was lagging behind the phone's camera feed by a second. Not much. Just enough. I felt a chill spread through me. I pointed the phone at the nightstand clock. On the phone screen, the clock read 12:07. On the TV, reflected faintly in the glossy surface, it also read 12:07. Neither changed. I lowered the phone slowly. The room felt subtly different now, like the air pressure had shifted without my noticing. My ears popped faintly, the sensation you get when an elevator stops between floors. I checked my phone again. 12:13 a.m. Time was still moving there. I opened a news app, then a weather app. Both updated normally, notifications refreshed. The phone behaved exactly as it should. The room did not. I stood and walked toward the window, my footsteps sounding duller than before, like the carpet had absorbed more sound overnight. Outside, the town remained frozen in its empty stillness. The traffic lights still cycled, its colors changing at a steady pace. I timed it with my phone. Green for 30 seconds, yellow for 4, Red for 30. Perfect. The light was keeping time. I turned back into the room and felt a wave of vertigo. If the outside world was still synchronized, and my phone was still synchronized, then whatever was happening was local, contained. I glanced at the ceiling, the walls, the vents, the infrastructure, the same word that kept surfacing again and again. I thought of the office complex, the time card that wouldn't let me clock out, the cameras that lagged by seconds, the PA system that spoke calmly, without emotion. I thought of the motel, the voicemails time-stamped in the present, the tapes that showed me before I arrived. This wasn't new. This was escalation. I sat down on the edge of the bed and tried to slow my breathing. Panic would only make things worse. I needed to understand the rules before I did anything else. I checked the room's smoke detector. It was the standard cheap model, a small red LED blinking slowly. I counted the blinks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The LED blinked again, consistent. I timed it with my phone's stopwatch. Exactly 5 seconds between blinks. The smoke detector was synchronized. I looked back at the clock. Still 12:07. I unplugged it. The numbers went dark immediately. I plugged it back in. The display lit up again. 12:07. No reset. No flashing zeros. No recalibration. It resumed exactly where it had stopped. My mouth went dry. I pulled the plug out again and left it out this time, setting the clock face down on the nightstand like that might help. The TV continued playing, the infomercial host now holding up a glass of crushed ice and smiling triumphantly. The subtle lag persisted, just enough that the movements felt slightly delayed, like the video was buffering through something unseen. I picked up the phone and opened the motel's Wi-Fi camera app, the same one guests could use to check parking lot availability and ice machine status. I hadn't used it earlier, but I remembered seeing it mentioned on a small card near the desk. The app loaded. A grid of camera feeds appeared. Parking lot, front desk, hallway A, hallway B. I selected hallway B, the one that included my room. The feed appeared almost instantly. The hallway looked empty, just as it had in daylight. Beige walls, patterned carpet, closed doors. I glanced up at my door. Closed. Locked. I waved my hand in front of the camera mounted above the exit sign down the hall. On my phone's screen, nothing happened. No movement registered. I frowned and stepped out into the hallway, closing the door softly behind me. The air out here felt cooler, flatter. I stood directly beneath the camera and waved again. On my phone, my image appeared, but it lagged. I counted silently. 1, 2. Then my arm moved on the screen. A 2-second delay. My heart pounded. I lowered my arm. On the screen, it remained raised for 2 seconds longer before dropping. I felt sick. I tried another movement, stepping forward. The feed followed 2 seconds later. The hallway camera was behind me in time. I checked the timestamp burned into the corner of the feed. It matched my phone's time, but the motion did not. I hurried back into the room and locked the door again, leaning against it as if that could somehow stabilize things. My phone buzzed. I flinched violently, nearly dropping it. A notification appeared. Not a voicemail this time, not blank. A system message. Camera feed delay detected. Please remain in place. My blood ran cold. The message disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. I stared at the screen, waiting for more. Nothing came. I checked the camera app again. The feeds were still live. The delay remained. I checked the TV. The lag persisted there too. I checked my phone's camera again. No delay. The pattern was becoming clearer, and that terrified me more than confusion ever could. Anything connected to the building's systems, cameras, clocks, displays, was slipping. Anything connected directly to me, my phone, my perception, my thoughts, was not. Time wasn't stopping. It was splitting. I sat back on the bed and tried to think logically. If the building systems were desynchronizing, then whatever was causing this had access to infrastructure, not personal devices. It wasn't inside my phone. It was inside the place. I thought of the whisper, synchronization complete. The phrase surfaced unbidden, and my stomach twisted. This wasn't a malfunction. It was a process. The clocks hadn't failed randomly. They had stopped when they were no longer needed. I opened the camera app again, switching between feeds rapidly. Parking lot, slight delay. Front desk, slight delay. Hallway, A, slight delay. Hallway B, 2 seconds, consistent. I aimed my phone camera at the TV again, watching the two feeds simultaneously. The phone showed the TV image in real time. The TV showed itself, delayed. I felt like I was watching reality fold in on itself, layers slipping out of alignment. I stood and walked to the bathroom mirror. My reflection moved when I did. No delay. At least that still worked. I splashed water on my face, gripping the edge of the sink tightly, staring at my own eyes. "You're here," I whispered. "You're real." The words felt thin. Behind me, in the mirror, I thought I saw movement. I spun around. The bathroom was empty. My heart hammered in my chest. I returned to the main room slowly, scanning every corner. Nothing had changed. The room was still, too still. I checked my phone again. 12:19 a.m. 12 minutes had passed since the clock stopped. I realized then that the desync wasn't increasing. It wasn't growing. It was fixed. 2 seconds. That was the gap. I thought of the tapes at the motel. The figure stepping out of the room before I arrived. The camera showing me ahead of myself. A 2-second lead. My legs felt weak. I sat down hard on the bed, staring at the wall. The implications settled over me slowly, heavy and undeniable. The building systems weren't lagging behind me. I was lagging behind them. They were recording something slightly ahead of my present moment, anticipating, preparing. I checked the door handle, locked. I checked it again, locked. I didn't know what would happen next, only that whatever came would arrive through systems I couldn't control. Cameras, speakers, clocks. The whisper hadn't needed to speak anymore. The countdown didn't need numbers. Time itself had become a buffer. And somewhere, just a couple of seconds ahead of where I stood, something else was already moving. Already watching the version of me I hadn't reached yet. I sat there in the quiet motel room, phone in hand, every sense sharpened, aware with a certainty that made my chest ache that synchronization wasn't about aligning devices. It was about aligning me. And whatever came next wouldn't announce itself loudly. It would arrive exactly on time, just not mine. After you notice time slipping, you start hearing it. Not as a concept, not as a philosophical panic, but as a physical thing. Like a faint click in the back of your skull every time the world fails to line up perfectly. It's the sound of your brain recalibrating, the sound of expectation being denied. 2 seconds. That was the gap the cameras carried. 2 seconds behind my movements, 2 seconds behind my decisions, 2 seconds behind whatever I still believed was now. The worst part wasn't the delay itself. The worst part was what it implied. that somewhere, something was always already happening just ahead of me. I sat on the bed with my phone in my hand, the motel room too quiet, too contained. The TV murmured low in the background, but I'd turned the volume down until it was barely more than a whisper. I didn't want sound filling the room anymore. I didn't want anything that could mask a signal. The heater was off again. The hum under the walls remained, faint but steady, not loud enough to call a sound, more like an atmosphere. I watched the seconds tick on my phone. 12:21, 14, 12:21, 15, 12:21, 16. A part of me wanted to run, to get out of the room, out of the town, into motion where rhythms were human and unpredictable. But another part of me, cold, exhausted, and horrifyingly curious, needed to see what this place would do next, now that it had shown me the rules. Because there had always been rules. The office complex didn't keep me there by force. It kept me there with systems that refused to acknowledge my attempt to leave. The motel didn't trap me with locked doors. It trapped me with recordings that showed me arriving before I arrived. This place didn't need bars or chains. It had synchronization. I stood and walked to the window again, pulling the curtain aside. The traffic light outside continued its lonely cycle. The street remained empty. The motel sign flickered once, then steadied. I checked my phone again. 12:21, 39. I held the phone up and used the rear camera to look at my own face on screen while I stared out the window, just to test myself. No delay. My expression changed when I changed it. My eyes blinked when I blinked. I was still in sync with myself. That didn't comfort me anymore. Because the problem wasn't my phone. It was the environment. I turned away from the window and looked around the room slowly, scanning corners and surfaces, listening for anything out of place. The cheap dresser, the desk, the lamp, the wall unit heater, the bathroom door slightly ajar. Nothing moved. No shadows shifted. No footsteps passed outside. The building held its breath. Then, from somewhere inside the walls, soft enough that my brain almost tried to dismiss it as tinnitus, I heard the beginning of a voice. Not loud, not neutral. A whisper again, threaded into that low hum like a message riding on a carrier wave. 10. I froze. I'd heard a countdown already tonight. The broadcast voice. The whisper. The looping pattern that trained my breathing to follow it, even when I tried to resist. But this was different. The word 10 didn't land with the clean spacing of a New Year's countdown. It landed like a trigger being pulled gently, like someone testing a mechanism. 9. My throat tightened. I didn't respond. I didn't move. I stared at the middle of the room, trying not to give the voice a focal point, as if acknowledging direction would make it more real. 8. I glanced at my phone instinctively, as if it might show me a notification or a timer. No timer. No incoming call. Just the clock ticking. Indifferent. 12:22:03. The whisper continued. 7. I realized then that my phone's time didn't matter. The voice wasn't counting down toward a shared event. It was counting down toward something personal. Something local. 6. I moved without thinking, stepping toward the door. My hand hovered near the deadbolt. A rational thought surfaced. Leave. Break the pattern. Don't stay long enough to become part of it. But my fingers didn't turn the lock, because the moment I touched the metal, another thought arrived, like a cold breath against my neck. If you leave now, you'll leave at the wrong moment. 5. The whisper deepened slightly, not louder, just closer in texture, like it had learned the exact frequency that made my skin crawl. The hum beneath it thickened, vibrating faintly through the floor. I stepped back from the door, not because I had decided to, but because my body refused to commit. 4. Something tapped lightly in the bathroom. Not a knock, not a bang. A soft contact sound, like a fingernail against tile. I whipped my head toward the bathroom door. Still, no movement. 3. The hotel TV image stuttered again, that tiny delay I'd noticed earlier. The host's mouth held its shape for a fraction of a second too long, then resumed. The sound stayed steady. I felt dizzy. The whisper kept counting. 2. I pressed my hands against my ears. The whisper didn't stop. It didn't even get quieter, which shouldn't have been possible. The sound wasn't coming through air the way a normal voice does. It wasn't traveling from a speaker into my ears. It felt like it was arriving directly into my perception, bypassing my body like a shortcut. 1. There was no silence after 1. Instead, the whisper changed. It didn't reset to 10. It didn't loop immediately. It spoke one sentence, calm and almost conversational. Not New Year. My stomach dropped. The whisper continued. Your turn. I pulled my hands away from my ears. My heart hammered so hard I thought I might vomit. What? I managed, my voice small and cracked in the quiet room. The whisper didn't answer in the way I wanted. It answered like a system confirming status. Your turn to arrive. The phrase hit me with the same cold clarity as the time card message had. Not a threat, not an insult, a schedule, a condition. I backed away from the center of the room until I hit the edge of the bed. My knees bumped the mattress, and I sat automatically. Phone clutched like a talisman, even though I knew it couldn't protect me. Arrive where? I whispered. The hum deepened. The motel room lights flickered once, just a blink, and came back steady. I checked the lamp. It stayed on. I checked the TV. It continued. Normal. Except nothing felt normal anymore. I glanced at the nightstand clock I'd unplugged earlier. It lay face down, dark. My phone vibrated. A new notification. Not voicemail. Not blank. A timer interface appeared on my lock screen. 0 wrote 10. It began counting down immediately. 0 0 0 9 0 0 0 8. I stared at it, breath trapped in my throat. I had not set a timer. I did not even have the clock app open. 0 0 07 0 0 06. The whisper returned, matching the timer perfectly. 10 9 8. The timer wasn't a coincidence. It was synced. 0 0 05. The room seemed to contract, not physically, but perceptually. The corners felt closer, the ceiling lower, the air denser. But 04. The bathroom tap sound came again. One soft click, like a nail against porcelain. 003. The TV image stuttered, then corrected. 002. I felt my breathing try to match the rhythm again, my body falling into the pattern like muscle memory. 001. The whisper softened to nearly nothing. 00. The timer vanished. The room didn't explode into chaos. No alarm blared, no door burst open. Nothing dramatic happened. That was the trick of it. The countdown wasn't a bomb, it was an instruction. The moment the timer hit 0, the motel room camera app on my phone opened by itself. I watched, frozen, as the screen shifted to the hallway feed outside my room. Hallway B, empty beige walls, patterned carpet, and my door. Room 19. The timestamp in the corner matched my phone's time. 12:22. The feed lagged slightly. That familiar 2-second delay. Then the door on the camera feed opened. From the inside, I saw myself step into the hallway. My own posture, my own jacket, the way I held my phone in my right hand, and kept my left hand near my pocket like I was ready to grab keys. Except I was still sitting on the bed. I looked down at my hands. My phone was in both of them. My fingers were still. On the screen, the version of me in the hallway lifted his head, as if listening. Then he spoke, lips moving silently, because the feed had no audio. But I knew what he was saying, because the words formed inside my mind a split second before I could even think them intentionally. Your turn. I felt cold spread through my limbs like water. The camera version of me took one step forward in the hallway, then another, moving toward the end of the corridor, toward the exit sign, toward the place where the camera's view ended. I jumped up from the bed, almost dropping the phone. On the screen, my hallway self continued walking, unhurried. I ran to the door and pressed my ear against it. Silence. No footsteps in the real hallway. I looked back at the phone. The hallway feed showed my door still open. The version of me paused briefly, turned his head back toward the door, and held up his phone, just like I was holding mine now. Then he did something that made my blood run cold. He tilted the phone as if showing the screen to someone just out of frame, like he was sharing the feed with something else. The camera delay suddenly felt like a trapdoor. Because I understood the logic immediately, and it was simple enough to be horrifying. If the camera feed was 2 seconds behind, then what I was watching wasn't the future. It was the past, which meant the version of me in the hallway wasn't ahead. He was behind, and I was the one who was supposed to step out next. I grabbed the deadbolt and twisted hard. The metal was cold under my fingers. I pulled. The door didn't budge. Not locked. Jammed. Like something outside was holding it shut without making a sound. I tried again, shoulder against the door. Nothing. My breath came fast now, panic finally breaking through the careful control I'd been clinging to all night. On the phone, the hallway feed still showed my door open. The version of me stood near the end of the corridor now, his outline faint under the fluorescent lights. He turned his head slowly toward the camera, toward me. Even though I knew he couldn't see me through the screen, his gaze felt direct. Then the screen stuttered. The feed froze for half a second. When it resumed, the hallway was empty. My door on the feed was closed. The timestamp still read 12:22. The timer interface returned to my lock screen again, uninvited. 0010. It began counting down immediately. 00, so 9. 00, so 8. The whisper returned, softer now. 10, 9. I backed away from the door, shaking my head. This wasn't New Year's. This wasn't a holiday moment shared by crowds. This wasn't a celebration. This was a turn being taken, a rotation, a cycle. The town didn't need people for it. The motel didn't need guests. It only needed someone to reach the right state, tired enough, alone enough, synchronized enough, that the pattern could move them like a piece on a board. 003. I stared at the door, terrified of what would happen at 0, but even more terrified that nothing would happen and the countdown would simply start again. 002. My mind screamed, "Don't play along." 001. My body held its breath anyway. 00. The timer vanished. The whisper lingered. And in that quiet after 0, a final sentence landed softly in my mind, colder than any threat. "You're up." Not New Year. My turn. There are two kinds of fear. The first is obvious. The kind that comes with footsteps behind you, a shadow in the corner, a door handle turning when it shouldn't. Your body understands that fear immediately. It tells you to run, to fight, to scream, to do something that matches the threat. The second kind is worse. It's the fear that comes when nothing changes visually, when the room stays the same, when the evidence refuses to appear where your eyes can confirm it, and yet your body knows, with primitive certainty, that something has moved closer. That was the fear I felt when the countdown ended and the voice returned. Not through the walls this time, not threaded into hum, not broadcast like an announcement, right beside my ear. So close that my skin reacted before my mind could assign meaning. The fine hairs on the side of my neck rose. My shoulder twitched, an involuntary flinch toward the sound, like my body wanted to shield itself. I froze. I was standing near the door, one hand still hovering near the deadbolt, phone clutched in the other. The lock had jammed. The timer had looped. The camera feed had shown an empty hallway one moment and a version of me the next. My brain was already frayed, stretched thin by hours of desynchronization. And then the voice arrived. Don't turn around. It wasn't loud. It didn't have to be. It was intimate and precise. The kind of whisper someone uses when they're standing so close their breath warms your skin. But I didn't feel breath. I didn't feel movement. I only felt that presence, an invisible pressure at my right side, close enough that my ears seemed to vibrate with it. My heart slammed against my ribs so hard I thought I might pass out. I stared straight ahead at the beige wall opposite the bed, forcing my eyes not to dart, not to search, not to give my fear a target. My thoughts tried to sprint in every direction at once, but my body refused to move, because the voice had said the one thing that made stillness feel like survival. Don't turn around. In horror movies, people turn. They always turn. Curiosity or panic forces them to confirm what's there. And that's when the jump scare happens. In real life, you don't always turn. Sometimes you understand, instantly and without debate, that seeing it would not make it better. Seeing it would make it real in a way you can't undo. I kept my head forward. My jaw clenched so hard my teeth hurt. The voice shifted slightly closer, not louder, closer. It wasn't possible. It was already at the limit of proximity, already pressed against the boundary of my hearing. And yet, it moved in. Good, it whispered. You learned. My stomach dropped. Learned what? The word echoed in me like a verdict. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't even an accusation. It was an evaluation, calm and final, like a system confirming a successful calibration. I tightened my grip on the phone until my fingers went numb. The screen was dark now, the timer gone, the camera app closed as if it had never opened itself. The phone felt heavier than it should have, like it was filled with lead. I tried to speak. My throat didn't cooperate. All I managed was a thin exhale that sounded like weakness. The voice responded anyway, as if it could interpret my silence. You don't need pictures, it murmured. Pictures make people argue. My mouth went dry. The voice continued, steady and close, like a teacher explaining something to a student who'd been slow to understand. People say it's the camera glitching, the tape warping, the clock failing. They say it's stress. They say it's sleep. They say it's a bad signal. Each sentence landed softly, almost gently. The cruelty was in the calmness. It spoke like it had heard every rationalization 100 times and found them all boring. It's easier when you stop looking, the whisper said. I felt my eyes sting, not from tears, but from the strain of staring forward, refusing to blink too long. My peripheral vision seemed to darken at the edges, as if the room was narrowing. Don't turn, it repeated, quieter now, like a reminder. If you turn, you'll see the delay. The delay. 2 seconds. The camera's behind me in time. The tape showing me before I arrived. The feed that froze and reset. My breath caught. What do you want? I forced out, the words scraping my throat. The voice didn't answer directly. Instead, it asked me something, so soft I almost missed it. Do you feel it? I didn't want to, but I did. Because my body was doing something it shouldn't have been doing. My breathing had slowed. Not because I was calm, because it was being paced. My inhale and exhale were falling into a rhythm I hadn't chosen. A rhythm that felt familiar in the worst way. The same spacing as the countdown numbers. The same pauses between them. I tried to disrupt it by taking a fast breath. My lungs refused. Not physically, not in a way a doctor would diagnose. In a way that felt like hesitation, like my body was waiting for permission. A cold wave rolled through me. The voice hummed softly, almost approving. That's it, it whispered. Synchronization. I wanted to move, to run, to slam the bathroom door, to turn on every light, to scream into the hallway until someone came. But the town was empty, and the motel room had already shown me it could control what I heard, what I saw, what time felt like. The only thing it hadn't taken yet was my choice to look, and the voice was making sure I understood that choice was the last one that mattered. Don't turn, it said again, so close that the words felt like they were being placed directly into my ear canal. You'll want to. You'll think you need to, but you don't. I squeezed my eyes shut for a fraction of a second, then opened them again, afraid that closing them would be interpreted as compliance. The wall in front of me remained blank and beige, illuminated by the lamp's harsh light. Nothing moved. No shadows. No shapes. No visible threat. That was the trap. The jump scare wasn't visual. It was proximity. It was the sensation of a presence that didn't need to be seen to dominate the room. The voice shifted again, and this time I felt something that made my stomach flip. A sound that wasn't words. A smile. Not a laugh. Not breath. The faintest change in tone. The way you can hear when someone's mouth curves upward as they speak. You're doing great, it whispered. My eyes widened. The phrase was too normal, too human, too much like something my wife would say when I was nervous about a presentation or a long drive. It stole the shape of kindness and used it like a tool. My throat tightened until swallowing hurt. Please, I whispered before I could stop myself. Not a prayer, not a request, just a reflex. The voice didn't react emotionally. It only moved closer. So close now that my right ear seemed to fill with it entirely, drowning out my left ear, making the room feel lopsided, off balance. And then it spoke the words that made my blood run cold, because they weren't new. They were familiar in the worst possible way. Still clocked in. I went perfectly still. Every muscle locked. Every thought collapsed into one bright, sharp point of terror. Because that phrase didn't belong to this motel room. It belonged to the office complex, the night shift, the PA system, the time card that refused to let me leave. I had never told anyone that phrase. Not my wife, not my co-workers, not the motel clerk, not the woman with the tapes. It had existed only inside my experience. And now it was being whispered into my ear in a town with no people. That was the jump scare. Not a monster jumping from a closet. Not a shadow at the window. A single phrase that proved the connection. That proved the patterns weren't isolated incidents. They were linked. They were cumulative. They were learning me. My hand shot to the door handle again, desperate, irrational. The metal didn't move. The lock didn't budge. The voice made a sound like satisfaction, subtle, almost imperceptible. "You didn't want to be home at midnight," it whispered. "So you came here." My heart hammered. The voice continued, almost conversational, like it was narrating my choices back to me. "You wanted temporary. You wanted empty. You wanted quiet. You wanted a place where nobody would notice you." Each sentence tightened around my chest like a wire. "And you got it," the whisper said gently. I felt my vision blur. The edges of the room pulsed slightly, like the world was breathing out and in again. The voice softened, almost tender. "Now you don't have to pretend you're leaving." My stomach lurched. I whispered, "I'm not turning around." "Good," the voice replied. "Then you'll hear it." "Hear what?" The voice paused, and for the first time, the room fell completely silent. Even the hum seemed to retreat. Even my breathing seemed to hold. Then the voice spoke again, not as a whisper now, but as a calm statement, still close enough to feel internal. "Your shift's starting." The phrase landed like a stamp, a designation, a transfer of responsibility. I felt something shift in the room, not visually, not audibly, but structurally, like a system switching modes, like a building deciding which schedule to run next. And in the silence that followed, I understood with horrible clarity that turning my head would have been the easy scare. The real terror was that I didn't need to turn. The thing was already here, already aligned, already close enough to speak, and I was the one who was being trained to stay still while it did. I don't remember leaving the room. I remember deciding to. I remember the thought forming, firm and simple. If I stay, I will become part of this place. And then I remember the next few minutes as fragments, like my brain recorded them in pieces because it couldn't handle them as a continuous event. My hand on the deadbolt, twisting harder than before until my wrist ached. The sudden give of the metal, as if the lock had never been jammed at all. The door opening to an empty hallway that looked exactly like it always had. Beige walls, patterned carpet, fluorescent lights humming softly. No footsteps, no shadows, no evidence that anything had been close to my ear at all. That was the cruelest part. The world offered me nothing to prove I wasn't losing my mind. I stepped into the hallway anyway, moving fast, but not running. Running would have felt like admitting something was chasing me. I needed to believe I still had agency, even if it was thin. The hallway was empty. The exit sign glowed red at the far end. I walked toward it, keys clutched in my fist, hard enough to leave dents in my skin. As I passed the ice machine, it clunked. Not loud, just enough to remind me. I didn't stop. I pushed through the side door into the parking lot, cold air slapping my face. The sky was still dark. No fireworks smoke, no colored flashes, no distant celebration. The town remained exactly as silent as it had been before midnight. No one stood outside smoking. No one stumbled from a party. No one shouted, "Happy New Year." The motel sign flickered once, then steadied. I walked to my car, unlocked it, climbed in, and locked the doors immediately. My hands shook so badly, it took 3 tries to get the key into the ignition. When the engine finally turned over, the sound was too loud in the empty lot, the exhaust briefly visible in the cold air. I backed out and drove toward the main road, tires crunching over gravel. At the intersection, the traffic light turned red. I stopped. Even then, I looked left, empty. I looked right. Empty. The light turned green. I drove through, leaving the motel behind, the town behind, the entire night behind, or so I told myself. 10 minutes later, I pulled over and shut off the car, breathing hard, forcing myself to sit still and listen. I wanted to hear fireworks from some distant place. I wanted to see proof that the world had celebrated without me. There was nothing, just wind and the faint hiss of tires far off on the highway. I checked my phone. No new notifications, no voicemails, no timer. The screen displayed the date and time like it had always done. January 1st, a new year. I sat there and almost convinced myself it was over. Then the phone lit up. Not a call, not a voicemail. A single line of text on a blank notification banner, as if it had been typed by a system that didn't need an app name. Now it's your shift. I stared at it, my breath shallow. The banner didn't vanish quickly like the others. It stayed. Long enough for me to read it twice. Long enough for me to understand it wasn't asking. It was assigning. I turned the phone over, screen down in the passenger seat as if hiding it could erase it. The car idled softly, engine vibrating beneath me. In that vibration, in that steady mechanical pulse, I felt the faintest rhythm begin again. Something my body recognized before my mind could deny it. A count without numbers. A schedule without a clock. No fireworks. No cheering. Just the quiet, cold certainty that the year hadn't started with celebration for me. It had started with a transfer. And somewhere, behind my ears, beneath my thoughts, threaded into the systems that run when no one is watching, the countdown continued. Not to midnight. To me. I didn't arrive at the realization all at once. There was no single moment where everything clicked into place. No dramatic revelation where the truth revealed itself cleanly and mercifully. What happened instead was slower, colder, and far more unsettling. The understanding seeped in the way cold does when you've been outside too long. Quietly, steadily, until you realize, too late, that it's already inside you. It started with repetition. Not the obvious kind. Not the kind you notice right away and point to as evidence. The dangerous repetitions were subtle, disguised as coincidence, scattered across places and days and systems that had no reason to be connected. Time, recordings, shifts. Those were the words that kept resurfacing, whether I wanted them to or not. At first, I tried to treat each experience as its own contained event. The office complex had been a bad job. The motel had been an unfortunate coincidence. The empty town on New Year's Eve had been isolation amplified by exhaustion and stress. That's how a rational mind protects itself, by drawing borders between things that feel too big when combined. But borders don't hold when the same structures keep appearing on both sides of them. I stopped staying anywhere overnight after that last message. I drove until my eyes burned, slept in rest areas when I had to, kept the engine running for warmth, even though I knew it was dangerous. Motion felt safer than stillness. Roads felt safer than rooms. At least roads had direction. Still, the patterns followed. I noticed them first in small ways. Things easy to dismiss if you weren't already paying attention. Digital clocks and gas stations frozen at odd times. Security cameras in convenience stores lagging just enough to feel wrong. Automated announcements that didn't match the time of day. End of shift approaching. Please wait. System processing. Always phrased calmly, always without context. I started writing things down, not because I thought I could solve them, but because I was afraid of forgetting. Afraid that if I didn't document what I was seeing, it would dissolve into something vague and deniable. Dates, times, locations, what the clock said, what my phone said, what the cameras showed. The list grew faster than I liked. I noticed that whenever something felt wrong, it involved time behaving inconsistently across systems. My phone would insist it was one moment. The environment would suggest another. Cameras and recordings always seemed slightly ahead or behind. Never synchronized with me. Never fully disconnected either. A buffer, a margin. Enough space for something else to move. Then there were the recordings. Voicemails with no sound. Camera footage showing presence without arrival. Logs that insisted activity had occurred before anyone could have caused it. Always records without witnesses. Always evidence without explanation. No one ever saw anything happen. They only saw that something had already been logged. That distinction haunted me because records imply purpose. They don't exist to experience the moment. They exist to preserve it, to make it repeatable, transferable, reviewable. A record assumes that what it captures will be useful later. Useful to whom? I thought back to the office complex, to the way the time card system had refused to let me clock out. The way the PA system had spoken, as if it were addressing a role rather than a person. You're still clocked in. Not you can't leave. Not there's a problem. Just a statement of status. At the time, I'd interpreted it as malfunction. Bad software. Poor maintenance. Now I wasn't so sure. The word shift began to feel heavier every time I encountered it. Shifts aren't just blocks of time. They're handoffs, transfers of responsibility, a way of ensuring continuity even when individuals come and go. A shift doesn't care who fills it, only that someone does. That idea followed me everywhere. I saw it in 24-hour pharmacies with exhausted clerks staring through customers rather than at them, their bodies present, their minds somewhere else. I saw it in hospital waiting rooms where the lights never dimmed and the clocks never stopped. I saw it in security desks staffed by people who looked like they'd been awake too long, watching monitors that showed empty hallways over and over again. I started wondering how many of them were there because they wanted to be. How many had arrived at their post the way I had, gradually, without realizing the moment they stopped choosing. The scariest part wasn't that I couldn't explain what was happening. It was that explanations began to feel unnecessary. Whatever this was didn't rely on belief. It didn't need myths or rituals or names. It operated through infrastructure, through the quiet systems people trusted because they were boring. Clocks, cameras, logs, announcements, things designed to remove uncertainty. Instead, they were creating it. I tried talking about it once, not in full detail, just enough to test the reaction. I told a coworker, someone I trusted, that I'd been having strange experiences with time on the road. That clocks didn't always line up. That recordings sometimes showed things that hadn't happened yet. He laughed it off immediately, the way people do when they sense something uncomfortable behind the words. "Man, you need a vacation," he said. "You've been working too many night hours." Night hours. The phrase lodged itself in my mind. I didn't press. I didn't describe the whisper. I didn't mention the countdown. I didn't tell him about seeing myself on camera before I arrived, because I realized something important in that moment. The story didn't want to be told, not because it was dangerous knowledge, because it was incomplete. Every time I tried to frame it as a narrative, with a beginning, a middle, and an end. It slipped away from me. The pieces refused to align into something that could be summarized or concluded. There was no villain, no motive, no clear origin, just function, just continuity. That was when I understood why there had never been an explanation offered to me, by the systems, by the voice, by the patterns themselves. Explanations are for people who need closure. This didn't. It kept running whether I understood it or not. I began to see my own behavior changing in ways that disturbed me. I started checking clocks compulsively, comparing them against my phone, against each other, as if catching a discrepancy early might protect me. It didn't. I avoided mirrors at night, not because I expected to see something else, but because I didn't trust the timing of my own reflection. I noticed how often I thought in terms of schedules now, rather than desires. I should be here by this time. I'll leave after this. Just get through this block. Language shapes thought, and my language had shifted without my permission. I wasn't living days anymore. I was moving through segments. The final realization came quietly. Late one night, while I was sitting in my car at a rest stop, engine idling, watching the digital clock on the dashboard glow faintly. It was working. It matched my phone. It matched the time on the gas station sign across the road. For once, everything agreed. And that terrified me. Because the pattern wasn't that time always broke. It was that it broke only when I stopped moving, when I stayed too long in one place, when I became predictable, when my presence could be logged reliably. That's when the delays started. That's when the recordings led. That's when the whispers returned. The pattern wasn't about haunting. It was about convergence. When enough systems overlapped, when cameras, clocks, and routines aligned, you didn't need anything supernatural. You didn't need intent in the human sense. You only needed someone in the right place long enough. I thought about how many environments like that existed. Factories, hospitals, offices, motels, security posts, control rooms. Anywhere time was tracked obsessively. Anywhere presence was recorded continuously. Anywhere shifts mattered more than names. I thought about how often people described feeling stuck in jobs like that. How often they joked about being ghosts in their own workplaces. How often they said things like, "Time doesn't move here," or "Every day feels the same." I thought about how easily that language had slipped into my own thoughts. Still clocked in. Your turn. Now it's your shift. They weren't threats. They were acknowledgments. I stopped looking for an explanation after that. Not because I gave up, because I realized what explanations do. They create distance. They make something external, something you can point at and say that is the cause. This wasn't external anymore. The patterns didn't surround me. They included me. Every time I checked the time, every time I waited for a system to respond, every time I adjusted my behavior to match a schedule rather than a feeling, I reinforced it. I don't know when it fully converged. There was no alarm, no final countdown, no clear crossing point. Just a gradual sense that resistance had become effortful, and effort had become unnecessary. That I knew what was expected without being told. That I could feel when a place wanted me to stay. That I could sense when a shift needed to be covered. I'm not writing this to warn you. Warnings assume choice. I'm writing this because writing is the last thing I can still do that doesn't feel scheduled. It's the only act that hasn't been fully absorbed into the pattern yet. But even as I type this, I'm aware of the time, of the way the minutes pass more smoothly when I keep going. of how the room feels quieter when I don't stop. I don't have a theory. I don't have a solution. I only have the shape of it now, the outline that emerges when you stop trying to name it. Time doesn't trap people. Records don't lie. Shifts don't end. They just wait for someone to continue them. And when enough systems agree that it's your turn, they don't need to explain anything at all. I'm going to stop pretending this is just a story now. Not because it suddenly became more real than it already was, but because the distance between me telling it and you hearing it has been shrinking the entire time. I felt it happening even while I was writing the earlier parts. The way certain sentences seemed to lean forward. The way some details insisted on being included, even when I didn't fully understand why. So I'm not speaking in retrospect anymore. I'm speaking to you. And I need to be careful how I do it. This isn't a warning. I'm not here to scare you into shutting this off, or sleeping with the lights on, or checking your locks. Fear like that burns hot and fast, and then it's gone. That kind of reaction doesn't last long enough to matter. What I'm doing instead is pointing. Because once you notice certain things, they don't unnotice themselves. You might already feel it, even if you can't name it yet. The slight shift in the way you're listening now compared to when you started. Maybe you adjusted your posture without realizing it. Maybe you checked the time. Maybe you became aware of a sound in the room that had been there all along, but only just surfaced into your attention. That's not coincidence, but it's not danger either. Not yet. I want you to understand something very clearly. Nothing followed you here. There's no entity waiting behind you. No shadow standing just out of sight. No rule that says listening to this means something bad will happen next. That's not how it works. If it worked like that, it would be obvious. Loud. Easy to dramatize. This is quieter. This is about alignment. Think back for a moment. Not to the story, but to yourself. To where you are right now. The room you're in. The time of day. The reason you clicked on this in the first place. You don't have to answer out loud. Just notice what comes up. Most people listen to things like this at night. Not all, but most. There's something about darkness that makes background noise feel safer than silence. Something about letting another voice occupy the space so you don't have to sit alone with your own thoughts. Again, normal, human, but pay attention to how you're listening. Are you doing something else while this plays? Scrolling, cleaning, driving, lying still and staring at the ceiling, letting the story fill the gaps between moments rather than sitting directly in them. That matters more than you think, because the common thread through everything I've told you, the office, the motels, the countdown, the recordings, was never fear. It was routine, places that run on schedules, systems that track presence, environments where time is divided into segments instead of lived continuously, and people like me, who stayed long enough for those systems to notice. I'm not saying you're in danger. I'm saying you're already participating. Every time you wait for something to end, every time you tell yourself, just get through this block, every time you measure your life in shifts rather than moments, that's where it begins. Not with something supernatural, but with the quiet surrender of attention. You might be thinking I'm exaggerating, that this is just thematic framing, a way to end a long horror story by turning the lens back on the audience. That's fair. But let me ask you something gently. When was the last time you checked the time during this story? Not because you had somewhere to be, but because you felt an urge to anchor yourself. And when you did the number matter? Or did it just reassure you that time was still behaving? I'm not asking to unsettle you. I'm asking because that impulse to check, to confirm, to synchronize yourself with a system outside your own perception is the same impulse that kept me in those places longer than I should have stayed. It starts as comfort. Clocks tell us where we are. Schedules tell us what comes next. Recordings tell us what already happened. They reduce uncertainty, but they also train us. You don't notice it at first. No one does. You just adapt. You start anticipating signals. You feel restless when they don't come. You feel relief when they do. A countdown reaches 0. A shift ends. A notification arrives. Resolution. Until one day, the resolution doesn't arrive, and instead of leaving, you wait. That's the part I wish someone had explained to me earlier. Not as a threat, as context. Because nothing in this story forced me to stay. Not the locked door. Not the whisper. Not the voice near my ear. I stayed because the systems around me made waiting feel more reasonable than leaving. And that's what I want you to notice now. Not panic, not fear, just awareness. Notice how long you're willing to sit in one place. Notice how easily you let someone else's voice set the pace of your thoughts. Notice how natural it feels to finish this before doing whatever comes next. Again, none of that is wrong. It's just how modern life works. But there's a difference between using a system and letting it define you. The reason I'm addressing you directly now is because this story doesn't end with an answer. It doesn't end with a reveal, or a monster, or a final explanation that neatly closes the loop. It ends with recognition. Not recognition of something external, but of a pattern you've already lived inside of. You might be listening to this while working a late shift. You might be listening to this to stay awake. You might be listening to this to feel less alone. All of those are valid reasons. Just understand that the story was never about haunted buildings or cursed places. It was about what happens when time stops feeling personal, when it becomes something managed, logged, optimized, when your presence is valuable only because it fills a slot. I'm not telling you to quit your job. I'm not telling you to throw away your clock. I'm not telling you to stop listening. I'm telling you to pay attention to the moment when you feel yourself waiting for permission to stop. Because that moment, that hesitation, is where things begin to blur. If you feel unsettled right now, that doesn't mean something followed you. It means you're aware. And awareness is uncomfortable, especially when it doesn't come with instructions. You'll notice that I haven't told you what to do next. That's intentional. Because the systems I encountered always told me what came next. They were very good at that. Too good. This pause you're in right now is yours. Use it. When this ends, notice what you do immediately afterward. Do you let something else start playing automatically? Do you check the time again? Do you scroll without thinking? Or do you sit in the quiet for just a second longer than usual? I'm not asking you to change your life. I'm asking you to reclaim one moment of unscheduled time. Because the truth, quiet, ordinary, and far more unsettling than anything supernatural, is this: nothing ever needed to chase me. The patterns didn't hunt, they waited. And the only people they ever truly kept were the ones who forgot that waiting is a choice. So don't rush to the next thing just because this ended. Don't let the silence feel like a problem that needs to be filled. Just notice it. That's all. That's the warning. Not a threat, not a promise. Just an awareness that once you recognize the rhythm, you get to decide whether you follow it. And if you're still listening right now, if you haven't clicked away, if you haven't checked the time again, then you already know exactly what I mean. I didn't hear the beep where it started. That's what unsettled me the most when I finally noticed it again. Not the sound itself, but the absence of context. The first time I ever heard that tone, it belonged to a place, a night shift, a building that never quite slept. It had walls, hallways, cameras, a reason to exist. This time, it didn't. I was driving. Not late at night, not exhausted, not fleeing from anything. It was early evening, the sky still holding color, traffic steady in both directions. I was on a familiar stretch of road I'd driven dozens of times, the kind where your mind drifts because your body already knows what to do. The radio was on low. The air conditioner hummed evenly. The dashboard clock matched my phone exactly. Normal. That was when the beep happened. Soft, clean, precise. Not loud enough to startle me. Not sharp enough to register as danger. Just distinct enough that my brain flagged it as important. I glanced at the dashboard instinctively, expecting to see a warning light or a warning message. Nothing. The radio continued playing. The AC kept blowing. The clock advanced normally. I told myself it had come from outside. Another car, a crosswalk signal, a notification tone bleeding in through an open window. But the windows were closed, and the sound hadn't come from any direction I could place. It felt centered, like it had occurred inside the space I was occupying, rather than traveling into it. I kept driving. I didn't check the time. I didn't reach for my phone. I didn't slow down. I told myself that reacting would give it weight, and that ignoring it would strip it of meaning. That worked. For a while. Days passed without incident. I started to believe that whatever pattern had been tightening around me had finally loosened. That distance and motion had done what resistance never could. I slept at home again. I sat still without feeling trapped. I let silence exist without immediately filling it. I almost convinced myself that the ending had been the ending. Then I heard the beep again. This time, I was standing in line at a grocery store. Fluorescent lights overhead. A bored cashier scanning items. A child whining 2 aisles over. Mundane, crowded, unmistakably alive. Beep. Not the scanner, not the register. It came at a pause, between sounds, between breaths. The woman in front of me didn't react. The cashier didn't look up. No one flinched, returned, or frowned. Just me. My pulse spiked, sharp and immediate. I forced myself to stay still, eyes forward, breathing even. The sound didn't repeat. I left the store with my groceries and sat in my car for several minutes before starting the engine, just listening. Nothing followed. I told myself the truth I wanted to believe. The beep wasn't real anymore. It was memory, association. My brain replaying a sound that had once meant something and now didn't. Except memory doesn't behave like that. Memory doesn't appear cleanly, without distortion, without emotional coloration. Memory carries echo and context and residue. This sound was too perfect, too present. The next time I heard it, I was at home. Not late, not tired, not alone in a way that mattered. I was washing dishes, the sink half full of warm water, the smell of soap sharp in the air. My wife was in the living room, television murmuring in the background. Beep. I froze, hands submerged, heart hammering. "Did you hear that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Hear what?" she replied from the other room. I swallowed. "Nothing," I said after a moment. "Just thought I heard something." I finished the dishes quickly and joined her on the couch, the normality of the room pressing in on me like a test. The TV showed a rerun we'd seen before. The clock on the wall ticked audibly, everything aligned. For the rest of the evening, nothing happened. I slept that night, really slept. And when I woke up, I felt foolish for having been unsettled at all. That feeling lasted until I realized something small, something easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. The wall clock in the living room was 2 minutes behind my phone. I adjusted it automatically, the way you do without thinking, and went about my day. But the idea lodged itself in my mind and refused to leave. Why had I checked? I hadn't been late. I hadn't needed the time. I had just wanted confirmation. After that, I began noticing how often I did it. How often I glanced at clocks, compared times, aligned devices. How often I felt a subtle relief when they matched, and a faint irritation when they didn't. I told myself that was normal. But normal doesn't feel intentional. Weeks passed, then months. The beeps became rarer, spaced far enough apart that I could pretend they were coincidences. Once at a red light, once in an office elevator, once while standing in my own hallway late at night, the house quiet except for the soft whir of the refrigerator. Always single, never repeated, never acknowledged by anyone else, and always followed by the same sensation, a brief tightening in my chest, like the beginning of a thought that never fully formed. I stopped talking about it. I stopped writing things down. I stopped trying to make sense of it. Life resumed something close to normal, which is how I know the ending wasn't finished yet, because it didn't arrive as an event. It arrived as a realization. I was sitting at my desk one night, not working late, just answering emails I'd put off. The room was dim, except for the glow of the monitor. My phone lay face down beside the keyboard. I heard the beep. This time, I didn't flinch. I didn't look up. I didn't react at all. And that scared me more than anything else, because my body had learned it. The sound had crossed from anomaly to signal, from threat to expectation. It no longer demanded attention. It implied continuity. I finished the email I was writing before I did anything else. Then I slowly turned my phone over. No notifications, no missed calls, no timer. The time read 11:58 p.m. I stared at it, my mouth dry. I hadn't known what time it was before that moment. I hadn't checked intentionally, and yet some part of me had anticipated the number. I sat very still, listening to the house settle around me. Pipes clicked softly as they cooled. The refrigerator cycled. A car passed outside, tires whispering against pavement. At 11:59, the phone vibrated. Not a message, not a call, just a vibration. I unlocked the screen. Nothing changed. No banner, no alert. The vibration stopped. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. Midnight came without fanfare. No fireworks outside. No sudden noise. No sense of transition. The phone ticked over to 12, and somewhere, not in the room, not in the phone, not in any place I could point to, I heard the beep again. Clearer this time. Closer. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. I closed my eyes, and that's when I understood what I'd been avoiding since the beginning. The beep had never been tied to a location. It had been tied to availability. It marked a moment of readiness, a state where time, attention, and presence overlapped cleanly enough for something to pass through. That's why it no longer needed buildings. Buildings were just training grounds. They taught patterns. They taught patience. They taught stillness. But once the pattern moved into you, once you learned to wait without resisting, to check without questioning, to align without asking why, the infrastructure could disappear. The systems didn't need walls anymore. They needed participants. I opened my eyes. The room was unchanged. The clock on the monitor read 12 phras. My phone matched it. Perfect synchronization. The house felt quiet in a way that wasn't empty, like something had just stepped into place and didn't need to move again. My phone vibrated once more. A notification appeared. No app name, just text. Shift acknowledged. I didn't delete it. I didn't screenshot it. I didn't show it to anyone. I just sat there, the glow of the screen reflected faintly in the dark window, and listened as the house continued its ordinary sounds. Nothing dramatic happened next. That's important. No voice spoke my name. No whisper counted down. No shadow appeared in my peripheral vision. The beep didn't repeat. The message stayed. And slowly, with a clarity that made my stomach sink, I understood what the ending actually was. There was no final moment, no collapse, no confrontation. The story didn't end with me being taken somewhere. It ended with something being handed off. I shut down my computer and stood up, moving carefully, deliberately. I turned off the light and walked down the hallway toward the bedroom. Each step measured, unhurried. In the mirror, my reflection moved when I moved. No delay. In the bedroom, my wife slept peacefully, her breathing steady and untroubled. I lay down beside her and stared at the ceiling, listening to the familiar sounds of the house settling into night. Somewhere deep inside my awareness, I felt a subtle shift, a sense of responsibility settling where anxiety used to live. Not fear, duty, presence. I don't know how long I lay there before sleep came. When it did, it was deep and dreamless. The kind of sleep you fall into when you stop waiting for something to happen. If you're hearing this after midnight, don't panic. This isn't a curse. It's not even a warning in the way people like to dramatize. Just do one thing for me. Check your clock, not to see the time, to see whether it agrees with anything else around you. And if it does, if everything lines up just a little too cleanly, understand this: some shifts don't need buildings anymore. They only need someone to be there when the beep sounds. When I finished telling this story, I realized something important. It wasn't the fear that stayed with me the longest. It was the recognition. This story does not rely on monsters, violence, or spectacle. Its power comes from something quieter and far more familiar. The systems we live inside every day. The routines we accept without question. And the way time slowly stops feeling like something we experience and starts feeling like something we serve. At its surface, the story follows a narrator who encounters strange glitches in time, sound, and recorded reality. Clocks stop. Cameras lag. Voices speak without bodies. A countdown repeats itself beyond New Year's Eve. But beneath that unsettling structure lies a deeper reflection on modern life. One that many listeners recognize instinctively, even if they can't immediately articulate why. This is not a story about being haunted by a place. It is a story about being absorbed by a pattern. One of the most striking aspects of this story is what it chooses not to show. There is no gore, no explicit harm, no physical attacker. And yet, the unease grows steadily because the threat never needs to escalate into violence. Instead, fear comes from proximity and familiarity. The beep, the clock, the shift, the calm voice that doesn't raise its tone. These are not foreign elements. They are part of our everyday environments. They are sounds we associate with order, safety, and structure. By repurposing them as sources of dread, the story forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. Sometimes the systems designed to keep life organized can quietly erode our sense of autonomy. The scariest moments in the story aren't when something appears. They are when nothing changes. When the narrator realizes the room looks normal, sounds normal, and continues functioning exactly as it should. That's when the fear becomes personal. Time in this story isn't just measured, it is assigned. The idea of your shift becomes a metaphor for how many of us relate to our lives. We don't always think in terms of joy, rest, or meaning. We think in terms of blocks, schedules, deadlines, hours to get through. The narrator isn't trapped because a door won't open. He's trapped because leaving never feels urgent enough. That is a deeply human experience. How many times have we told ourselves, just a little longer? I'll stop after this. I'll rest once this part is done. The story suggests that danger doesn't always arrive as an emergency. Sometimes it arrives as a continuation, as something that feels reasonable, expected, and that is where the horror becomes quietly philosophical. There is no clear antagonist in this story, no creature with intent, no mastermind, no explanation that ties everything together. And that absence is intentional. The systems themselves are not evil. Clocks are not malicious. Cameras are not cruel. Schedules do not hate us. They simply operate. That neutrality is what makes them powerful. When something has no emotion, no anger, no desire to hurt, it becomes harder to resist. There's nothing to fight against, only something to comply with. The voice in the story never threatens, it never yells, it never lies. It just states status. You're still clocked in. Your turn. Now it's your shift. Those phrases are unsettling precisely because they sound like workplace language, like system notifications, like something we've all heard before in different forms. And that familiarity invites reflection. One of the quiet themes running through the story is how identity becomes secondary to availability. The narrator isn't chosen because of who he is. He's chosen because he is there, present, listening, aligned. This reflects something many people experience in real life. The subtle shift from being a person with agency to being a role that needs to be filled. When presence becomes more valuable than well-being. When continuity matters more than consent. The story never says this explicitly, but it doesn't need to. Listeners feel it, especially those who work night shifts, late hours, remote jobs, or roles where boundaries blur and time loses shape. The cold ending does not explode. There is no final confrontation, no dramatic escape, no punishment. Instead, there is acknowledgement. That choice is important. The story doesn't end with loss of freedom. It ends with loss of friction. The narrator doesn't resist anymore, not because he is broken, but because resistance has become unnecessary. And that raises an uncomfortable question for all of us. At what point does adaptation become surrender? Not in a dramatic sense, but in the everyday sense of letting routines decide who we are. Perhaps the most respectful thing this story does is that it does not accuse the audience. It doesn't say, "You are trapped. You are next." you should be afraid. Instead, it gently invites awareness. It suggests that recognizing patterns gives us choice. And that is, ultimately, a hopeful message. Because awareness restores agency. Writing and reflecting on this story made me more attentive, not anxious, but intentional. I notice when I check the time out of habit rather than necessity. I notice when I delay rest for no clear reason. I notice when I stay in something simply because leaving feels inconvenient. And that awareness doesn't make life scarier. It makes it fuller. The story doesn't ask us to reject systems. It asks us not to disappear inside them.